commissioners, does, that through prolonged childhood on the one hand and premature age on the other, that period of life in which the human being is in full possession of his powers, the period of manhood, is greatly shortened, while the length of life in general is below the average. This, too, on the debit side of the bourgeoisie's reckoning. All this deals only with the average of the English coal mines. But there are many in which the state of things is much worse, those, namely, in which thin seams of coal are worked. The coal would be too expensive if a part of the adjacent sand and clay 537 were removed, so the mine owners permit only the seams to be worked, whereby the passages which elsewhere are 4 or 5 feet high and more are here kept so low that to stand upright in them is not to be thought of. The working man lies on his side and loosens the coal with his pick, resting upon his elbow as a pivot, whence follow inflammations of the joint, and in cases where he is forced to kneel, of the knee also. The women and children who have to transport the coal crawl upon their hands and knees, fastened to the tub by a harness and chain, which frequently passes between the legs, while a man behind pushes with hands and head. The pushing with the head engenders local irritations, painful swellings, and ulcers. In many cases, too, the shafts are wet, so that these workers have to crawl through dirty or salt water several inches deep, being thus exposed to a special irritation of the skin. It can be readily imagined how greatly the diseases already peculiar to the miners are fostered by this especially frightful, slavish toil. But these are not all the evils which descend upon the head of the coal miner. In the whole British Empire there is no occupation in which a man may meet his end in so many diverse ways as in this one. The coal mine is the scene of a multitude of the most terrifying calamities, and these come directly from the selfishness of the bourgeoisie. The hydrocarbon gas which develops so freely in these mines, forms, when combined with atmospheric air, an explosive which takes fire upon coming into contact with a flame, and kills everyone within its reach. Such explosions take place, in one mine or another, nearly every day. On September 28, 1844, one killed 96 men in Haswell Colliery, Durham. The carbonic acid gas, which also develops in great quantities, accumulates in the deeper parts of the mine, frequently reaching the height of a man, and suffocates everyone who gets into it. The doors which separate the sections of the mines are meant to prevent the propagation of explosions and the movement of the gases, but since they are entrusted to small children, who often fall asleep or neglect them, this means of prevention is illusory. A proper ventilation of the mines by means of fresh air shafts could almost entirely remove the injurious effects of both these gases. But for this purpose the bourgeoisie has no money to spare, preferring to command the working men to use the Davy lamp, which is wholly useless because of its dull light, and is, therefore, usually replaced by a candle. If an explosion occurs, the recklessness of the miner is blamed, though the bourgeois might have made the explosion well nigh impossible by supplying good ventilation. 538 Friedrich Engels. Further, every few days the roof of a working falls in, and buries or mangles the workers employed in it. It is the interest of the bourgeois to have the seams worked out as completely as possible, and hence the accidents of this sort. Then, too, the ropes by which the men descend into the mines are often rotten, and break, so that the unfortunates fall, and are crushed. All these accidents, and I have no room for special cases, carry off yearly, according to the Mining Journal, some 1,400 human beings. 180 The Manchester Guardian reports at least 2 or 3 accidents every week for Lancashire alone. In nearly all mining districts the people composing the coroner's juries are, in almost all cases, dependent upon the mine owners, and where this is not the case, immemorial custom ensures that the verdict shall be, accidental death. Besides, the jury takes very little interest in the state of the mine, because it does not understand anything about the matter. But the Children's Employment Commission does not hesitate to make the mine owners directly responsible for the greater number of these cases. As to the education and morals of the mining population, they are, according to the Children's Employment Commission, pretty good in Cornwall, and excellent in Alston Moor, in the coal districts, in general, they are, on the contrary, reported as on an excessively low plane. The workers live in the country in neglected regions, and if they do their weary work, no human being outside the police force troubles himself about them. Hence, and from the tender age at which children are put to work, it follows that their mental education is wholly neglected. The day schools are not within their reach, the evening and Sunday schools mere shams, the teachers worthless. Hence, few can read and still fewer write. The only point upon which their eyes are as yet open is the fact that their wages are far too low for their hateful and dangerous work. To church they go seldom or never, all the clergy complain of their irreligion as beyond comparison. As a matter of fact, their ignorance of religious and of secular things, alike, is such that the ignorance of the factory operatives, shown in numerous examples in the foregoing pages, is trifling in comparison with it. The categories of religion are known to them only from the terms of their oaths. Their morality is destroyed by their work itself. That the overwork of all miners must engender drunkenness is self-evident. As to their sexual relations, men, women, and children work in the mines, in many cases, wholly naked, and in most cases, nearly so, by reason of the prevailing heat, and the consequences in the dark, lonely mines may be imagined. The number of 539 illegitimate children is here disproportionately large, and indicates what goes on among the half-savage population below ground, but proves too, that the illegitimate intercourse of the sexes has not here, as in the great cities, sunk to the level of prostitution. The labor of women entails the same consequences as in the factories, dissolves the family, and makes the mother totally incapable of household work. When the Children's Employment Commission's report was laid before Parliament, Lord Ashley hastened to bring in a bill wholly forbidding the work of women in the mines, and greatly limiting that of children. The bill was adopted, 181, but has remained a dead letter in most districts, because no mine inspectors were appointed to watch over its being carried into effect. The evasion of the law is very easy in the country districts in which the mines are situated, and no one need be surprised that the Miners' Union laid before the Home Secretary an official notice, last year, that in the Duke of Hamilton's coal mines in Scotland, more than 60 women were at work, or that the Manchester Guardian reported that a girl perished in an explosion in a mine near Wigan, and no one troubled himself further about the fact that an infringement of the law was thus revealed. In single cases the employment of women may have been discontinued, but in general the old state of things remains as before. These are, however, not all the afflictions known to the coal miners. The bourgeoisie, not content with ruining the health of these people, keeping them in danger of sudden loss of life, robbing them of all opportunity for education, plunders them in other directions in the most shameless manner. The truck system is here the rule, not the exception, and is carried on in the most direct and undisguised manner. The cottage system, likewise, is universal, and here almost a necessity, but it is used here, too, for the better plundering of the workers. To these means of oppression must be added all sorts of direct cheating. 3. While coal is sold by weight, the worker's wages are reckoned chiefly by measure, and when his tub is not perfectly full he receives no pay whatever, while he gets not a farthing for over measure. If there is more than a specified quantity of dust in the tub, a matter which depends much less upon the miner than upon the nature of the seam, he not only loses his whole wage but is fined besides. The fine system in general is so highly perfected in the coal mines, that a poor devil who has worked the whole week and comes for his wages, sometimes learns from the overseer, who finds at discretion and without summoning the workers, that he not only has no wages but must pay so and so much in fines extra. The overseer has, in general, absolute power over wages, he notes the work done, and can please himself as to what he pays the worker, who is forced to take his word. In some mines, where the pay is according to weight, false decimal scales are used, whose weights are not subject to the inspection of the authorities, in one coal mine there was actually a regulation that any workman who intended to complain of the falseness of the scales must give notice to the overseer 3 weeks in advance. In many districts, especially in the north of England, it is customary to engage the workers by the year. They pledge themselves to work for no other employer during that time, but the mine owner by no means pledges himself to give them work, so that they are often without it for months together, and if they seek elsewhere, they are sent to the treadmill for 6 weeks for breach of contract. In other contracts, work to the amount of 20 six. Every 14 days, is promised the miners, but not furnished. In others still, the employers advance the miners small sums to be worked out afterwards, thus binding the debtors to themselves. In the north, the custom is general of keeping the payment of wages 1 week behindhand, chaining the miners in this way to their work. And to complete the slavery of these enthralled workers, nearly all the justices of the peace in the coal districts are mine owners themselves, or relatives or friends of mine owners, and possess almost unlimited power in these poor, uncivilized regions where there are few newspapers, these few in the service of the ruling class, and but little other agitation. 3. It is almost beyond conception how these poor coal miners have been plundered and tyrannized over by justices of the peace acting as judges in their own cause. So it went on for a long time. The workers did not know any better than that they were there for the purpose of being swindled out of their very lives. But gradually, even among them, and especially in the factory districts, where contact with the more intelligent operatives could not fail of its effect, there arose a spirit of opposition to the shameless oppression of the coal kings. The men began to form unions and strike from time to time. In civilized districts they joined the Chartists body and soul. The great coal district of the north of England, shut off from all. The German editions of 1845 and 1892 have political agitation. Ed. 541. Industrial intercourse, remained backward until, after many efforts, partly of the Chartists and partly of the more intelligent miners themselves, a general spirit of opposition arose in 1843. Such a movement seized the workers of Northumberland and Durham that they placed themselves at the forefront of a general union of coal miners throughout the kingdom, and appointed W. P. Roberts, a Chartist solicitor, of Bristol, their Attorney General, he having distinguished himself in earlier Chartist trials. The union soon spread over a great majority of the districts. Agents were appointed in all directions, who held meetings everywhere and secured new members. At the first conference of delegates, in Manchester, in 1844, there were 60,000 members represented, and at Glasgow, 6 months later, at the second conference, 100,000. Here all the affairs of the coal miners were discussed and decisions as to the greater strikes arrived at. Several journals were founded, especially the Miners' Advocate at Newcastle upon Tyne, for defending the rights of the miners. On March 31, 1844, the contracts of all the miners of Northumberland and Durham expired. Roberts was empowered to draw up a new agreement, in which the men demanded, 1. Payment by weight instead of measure, 2. Determination of weight by means of ordinary scales subject to the public inspectors, 3. Half-yearly renewal of contracts, 4. Abolition of the fine system and payment according to work actually done, 5. The employers to guarantee to miners in their exclusive service at least 4 days' work per week, or wages for the same. This agreement was submitted to the coal kings, and a deputation appointed to negotiate with them. They answered, however, that for them the union did not exist, that they had to deal with single workmen only, and should never recognize the union. They also submitted an agreement of their own which ignored all the foregoing points, and was, naturally, refused by the miners. War was thus declared. On March 31, 1844, 40,000 miners laid down their picks, and every mine in the county stood empty. The funds of the union were so considerable that for several months a weekly contribution of 2s. 60 could be assured to each family. While the miners were thus putting the patience of their masters to the test, Roberts organized with incomparable perseverance both strike and agitation, arranged for the holding of meetings, traversed England from one end to the other, preached peaceful and legal agitation, and carried on a crusade against the despotic justices of the peace and truck masters, such as had never been known in England. This he had begun at the beginning of the year. Wherever a miner had been condemned by a justice of the peace, he obtained a habeas corpus from the Court of Queen's Bench, brought his client to London, and always secured an acquittal. 182 Thus, January 13, Judge Williams of Queen's Bench acquitted 3 miners condemned by the Justices of the Peace of Bilston, South Staffordshire. The offence of these people was that they refused to work in a place which threatened to cave in, and had actually caved in before their return. On an earlier occasion, Judge Pattison had acquitted 6 working men, so that the name Roberts began to be a terror to the mine owners. In Preston 4 of his clients were in jail. In the first week of January he proceeded thither to investigate the case on the spot, but found, when he arrived, the condemned all released before the expiration of the sentence. In Manchester there were 7 in jail. Roberts obtained a habeas corpus and acquittal for all from Judge Whiteman. In Prescott 9 coal miners were in jail, accused of creating a disturbance in St. Helens, South Lancashire, and awaiting trial. When Roberts arrived upon the spot, they were released at once. All this took place in the first half of February. In April, Roberts released a miner from jail in Derby, 4 in Wakefield, and 4 in Leicester. So it went on for a time until these Dogberries 6 came to have some respect for the miners. The truck system shared the same fate. One after another Roberts brought the disreputable mine owners before the courts, and compelled the reluctant justices of the peace to condemn them. Such dread of this lightning attorney general who seemed to be everywhere at once spread among them, that at Belper for instance, upon Roberts' arrival, a truck firm published the following notice. Notice. Pentridge Colliery. Messrs. Haslam think it right, to prevent mistake, to give notice that all men employed at their colliery will receive their wages wholly in money, and be at liberty to spend it where they like. If they buy at Messrs. Haslam's shop they will be supplied, as heretofore, at wholesale prices, but they are not expected to buy there, and will have the same work and wages whether they go to that shop or any other. This triumph aroused the greatest jubilation throughout the English working class, and brought the Union a mass of new members. Meanwhile the strike in the north was proceeding. Not a hand stirred, and Newcastle, the chief coal port, was so stripped of its commodity that coal had to be brought from the Scotch coast, in spite of the proverb. 3 At first, while the Union's funds held out, all went well, but towards summer the struggle became much more painful for the miners. The greatest want prevailed among them. They had no money, for the contributions of the workers of all branches of industry in England availed little among the vast number of strikers, who were forced to borrow from the small shopkeepers at a heavy loss. The whole press, with the single exception of the few proletarian journals, was against them. The bourgeois, even the few among them who might have had enough sense of justice to support the miners, learned from the corrupt liberal and conservative sheets only lies about them. A deputation of 12 miners who went to London received a sum from the proletariat there, but this, too, availed little among the mass who needed support. Yet, in spite of all this, the miners remained steadfast, and what is even more significant, were quiet and peaceable in the face of all the hostilities and provocation of the mine owners and their faithful servants. No act of revenge was carried out, not a renegade was maltreated, not one single theft committed. Thus the strike had continued well on towards 4 months, and the mine owners still had no prospect of getting the upper hand. One way was, however, still open to them. They remembered the cottage system. It occurred to them that the houses of the rebellious spirits were their property. In July, notice to quit was served the workers, and, in a week, the whole 40,000 were put out of doors. This measure was carried out with revolting cruelty. The sick, the feeble, old men and little children, even women in childbirth, were mercilessly turned from their beds and cast into the roadside ditches. One agent dragged by the hair from her bed, and into the street, a woman in the pangs of childbirth. Soldiers and police in crowds were present, ready to fire at the first symptom of resistance, on the slightest hint of the justices of the peace, who had brought about the whole brutal procedure. This, too, the working men endured without resistance. The hope had been that the men would use violence. They were spurred on with all force to infringements of the laws, to furnish an excuse for making an end of the strike by the intervention of the military. The homeless miners, remembering the warnings of their Attorney General, remained unmoved, set up their household goods upon the moors or the harvested fields, and held out. Some, who had no other place, encamped on the roadsides and in ditches, others upon land belonging to other people, whereupon they were prosecuted, and, having caused damage of the value of a halfpenny, were fined £1, and, being unable to pay it, worked it out on the treadmill. Thus they lived 8 weeks and more of the wet fag end of last 3 summer under the open sky with their families, with no further shelter for themselves and their little ones than the calico curtains of their beds, with no other help than the scanty allowances of their union and the fast shrinking credit with the small dealers. Hereupon Lord Londonderry, who owns considerable mines in Durham, threatened the small tradesmen in his town of Seaham with his most high displeasure if they should continue to give credit to his rebellious workers. This noble lord made himself the first clown of the turnout in consequence of the ridiculous, pompous, ungrammatical ukases addressed to the workers, which he published from time to time, with no other result than the merriment of the nation. When none of their efforts produced any effect, the mine owners imported, at great expense, hands from Ireland and such remote parts of Wales as have as yet no labour movement. And when the competition of workers against workers was thus restored, the strength of the strikers collapsed. The mine owners obliged them to renounce the Union, abandon Roberts, and accept the conditions laid down by the employers. Thus ended at the close of September the great 5 months' battle of the coal miners against the mine owners, a battle fought on the part of the oppressed with an endurance, courage, intelligence, and coolness which demands the highest admiration. What a degree of true human culture, of enthusiasm, and strength of character, such a battle implies on the part of men who, as we have seen in the Children's Employment Commission's report, were described as late as 1840, as being thoroughly brutal and wanting in moral sense. But how hard, too, must have been the pressure which brought these 40,000 colliers to rise as one man and to fight out the battle like an army not only well disciplined but enthusiastic, an army possessed of one single determination, with the greatest coolness and composure, to a point beyond which further resistance would have been madness. And what a battle! Not against visible, mortal enemies, but against hunger, want, misery, and homelessness, against their own passions provoked to madness by the brutality of wealth. If they had revolted with violence, they, the unarmed and defenceless, would have been shot down, and a day or two would have decided the victory of the owners. This law-abiding reserve was no fear of the constable's staff, it was the result of deliberation, the best proof of the intelligence and self-control of the working men. Thus were the working men forced once more, in spite of their unexampled endurance, to succumb to the might of capital. But the fight had not been in vain. First of all, this 19-week strike had torn the miners of the north of England forever from the intellectual death in which they had hitherto lain. They have left their sleep, are alert to defend their interests, and have entered the movement of civilization, and especially the movement of the workers. The strike, which first brought to light the whole cruelty of the owners, has established the opposition of the workers here, forever, and made at least 2/3 of them Chartists, and the acquisition of 30,000 such determined, experienced men is certainly of great value to the Chartists. Then, too, the endurance and law-abiding which characterized the whole strike, coupled with the active agitation which accompanied it, has fixed public attention upon the miners. On the occasion of the debate upon the export duty on coal, Thomas Duncombe, the only decidedly Chartist member of the House of Commons, brought up the condition of the coal miners, had their petition read, and by his speech forced the bourgeois journals to publish, at least in their reports of parliamentary proceedings, a correct statement of the case. 183 Immediately after the strike, occurred the explosion at Haswell. Roberts went to London, demanded an audience with Peel, insisted as representative of the miners upon a thorough investigation of the case, and succeeded in having the first geological and chemical notabilities of England, Professors Lyell and Faraday, commissioned to visit the spot. As several other explosions followed in quick succession, and Roberts again laid the details before the Prime Minister, the latter promised to propose the necessary measures for the protection of the workers, if possible, in the next session of Parliament, i.e., the present one of 1845. All this would not have been accomplished if these workers had not, by means of the strike, proved themselves freedom-loving men worthy of all respect, and if they had not engaged Roberts as their counsel. Scarcely had it become known that the coal miners of the North had been forced to renounce the Union and discharge Roberts, when the miners of Lancashire formed a union of some 10,000 men, and guaranteed their Attorney General a salary of £1,200 a year. In the autumn of last year they collected more than £700, rather more than £200 of which they expended upon salaries and judicial expenses, and the rest chiefly in support of men out of work, either through want of employment or through dissensions with their employers. Thus the working men are constantly coming to see more clearly that, united, they too are a respectable power, and can, in the last extremity, defy even the might of the bourgeoisie. And this insight, the gain of all labor movements, has been won for all the miners of England by the Union and the strike of 1844. In a very short time the difference of intelligence and energy which now exists in favor of the factory operatives will have vanished, and the miners of the kingdom will be able to stand abreast of them in every respect. Thus one piece of standing ground after another is undermined beneath the feet of the bourgeoisie, and how long will it be before their whole social and political edifice collapses with the basis upon which it rests, but the bourgeoisie will not take warning. The resistance of the miners does but embitter it the more. Instead of appreciating this forward step in the general movement of the workers, the property-holding class saw in it only a source of rage against a class of people who are fools enough to declare themselves no longer submissive to the treatment they had hitherto received. It saw in the just demands of the non-possessing workers only impertinent discontent, mad rebellion against divine and human order, and, in the best case, a success, to be resisted by the bourgeoisie with all its might, won by ill-intentioned demagogues who live by agitation and are too lazy to work. It sought, of course, without success, to represent to the workers that Roberts and the Union's agents, whom the Union very naturally had to pay, were insolent swindlers, who drew the last farthing from the working men's pockets. When such insanity prevails in the property-holding class, when it is so blinded by its momentary profit that it no longer has eyes for the most conspicuous signs of the times, surely all hope of a peaceful solution of the social question for England must be abandoned. The only possible solution is a violent revolution, which cannot fail to take place. The agricultural proletariat. We have seen in the introduction how, simultaneously with the small bourgeoisie and the modest independence of the former workers, the small peasantry also was ruined when the former union of industrial and agricultural work was dissolved, the abandoned fields thrown together into large farms, and the small peasants superseded by the overwhelming competition of the large farmers. Instead of being landowners or leaseholders, as they had been hitherto, they were now obliged to hire themselves as laborers to the large farmers or the landlords. For a time this position was endurable, though a deterioration in comparison with their former one. The extension of industry kept pace with the increase of population until the progress of manufacture began to assume a slower pace, and the perpetual improvement of machinery made it impossible for manufacture to absorb the whole surplus of the agricultural population. From this time forward, the distress which had hitherto existed only in the manufacturing districts, and then only at times, appeared in the agricultural districts too. The 25 years' struggle with France came to an end at about the same time 184, the diminished production at the various seats registered the wars, the shutting off of imports, and the necessity of providing for the British Army in Spain, had given English agriculture an artificial prosperity, and had besides withdrawn to the army vast numbers of workers from their ordinary occupations. This check upon the import trade, the opportunity for exportation, and the military demand for workers, now suddenly came to an end, and the necessary consequence was what the English call agricultural distress. 3. The farmers had to sell their corn at low prices, and could, therefore, pay only low wages. In 1815, in order to keep up prices, the corn laws were passed, prohibiting the importation of corn so long as the price of wheat continued less than 80 shillings per quarter. These naturally ineffective laws were several times modified, but did not succeed in ameliorating the distress in the agricultural districts. All that they did was to change the disease, which, under free competition from abroad, would have assumed an acute form, culminating in a series of crises, into a chronic one which bore heavily but uniformly upon the farm laborers. For a time after the rise of the agricultural proletariat, the patriarchal relation between master and man, which was being destroyed for manufacture, developed here the same relation of the farmer to his hands which still exists almost everywhere in Germany. So long as this lasted, the poverty of the farm hands was less conspicuous, they shared the fate of the farmer, and were discharged only in cases of the direst necessity. But now all this is changed. The farm hands have become day laborers almost everywhere, are employed only when needed by the farmers, and, therefore, often have no work for weeks together, especially in winter. In the patriarchal time, the hands and their families lived on the farm, and their children grew up there, the farmer trying to find occupation on the spot for the oncoming generation. Day laborers, then, were the exception, not the rule. Thus there was, on every farm, a larger number of hands than were strictly necessary. It became, therefore, the interest of the farmers to dissolve this relation, drive the farm hand from the farm, and transform him into a day laborer. This took place pretty generally towards the year 1830 B, and the consequence was that the hitherto latency overpopulation was set free, the rate of wages forced down, and the poor rate enormously increased. From this time the agricultural districts became the headquarters of permanent, as the manufacturing districts had long been of periodic. Pauperism 3, and the modification of the Poor Law was the first measure which the state was obliged to apply to the daily increasing impoverishment of the country parishes. Moreover, the constant extension of farming on a large scale, the introduction of threshing and other machines, and the employment of women and children, which is now so general that its effects have recently been investigated by a special official commission, threw a large number of men out of employment. It is manifest, therefore, that here, too, the system of industrial production has made its entrance, by means of farming on a large scale, by the abolition of the patriarchal relation, which is of the greatest importance just here, by the introduction of machinery, steam, and the labor of women and children. In so doing, it has swept the last and most stationary portion of working humanity into the revolutionary movement. But the longer agriculture had remained stationary, the heavier now became the burden upon the worker, the more violently broke forth the results of the disorganization of the old social fabric. The overpopulation came to light all at once, and could not, as in the manufacturing districts, be absorbed by the needs of an increasing production. New factories could always be built, if there were consumers for their products, but new land could not be created. The cultivation of waste common land was too daring a speculation for the bad times following the conclusion of peace. B. The necessary consequence was that the competition of the workers among each other reached the highest point of intensity, and wages fell to the minimum. So long as the old poor law existed, the workers received relief from the rates, wages naturally fell still lower, because the farmers forced the largest possible number of laborers to claim relief. The higher poor rate, necessitated by the surplus population, was only increased by this measure, and the new poor law, of which we shall have more to say later, was now enacted as a remedy. But this did not improve matters. Wages did not rise, the surplus population could not be got rid of, and the cruelty of the new law did but serve to embitter the people to the utmost. Even the poor rate, which diminished at first after the passage of the new law, attained its old height after a few years. Its only effect was that whereas previously 3 to 4 million half-paupers had existed, 1 million of total paupers now appeared, and the rest, still half-paupers, merely went without relief. The poverty in the agricultural districts has increased every year. The people live in the greatest want, whole families must struggle along with 6, 7, or 8 shillings a week, and at times have nothing. Let us hear a description of this population given by a Liberal Member of Parliament as early as 1830 *. That is an English peasant or pauper, for the words are synonymous. His sire was a pauper, and his mother's milk wanted nourishment. From infancy his food has been bad as well as insufficient, and he now feels the pains of unsatisfied hunger nearly whenever he is awake. But half-clothed, and never supplied with more warmth than suffices to cook his scanty meals, cold and wet come to him, and stay by him with the weather. He is married, but he has not tasted the highest joys of husband and father. His partner, and little ones being, like himself, often hungry, seldom warm, sometimes sick without aid, and always sorrowful without hope, are greedy, selfish, and vexing, so, to use his own expression, he hates the sight of them, and resorts to his hovel, only because a hedge affords less shelter from the wind and rain. He must support his family, though he cannot do so. This brings begging, trickery, and quarreling, and ends in settled craft. Though he have the inclination, he wants the courage to become, like more energetic men of his class, a poacher or smuggler on a large scale, but he pilfers occasionally, and teaches his children to lie and steal. His subdued and slavish manner towards his great neighbors shows that they treat him with suspicion and harshness. Consequently, he at once dreads and hates them, but he will never harm them by violent means. Too degraded to be desperate, he is thoroughly depraved. His miserable career will be short. Rheumatism and asthma are conducting him to the workhouse, where he will breathe his last without one pleasant recollection, and so make room for another wretch who may live and die in the same way. 3. Our author adds that besides this class of agricultural laborers, there is still another, somewhat more energetic and better endowed physically, mentally, and morally, those, namely, who live as wretchedly, but were not born to this condition. These he represents as better in their family life, but smugglers and poachers who get into frequent bloody conflicts with the gamekeepers and revenue officers of the coast, become more embittered against society during the prison life which they often undergo, and so stand abreast of the first class in their hatred of the property holders. Down to the present time, this description applies to the greater portion of the agricultural laborers of England. In June, 1844, the Times sent a correspondent into the agricultural districts to report upon the condition of this class, and the report which he furnished agreed wholly with the foregoing. 185 in certain districts wages were not more than 6 shillings a week, not more, that is, than in many districts in Germany, while the prices of all the necessaries of life are at least twice as high. What sort of life these people lead may be imagined, their food scanty and bad, their clothing ragged, their dwellings cramped and desolate, small, wretched huts, with no comforts whatsoever, and, for young people, lodging houses where men and women are scarcely separated, and illegitimate intercourse thus provoked. 1 or 2 days without work in the course of a month must inevitably plunge such people into the direst want. Moreover, they cannot combine to raise wages, because they are scattered, and if one alone refuses to work for low wages, there are dozens out of work, or supported by the rates, who are thankful for the most trifling offer, while to him who declines work, every other form of relief than the hated workhouse is refused by the poor law guardians as to a lazy vagabond, for the guardians are the very farmers from whom or from whose neighbors and acquaintances alone he can get work. And not from 1 or 2 special districts of England do such reports come. On the contrary, the distress is general, equally great in the north and south, the east and west. The condition of the labourers in Suffolk and Norfolk corresponds with that of Devonshire, Hampshire, and Sussex. Wages are as low in Dorsetshire and Oxfordshire as in Kent and Surrey, Buckinghamshire, and Cambridgeshire. One especially barbaric cruelty against the working class zero is embodied in the game laws, which are more stringent zero than in any other country, while the game is plentiful beyond all conception. The English peasant who, according to the old English custom and tradition, sees in poaching only a natural and noble expression of courage and daring, is stimulated still further by the contrast between his own poverty and the cartel est notre plaisir 3 of the Lord, who preserves thousands of hares and game birds for his private enjoyment. The laborer lays snares, or shoots here and there a piece of game. It does not injure the landlord as a matter of fact, for he has a vast superfluity, and it brings the poacher a meal for himself and his starving family. But if he is caught he goes to jail, and for a second offence receives at the least 7 years' transportation. From the severity of these laws arise the frequent bloody conflicts with the gamekeepers, which lead to a number of murders every year. Hence the post of gamekeeper is not only dangerous, but of ill repute and despised. Last year, in 2 cases, gamekeepers shot themselves rather than continue their work. Such is the moderate price at which the landed aristocracy purchases the noble sport of shooting, but what does it matter to the lords of the soil? Whether 1 or 2 more or less of the surplus live or die matters nothing, and even if in consequence of the game laws half the surplus population could be put out of the way, it would be all the better for the other half according to the philanthropy of the English landlords. Although the conditions of life in the country, the isolated dwellings, the stability of the surroundings and occupations, and consequently of the thoughts, are decidedly unfavorable to all development, yet poverty and want bear their fruits even here. The manufacturing and mining proletariat emerged early from the first stage of resistance to our social order, the direct rebellion of the individual by the perpetration of crime, but the peasants are still in this stage at the present time. Their favorite method of social warfare is incendiarism. In the winter which followed the Revolution of July, in 1830–31, these incendiarisms first became general. Disturbances had taken place, and the whole region of Sussex and the adjacent counties had been brought into a state of excitement in October, in consequence of an increase of the Coast Guard, which made smuggling much more difficult and ruined the coast in the words of a farmer, changes in the poor law, low wages, and the introduction of machinery. In the winter the farmers' hay and corn stacks were burnt in the fields, and the very barns and stables under their windows. Nearly every night a couple of such fires blazed up, and spread terror among the farmers and landlords. The offenders were rarely discovered, and the workers attributed the incendiarism to a mythical person whom they named Swing. Men puzzled their brains to discover who the Swing could be and whence this rage among the poor of the country districts. Of the great motive power, want, oppression, only a single person here and there thought, and certainly no one in the agricultural districts. Since that year the incendiarisms have been repeated every winter, with each recurring unemployed season of the agricultural laborers. In the winter of 1843–44, they were once more extraordinarily frequent. There lies before me a series of numbers of the Northern Star of that time, each one of which contains a report of several incendiarisms, stating in each case its authority. The numbers 3 wanting in the following list I have not at hand, but they, too, doubtless contain a number of cases. Moreover, such a sheet cannot possibly ascertain all the cases which occur. November 25, 1843, 2 cases, several earlier ones are discussed. December 16, in Bedfordshire, general excitement for a fortnight passed in consequence of frequent incendiarisms, of which several take place every night. 2 great farmhouses burnt down within the last few days, in Cambridgeshire 4 great farmhouses, Hertfordshire 1, and besides these, 15 other incendiarisms in different districts. December 30, in Norfolk 1, Suffolk 2, Essex 2, Cheshire 1, Lancashire 1, Derby, Lincoln, and the South 12. January 6, 1844, in all 10. January 13, 7. January 20, 4 incendiarisms. From this time forward, 3 of 4 incendiarisms per week are reported, and not as formerly until the spring only, but far into July and August. And that crimes of this sort are expected to increase in the approaching hard season of 1844-45, the English papers already indicate. What do my readers think of such a state of things in the quiet, idyllic country districts of England? Is this social war, or is it not? Is it a natural state of things which can last? Yet here the landlords and farmers are as dull and stupefied, as blind to everything which does not directly put money into their pockets, as the manufacturers and the bourgeoisie in general in the manufacturing districts. If the latter promise their employees salvation through the repeal of the corn laws, the landlords and a great part of the farmers promise theirs heaven upon earth from the maintenance of the same laws. But in neither case do the property holders succeed in winning the workers to the support of their pet hobby. Like the operatives, the agricultural laborers are thoroughly indifferent to the repeal or non-repeal of the corn laws. Yet the question is an important one for both. That is to say, by the repeal of the corn laws, free competition, the present social economy is carried to its extreme point, all further development within the present order comes to an end, and the only possible step farther is a radical transformation of the social order. For the agricultural laborers the question has, further, the following important bearing: free importation of corn involves, how, I cannot explain here, the emancipation of the farmers from the landlords, their transformation into liberals. Towards this consummation the Anti-Corn Law League has already largely contributed, and this is its only real service. When the farmers become liberals, i.e., conscious bourgeois, the agricultural laborers will inevitably become Chartists and Socialists. 3. The first change involves the second. And that a new movement is already beginning among the agricultural laborers is proved by a meeting which Earl Radnor, a liberal landlord, caused to be held in October, 1844, near Highworth, where his estates lie, to pass resolutions against the corn laws. At this meeting, the laborers, perfectly indifferent as to these laws, demanded something wholly different, namely small holdings, at low rent, for themselves, telling Earl Radnor all sorts of bitter truths to his face. Thus the movement of the working class is finding its way into the remote, stationary, mentally dead agricultural districts, and, thanks to the general distress, will soon be as firmly rooted and energetic as in the manufacturing districts. As to the religious state opound the agricultural laborers, they are, it is true, more pious than the manufacturing operatives, but they, too, are greatly at odds with the church, for in these districts members of the established church almost exclusively are to be found. A correspondent of the Morning Chronicle, who, over the signature, one who has whistled at the plough, 3 reports his tour through the agricultural districts, relates, among other things, the following conversation with some laborers after service. I inquired if the clergyman who had preached was the one who usually ministered there? Yes, blast him. He be our own parson sure enough, he be always a begging, he be always, sin ever I knowed him. The sermon had been upon a mission to the heathen. And sin I knowed him, said another, I never knowed a parson as wasn't a begging for summat or tother. Ah, says a woman who came just out of the church, and look at wages a comin' down, look at them rich wager bonds as the parsons hunt and dine and drink with. So help me God, we best more fitter to be taken into the Union and starved, than pay for parsons to go abroad. Why don't they, said another, send them parsons as be chantering every day in Salisbury Cathedral to nobody but the bare stones, why don't they go? They don't go, said the old man who spoke first, because they be so rich as to have so much land all over, they wants the money to send away the poor uns, I knows what they want, I been knowing them too long not to know that. But my good friends, said I, You surely don't go to church always and come out of it with such bitter dislike to the parsons. If you do, why go at all? Why go at all, said the woman, we be like to go, and we wouldn't lose everything, work and all, we be like to go. I learned later that they could get a few privileges in regard to fuel and ground for potatoes, to be paid for, if they went to church. After describing their poverty and ignorance, the correspondent closes by saying, now I assert fearlessly that the condition of these people, their poverty, their hatred of the churches, their outward compliance with, but inward bitterness towards, its dignitaries, is the rule throughout rural England, and that anything to the contrary is the exception. If the peasantry of England shows the consequences which a numerous agricultural proletariat in connection with large farming involves for the country districts, Wales illustrates the ruin of the small holders. If the English country parishes reproduce the antagonism between capitalist and proletarian, the state of the Welsh peasantry corresponds to the progressive ruin of the small bourgeoisie in the towns. In Wales are to be found, almost exclusively, small holders, who cannot with like profit sell their products as cheaply as the larger, more favorably situated English farmers, with whom, however, they are obliged to compete. Moreover, in some places the quality of the land admits of the raising of livestock only, which is but slightly profitable. Then, too, these Welsh farmers, by reason of their separate nationality, which they retain pertinaciously, are much more stationary than the English farmers. But the competition among themselves and with their English neighbours, and the increased mortgages upon their land consequent upon this, has reduced them to such a state that they can scarcely live at all, and because they have not recognized the true cause of their wretched condition, they attribute it to all sorts of small causes, such as high tolls, etc., which do check the development of agriculture and commerce, but are taken into account as standing charges by every one who takes a holding, and are therefore really ultimately paid by the landlord. Here, too, the new poor law is cordially hated by the tenants, who hover in perpetual danger of coming under its sway. In 1843, the famous Rebecca disturbances broke out among the Welsh peasantry. The men dressed in women's clothing, blackened their faces, and fell in armed crowds upon the toll gates, destroyed them amidst great rejoicing and firing of guns, demolished the toll keepers' houses, wrote threatening letters in the name of the imaginary Rebecca, and once went so far as to storm the workhouse of Carmarthen. Later, when the militia was called out and the police strengthened, the peasants drew them off with wonderful skill upon false scents, demolished toll gates at one point while the militia, lured by false signal bugles, was marching in some opposite direction, and betook themselves finally, when the police was too thoroughly reinforced, to single incendiarisms and attempts at murder. As usual, these greater crimes were the end of the movement. Many withdrew from disapproval, others from fear, and peace was restored of itself. The government appointed a commission to investigate the affair and its causes, and there was an end of the matter. The poverty of the peasantry continues, however, and will one day, since it cannot under existing circumstances grow less, but must go on intensifying, produce more serious manifestations than these humorous Rebecca masquerades. If England illustrates the results of the system of farming on a large scale and Wales on a small one, Ireland exhibits the consequences of overdividing the soil. The great mass of the population of Ireland consists of small tenants who occupy a sorry hut without partitions, and a potato patch just large enough to supply them most scantily with potatoes through the winter. In consequence of the great competition which prevails among these small tenants, the rent has reached an unheard of height, double, treble, and quadruple that paid in England. For every agricultural laborer seeks to become a tenant farmer, and though the division of land has gone so far, there still remain numbers of laborers in competition for plots. Although in Great Britain 34 million acres of land are cultivated, and in Ireland but 14 million, although Great Britain produces 3 agricultural products to the value of £150 million, and Ireland of but £36 million, there are in Ireland 75,000 agricultural proletarians more than in the neighbouring island. How great the competition for land in Ireland must be is evident from this extraordinary disproportion, especially when one reflects that the labourers in Great Britain are living in the utmost distress. The consequence of this competition is that it is impossible for the tenants to live much better than the labourers, by reason of the high rents paid. The Irish people is thus held in crushing poverty, from which it cannot free itself under our present social conditions. These people live in the most wretched clay huts, scarcely good enough for cattle pens, have scant food all winter long, or, as the report above quoted expresses it, they have potatoes half enough 30 weeks in the year, and the rest of the year nothing. When the time comes in the spring at which this provision reaches its end, or can no longer be used because of its sprouting, wife and children go forth to beg and tramp the country with their kettle in their hands. Meanwhile the husband, after planting potatoes for the next year, goes in search of work either in Ireland or England, and returns at the potato harvest to his family. This is the condition in which 9/10 of the Irish country folks live. They are poor as church mice, wear the most wretched rags, and stand upon the lowest plane of intelligence possible in a half-civilized country. According to the report quoted, there are, in a population of 8,2,585,000 heads of families in a state of total destitution 15, and according to other authorities, cited by Sheriff Allison, there are in Ireland 2,300,000 persons who could not live without public or private assistance, or 27% of the whole population paupers. The cause of this poverty lies in the existing social conditions, especially in competition here found in the form of the subdivision of the soil. Much effort has been spent in finding other causes. It has been asserted that the relation of the tenant to the landlord who lets his estate in large lots to tenants, who again have their subtenants, and sub-subtenants, in turn, so that often 10 middlemen come between the landlord and the actual cultivator. It has been asserted that the shameful law which gives the landlord the right of expropriating the cultivator who may have paid his rent duly, if the first tenant fails to pay the landlord, that this law is to blame for all this poverty. But all this determines only the form in which the poverty manifests itself. Make the small tenant a landowner himself and what follows? The majority could not live upon their holdings even if they had no rent to pay, and any slight improvement which might take place would be lost again in a few years in consequence of the rapid increase of population. The children would then live to grow up under the improved conditions who now die in consequence of poverty in early childhood. From another side comes the assertion that the shameless oppression inflicted by the English is the cause of the trouble. It is the cause of the somewhat earlier appearance of this poverty, but not of the poverty itself. Or the blame is laid on the Protestant Church forced upon a Catholic nation, but divide among the Irish what the Church takes from them, and it does not reach 6 shillings 3 a head. Besides, tithes are a tax upon landed property, not upon the tenant, though he may nominally pay them. Now, since the Commutation Bill of 1838, 187, the landlord pays the tithes directly and reckons so much higher rent, so that the tenant is none the better off. And in the same way 100 other causes of this poverty are brought forward, all proving as little as these. This poverty is the result of our social conditions. Apart from these, causes may be found for the manner in which it manifests itself, but not for the fact of its existence. That poverty manifests itself in Ireland thus and not otherwise, is owing to the character of the people, and to their historical development. The Irish are a people related in their whole character to the Latin nations, to the French, and especially to the Italians. The bad features of their character we have already had. With the Irish, feeling and passion predominate, reason must bow before them. Their sensuous, excitable nature prevents reflection and quiet, persevering activity from reaching development. Such a nation is utterly unfit for manufacture as now conducted. Hence they held fast to agriculture, and remained upon the lowest plane even of that. With the small subdivisions of land, which were not here artificially created, as in France and on the Rhine, by the division of great estates, but have existed from time immemorial, an improvement of the soil by the investment of capital was not to be thought of, and it would, according to Allison, require £120 million to bring the soil up to the not very high state of fertility already attained in England. The English immigration, which might have raised the standard of Irish civilization, has contented itself with the most brutal plundering of the Irish people, and while the Irish, by their immigration into England, have furnished England a leaven which will produce its own results in the future, they have little for which to be thankful to the English immigration. The attempts of the Irish to save themselves from their present ruin, on the one hand, take the form of crimes. These are the order of the day in the agricultural districts, and are nearly always directed against the most immediate enemies, the landlord's agents, or their obedient servants, the Protestant intruders, whose large farms are made up of the potato patches of hundreds of ejected families. Such crimes are especially frequent in the South and West. On the other hand, the Irish hope for relief by means of the agitation for the repeal of the legislative union with England. 188 From all the foregoing, it is clear that the uneducated Irish must see in the English their worst enemies, and their first hope of improvement in the conquest of national independence. But quite as clear is it, too, that Irish distress cannot be removed by any act of repeal. Such an act would, however, at once lay bare the fact that the cause of Irish misery, which now seems to come from abroad, is really to be found at home. Meanwhile, it is an open question whether the accomplishment of repeal will be necessary to make this clear to the Irish. Hitherto, neither Chartism nor Socialism has had marked success in Ireland. I close my observations upon Ireland at this point the more readily, as the repeal agitation of 1843 and O'Connell's trial 189 have been the means of making the Irish distress more and more known in Germany. We have now followed the proletariat of the British Islands through all branches of its activity, and found it everywhere living in want and misery under totally inhuman conditions. We have seen discontent arise with the rise of the proletariat, grow, develop, and organize. We have seen open bloodless and bloody battles of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. We have investigated the principles according to which the fate, the hopes and fears of the proletariat are determined, and we have found that there is no prospect of improvement in their condition. We have had an opportunity, here and there, of observing the conduct of the bourgeoisie towards the proletariat, and we have found that it considers only itself, has only its own advantage in view. However, in order not to be unjust, let us investigate its mode of action somewhat more exactly. The attitude of the bourgeoisie towards the proletariat. In speaking of the bourgeoisie, I include the so-called aristocracy, for this is a privileged class, an aristocracy, only in contrast with the bourgeoisie, not in contrast with the proletariat. The proletarian sees in both only the property holder, i.e., the bourgeois. Before the privilege of property all other privileges vanish. The sole difference is this, that the bourgeois proper stands in active relations with the manufacturing, and, in a measure, with the mining proletarians, and, as farmer, with the agricultural laborers, whereas the so-called aristocrat comes into contact with the agricultural laborer only. 3. I have never seen a class so deeply demoralized, so incurably debased by selfishness, so corroded within, so incapable of progress, as the English bourgeoisie, and I mean by this, especially the bourgeoisie proper, particularly the liberal, corn law repealing bourgeoisie. For it nothing exists in this world, except for the sake of money, itself not excluded. B. It knows no bliss save that of rapid gain, no pain save that of losing gold ** in the presence of this avarice and lust of gain. It is not possible for a single human sentiment or opinion to remain untainted. True, these English bourgeois are good husbands and family men, and have all sorts of other private virtues, and appear, in ordinary intercourse, as decent and respectable as all other bourgeois. Even in business they are better to deal with than the Germans. They do not higgle and haggle so much as our own pettifogging merchants, but how does this help matters? Ultimately it is self-interest, and especially money gain, which alone determines them. I once went into Manchester with such a bourgeois, and spoke to him of the bad, unwholesome method of building, the frightful condition of the working people's quarters, and asserted that I had never seen so ill-built a city. The man listened quietly to the end, and said at the corner where we parted, "And yet there is a great deal of money made here. 3, good morning, sir." It is utterly indifferent to the English bourgeois whether his working men starve or not, if only he makes money. All the conditions of life are measured by money, and what brings no money is nonsense, unpractical, idealistic bosh. Hence, political economy, the science of wealth, is the favorite study of these bartering Jews. Every one of them is a political economist. The relation of the manufacturer to his operatives has nothing human in it, it is purely economic. The manufacturer is capital, the operative labor. And if the operative will not be forced into this abstraction, if he insists that he is not labor, but a man, who possesses, among other things, the attribute of labor force, if he takes it into his head that he need not allow himself to be sold and bought in the market, as the commodity labor, the bourgeois reason comes to a standstill. He cannot comprehend that he holds any other relation to the operatives than that of purchase and sale, he sees in them not human beings, but hands, as he constantly calls them to their faces. He insists, as Carlyle says, that cash payment is the only nexus between man and man. Even the relation between himself and his wife is, in 99 cases out of 100, mere cash payment. Zero money determines the worth of the man, he is worth £10,000. 3. He who has money is of the better sort of people, is influential, and what he does counts for something in his social circle. The huckstering spirit penetrates the whole language, all relations are expressed in business terms, in economic categories. Supply and demand are the formulas according to which the logic of the English bourgeois judges all human life. Hence free competition in every respect, hence the regime of laissez-faire, laissez-aller 190 in government, in medicine, in education, and soon to be in religion, too, as the state church collapses more and more. Free competition will suffer no limitation, no state supervision, the whole state is but a burden to it. It would reach its highest perfection in a wholly ungoverned anarchic society, where each might exploit the other to his heart's content. Since, however, the bourgeoisie cannot dispense with government, but must have it to hold the equally indispensable proletariat in check, it turns the power of government against the proletariat and keeps out of its way as far as possible. Let no one believe, however, that the cultivated Englishman openly brags with his egotism. On the contrary, he conceals it under the vilest hypocrisy. What? The wealthy English fail to remember the poor? They who have founded philanthropic institutions, such as no other country can boast of. Philanthropic institutions forsooth. As though you rendered the proletarians a service in first sucking out their very lifeblood and then practicing your self-complacent, Pharisaic philanthropy upon them, placing yourselves before the world as mighty benefactors of humanity when you give back to the plundered victims the 100th part of what belongs to them. Charity which degrades him who gives more than him who takes, charity which treads the downtrodden still deeper in the dust, which demands that the degraded, the pariah cast out by society, shall first surrender the last that remains to him, his very claim to manhood, shall first beg for mercy before your mercy deigns to press, in the shape of an alms, the brand of degradation upon his brow. But let us hear the English bourgeoisie's own words. It is not yet a year since I read in the Manchester Guardian the following letter to the editor, which... There you have it. The English bourgeoisie is charitable out of self-interest, it gives nothing outright, but regards its gifts as a business matter, makes a bargain with the poor, saying, if I spend this much upon benevolent institutions, I thereby purchase the right not to be troubled any further, and you are bound thereby to stay in your dusky holes and not to irritate my tender nerves by exposing your misery. You shall despair as before, but you shall despair unseen, this I require, this I purchase with my subscription of £20 for the infirmary. It is infamous, this charity of a Christian bourgeois. And so writes a lady, she does well to sign herself such, well that she has lost the courage to call herself a woman. But if the ladies are such as this, what must the gentlemen be? It will be said that this is a single case, but no, the foregoing letter expresses the temper of the great majority of the English bourgeoisie, or the editor would not have accepted it, and some reply would have been made to it, which I watched for in vain in the succeeding numbers. And as to the efficiency of this philanthropy, Canon Parkinson himself says 3 that the poor are relieved much more by the poor than by the bourgeoisie, and such relief given by an honest proletarian who knows himself what K is to be hungry, for whom sharing his scanty meal is really a sacrifice, but a sacrifice borne with pleasure. Such help has a wholly different ring to it from the carelessly tossed alms of the luxurious bourgeois. In other respects, too, the bourgeoisie assumes a hypocritical, boundless philanthropy, but only when its own interests require it, as in its politics and political economy. It has been at work now, well on towards 5 years, to prove to the working men that it strives to abolish the Corn Laws solely in their interest. But the long and short of the matter is this: the Corn Laws keep the price of bread higher than in other countries, and thus raise wages, but these high wages render difficult competition of the manufacturers against other nations in which bread, and consequently wages, are cheaper. The Corn Laws being repealed, the price of bread falls, and wages gradually approach those of other European countries, as must be clear to every one from our previous exposition of the principles according to which wages are determined. The manufacturer can compete more readily, the demand for English goods increases, and, with it, the demand for labor. In consequence of this increased demand, wages would actually rise somewhat, and the unemployed workers be re-employed, but for how long? The surplus population of England, and especially of Ireland, is sufficient to supply English manufacture with the necessary operatives, even if it were doubled, and, in a few years, the small advantage of the repeal of the Corn Laws would be balanced, a new crisis would follow, and we should be back at the point from which we started, while the first stimulus to manufacture would have increased population meanwhile. All this the proletarians understand very well, and have told the manufacturers to their faces, but, in spite of that, the manufacturers have in view solely the immediate advantage which the repeal of the Corn Laws would bring them. They are too narrow-minded to see that, even for themselves, no permanent advantage can arise from this measure, because their competition with each other would soon force the profit of the individual back to its old level, and thus they continue to shriek to the working men that it is purely for the sake of the starving millions that the rich members of the Liberal Party pour hundreds and thousands of pounds into the treasury of the Anti-Corn Law League, while everyone knows that they are only sending the butter after the cheese, that they calculate upon earning it all back in the first 10 years after the repeal of the Corn Laws. 3. But the workers are no longer to be misled by the bourgeoisie, especially since the insurrection of 1842. They demand of everyone who presents himself as interested in their welfare, that he should declare himself in favor of the People's Charter as proof of the sincerity of his professions, and in so doing, they protest against all outside help, for the Charter is a demand for the power to help themselves. Whoever declines so to declare himself they pronounce their enemy, and are perfectly right in so doing, whether he be a declared foe or a false friend. Besides, the Anti-Corn Law League has used the most despicable falsehoods and tricks to win the support of the workers. It has tried to prove to them that the money price of labor is in inverse proportion to the price of corn, that wages are high when grain is cheap, and vice versa, an assertion which it pretends to prove with the most ridiculous arguments, and one which is, in itself, more ridiculous than any other that has proceeded from the mouth of an economist. When this failed to help matters, the workers were promised bliss supreme in consequence of the increased demand in the labor market. Indeed, men went so far as to carry through the streets 2 models of loaves of bread, on one of which, by far the larger, was written, American 8-penny loaf, wages 4 shillings per day, and upon the much smaller one, English 8-penny loaf, wages 2 shillings a day. But the workers have not allowed themselves to be misled. They know their lords and masters too well. But rightly to measure the hypocrisy of these promises, the practice of the bourgeoisie must be taken into account. We have seen in the course of our carrot report how the bourgeoisie exploits the proletariat in every conceivable way for its own benefit. We have, however, hitherto seen only how the single bourgeois maltreats the proletariat upon his own account. Let us turn now to the manner in which the bourgeoisie as a party, as the power of the state, conducts itself towards the proletariat. 3 laws are necessary only because there are persons in existence who own nothing, and although this is directly expressed in but few laws, as, for instance, those against vagabonds and tramps, in which the proletariat as such is outlawed, yet enmity to the proletariat is so emphatically the basis of the law that the judges, and especially the justices of the peace, who are bourgeois themselves, and with whom the proletariat comes most in contact, find this meaning in the laws without further consideration. If a rich man is brought up, or rather summoned, to appear before the court, the judge regrets that he is obliged to impose so much trouble, treats the matter as favorably as possible, and, if he is forced to condemn the accused, does so with extreme regret, etc., etc., and the end of it all is a miserable fine, which the bourgeois throws upon the table with contempt and then departs. But if a poor devil gets into such a position as involves appearing before the justice of the peace, he has almost always spent the night in the station house with a crowd of his peers, he is regarded from the beginning as guilty, his defense is set aside with a contemptuous "oh." We know the excuse, and a fine imposed which he cannot pay and must work out with several months on the treadmill. And if nothing can be proved against him, he is sent to the treadmill, none the less, as a rogue and a vagabond. 3. The partisanship of the justices of the peace, especially in the country, surpasses all description, and it is so much the order of the day that all cases which are not too utterly flagrant are quietly reported by the newspapers, without comment. Nor is anything else to be expected. For on the one hand, these dogberries do merely construe the law according to the intent of the farmers, and, on the other, they are themselves bourgeois, who see the foundation of all true order in the interests of their class. And the conduct of the police corresponds to that of the justices of the peace. The bourgeois may do what he will and the police remain ever polite, adhering strictly to the law, but the proletarian is roughly, brutally treated, his poverty both casts the suspicion of every sort of crime upon him and cuts him off from legal redress against any caprice of the administrators of the law. For him, therefore, the protecting forms of the law do not exist, the police force their way into his house without further ceremony, arrest and abuse him, and only when a working men's association, such as the miners, engages a Roberts, does it become evident how little the protective side of the law exists for the working man, how frequently he has to bear all the burdens of the law without enjoying its benefits. Down to the present hour, the property-holding class in Parliament still struggles against the better feelings of those not yet fallen a prey to egotism, and seeks to subjugate the proletariat still further. One piece of common land after another is appropriated and placed under cultivation, a process by which the general cultivation is furthered, but the proletariat greatly injured. Where there were still commons, the poor could pasture an ass, a pig, or geese, the children and young people had a place where they could play and live out of doors, but this is gradually coming to an end. The earnings of the worker are less, and the young people, deprived of their playground, go to the beer shops. A mass of acts for enclosing and cultivating commons is passed at every session of Parliament. When the government determined during the session of 1844 to force the all-monopolising railways to make travelling possible for the workers by means of charges proportionate to their means, a penny a mile, and proposed therefore to introduce such a third-class train upon every railway daily, the Reverend Father in God, the Bishop of London, proposed that Sunday, the only day upon which working men in work can travel, be exempted from this rule, and travelling thus be left open to the rich, and shut off from the poor. This proposition was, however, too direct, too undisguised to pass through Parliament, and was dropped. I have no room to enumerate the many concealed attacks of even one single session upon the proletariat. One from the session of 1844 must suffice. An obscure member of Parliament, a Mr. Miles, proposed a bill regulating the relation of master and servant which seemed comparatively unobjectionable. The government became interested in the bill, and it was referred to a committee. Meanwhile the strike among the miners in the north broke out, and Roberts made his triumphal passage through England with his acquitted working men. When the bill was reported by the committee, it was discovered that certain most despotic provisions had been interpolated in it, especially one conferring upon the employer the power to bring before an justice of the peace every working man who had contracted verbally or in writing to do any work whatsoever, in case of refusal to work or other misbehavior, and have him condemned to prison with hard labor for 2 months, upon the oath of the employer or his agent or overlooker, i.e., upon the oath of the accuser. This bill aroused the working men to the utmost fury, the more so as the 10 Hours Bill was before Parliament at the same time, and had called forth a considerable agitation. Hundreds of meetings were held, hundreds of working men's petitions forwarded to London to Thomas Duncombe, the representative of the interests of the proletariat. This man was, except Farrand, the representative of Young England, 191, the only vigorous opponent of the bill. But when the other radicals saw that the people were declaring against it, one after the other crept forward and took his place by Duncombe's side, and as the liberal bourgeoisie had not the courage to defend the bill in the face of the excitement among the working men, it was ignominiously lost. Meanwhile the most open declaration of war of the bourgeoisie upon the proletariat is Malthus' law of population and the new poor law framed in accordance with it. We have already alluded several times to the theory of Malthus. We may sum up its final result in these few words, that the earth is perennially overpopulated, whence poverty, misery, distress, and immorality must prevail, that it is the lot, the eternal destiny of mankind, to exist in too great numbers, and therefore in diverse classes, of which some are rich, educated, and moral, and others more or less poor, distressed, ignorant, and immoral. Hence it follows in practice, and Malthus himself drew this conclusion, that charities and poor rates are, properly speaking, nonsense, since they serve only to maintain, and stimulate the increase of, the surplus population whose competition crushes down wages for the employed, that the employment of the poor by the poor law guardians is equally unreasonable, since only a fixed quantity of the products of labor can be consumed, and for every unemployed laborer thus furnished employment, another hitherto employed must be driven into enforced idleness, whence private undertakings suffer at cost of poor law industry, that, in other words, the whole problem is not how to support the surplus population, but how to restrain it as far as possible. Malthus declares in plain English that the right to live, a right previously asserted in favor of every man in the world, is nonsense. He quotes the words of a poet, that the poor man comes to the feast of nature and finds no cover laid for him, and adds that she bids him begone, for he did not before his birth ask of society whether or not he is welcome. 0 This is now the pet theory of all genuine English bourgeois, and very naturally, since it is the most specious excuse for them, and has, moreover, a good deal of truth in it under existing conditions. If, then, the problem is not to make the surplus population useful, to transform it into available population, but merely to let it starve to death in the least objectionable way, to prevent its having too many children, this, of course, is simple enough, provided the surplus population perceives its own superfluousness and takes kindly to starvation. There is, however, in spite of the violent exertions of the humane bourgeoisie, no immediate prospect of its succeeding in bringing about such a disposition among the workers. The workers have taken it into their heads that they, with their busy hands, are the necessary, and the rich capitalists, who do nothing, the surplus population. Since, however, the rich hold all the power, the proletarians must submit, if they will not good-temperedly perceive it for themselves, to have the law actually declare them superfluous. This has been done by the new poor law. The old poor law, which rested upon the Act of 1601, the 43rd of Elizabeth, naively started from the notion that it is the duty of the parish to provide for the maintenance of the poor. Whoever had no work received relief, and the poor man regarded the parish as pledged to protect him from starvation. He demanded his weekly relief as his right, not as a favor, and this became, at last, too much for the bourgeoisie. In 1833, when the bourgeoisie had just come into power through the Reform Bill, and pauperism in the country districts had just reached its full development, the bourgeoisie began the reform of the poor law according to its own point of view. A commission was appointed, which investigated the administration of the poor laws, and revealed a multitude of abuses. It was discovered that the whole working class in the country was pauperist and more or less dependent upon the rates, from which they received relief when wages were low. It was found that the system by which the unemployed were maintained, the ill-paid and the parents of large families relieved, fathers of illegitimate children required to pay alimony, and poverty, in general, recognized as needing protection. It was found that this system was ruining the nation, was a check to industry, a reward for improvident marriages, a stimulant to population, and a blind to its effects on wages, a national institution for discountenancing the industrious and honest, and for protecting the idle, the improvident, and the vicious, the destroyer of the bonds of family life, a system for preventing the accumulation of capital, for destroying that which exists, and for reducing the ratepayer to pauperism, and a premium for illegitimate children in the provision of aliment. Words of the Report of the Poor Law Commissioners. Asterisk. This description of the action of the old poor law is certainly correct. Relief fosters laziness and increase of surplus population. Under present social conditions, it is perfectly clear that the poor man is compelled to be an egotist, and when he can choose, LHSNG equally well in either case, he prefers doing nothing to working. But what follows therefrom? That our present social conditions are good for nothing, and not as the Malthusian commissioners conclude, that poverty is a crime, and, as such, to be visited with heinous penalties which may serve as a warning to others. 3. But these wise Malthusians were so thoroughly convinced of the infallibility of their theory that they did not for one moment hesitate to cast the poor into the Procrustean bed of their economic notions and treat them with the most revolting cruelty. Convinced with Malthus and the rest of the adherents of free competition that it is best to let each one take care of himself, they would have preferred to abolish the poor laws altogether. Since, however, they had neither the courage nor the authority to do this, they proposed a poor law constructed as far as possible in harmony with the doctrine of Malthus, which is yet more barbarous than that of laissez-faire, because it interferes actively in cases in which the latter is passive. We have seen how Malthus characterizes poverty, or rather the want of employment, as a crime under the title superfluity, and recommends for it punishment by starvation. The commissioners were not quite so barbarous. Death outright by starvation was something too terrible even for a poor law commissioner. Good, said they, we grant you poor a right to exist, but only to exist. The right to multiply you have not, nor the right to exist as befits human beings. You are a pest, and if we cannot get rid of you as we do of other pests, you shall feel, at least, that you are a pest, and you shall at least be held in check, kept from bringing into the world other surplus, either directly or through inducing in others laziness and want of employment. Live you shall, but live as an awful warning to all those who might have inducements to become superfluous. They accordingly brought in the new poor law, which was passed by Parliament in 1834, and continues in force down to the present day. All relief in money and provisions was abolished. The only relief allowed was admission to the workhouses immediately built. The regulations for these workhouses, or, as the people call them, poor law bastilles, 3 is such as to frighten away everyone who has the slightest prospect of life without this form of public charity. To make sure that relief be applied for only in the most extreme cases and after every other effort had failed, the workhouse has been made the most repulsive residence which the refined ingenuity of a Malthusian can invent. The food is worse than that of the most ill-paid working man while employed, and the work harder, or they might prefer the workhouse to their wretched existence outside. Meat, especially fresh meat, is rarely furnished, chiefly potatoes, the worst possible bread and oatmeal porridge, little or no beer. The food of criminal prisoners is better, as a rule, so that the paupers frequently commit some offense for the purpose of getting into jail. For the workhouse is a jail too. He who does not finish his task gets nothing to eat. He who wishes to go out must ask permission, which is granted or not, according to his behavior or the inspector's whim. Tobacco is forbidden, also the receipt of gifts from relatives or friends outside the house. The paupers wear a workhouse uniform, and are handed over, helpless and without redress, to the caprice of the inspectors. To prevent their labor from competing with that of outside concerns, they are set to rather useless tasks. The men break stones, as much as a strong man can accomplish with effort in a day. The women, children, and aged men pick oakum, for I know not what insignificant use. To prevent the superfluous from multiplying, and demoralized parents from influencing their children, families are broken up. The husband is placed in one wing, the wife in another, the children in a third, and they are permitted to see one another only at stated times after long intervals, and then only when they have, in the opinion of the officials, behaved well. And in order to shut off the external world from contamination by pauperism within these bastilles, the inmates are permitted to receive visits only with the consent of the officials, and in the reception rooms, to communicate in general with the world outside only by leave and under supervision. Yet the food is supposed to be wholesome and the treatment humane with all this. But the intent of the law is too loudly outspoken for this requirement to be in any wise fulfilled. The poor law commissioners and the whole English bourgeoisie deceive themselves if they believe the administration of the law possible without these results. The treatment, which the letter of the law prescribes, is in direct contradiction of its spirit. If the law in its essence proclaims the poor criminals, the workhouses, prisons, their inmates beyond the pale of the law, beyond the pale of humanity, objects of disgust and repulsion, then all commands to the contrary are unavailing. In practice, the spirit and not the letter of the law is followed in the treatment of the poor, as in the following few examples. 192, in the workhouse at Greenwich, in the summer of 1843, a boy 5 years old was punished by being shut into the dead room, where he had to sleep upon the lids of the coffins. In the workhouse at Herne, the same punishment was inflicted upon a little girl for wetting the bed at night, and this method of punishment seems to be a favorite one. This workhouse, which stands in one of the most beautiful regions of Kent, is peculiar, in so far as its windows open only upon the court, and but two, newly introduced, afford the inmates a glimpse of the outer world. The author who relates this in the Illuminated Magazine, 13, closes his description with the words: "If God punished men for crimes as man punishes man for poverty, then woe to the sons of Adam." In November, 1843, a man died at Leicester, who had been dismissed 2 days before from the workhouse at Coventry. The details of the treatment of the poor in this institution are revolting. The man, George Robson, had a wound upon the shoulder, the treatment of which was wholly neglected. He was set to work at the pump, using the sound arm, was given only the usual workhouse fare, which he was utterly unable to digest by reason of the unhealed wound and his general debility. He naturally grew weaker, and the more he complained, the more brutally he was treated. When his wife Zero tried to bring him her drop of beer, she was reprimanded, and forced to drink it herself in the presence of the female warder. He became ill, but received no better treatment. Finally, at his own request, and under the most insulting epithets, he was discharged, accompanied by his wife. 2 days later he died at Leicester, in consequence of the neglected wound and of the food given him, which was utterly indigestible for one in his condition, as the surgeon present at the inquest testified. When he was discharged, there were handed to him letters containing money, which had been kept back 6 weeks, and opened, according to a rule of the establishment, by the inspector. In Birmingham such scandalous occurrences took place, that finally, in 1843, an official was sent to investigate the case. He found that 4 tramps had been shut up naked under a staircase in a black hole, 8 to 10 days, often deprived of food until noon, and that at the severest season of the year. A little boy had been passed through all grades of punishment known to the institution, first locked up in a damp, vaulted, narrow, lumber room, then in the dog hole twice, the second time 3 days and 3 nights, then the same length of time in the old dog hole, which was still worse, then the tramp room, a stinking, disgustingly filthy hole, with wooden sleeping stalls, where the official, in the course of his inspection, found 2 other tattered boys, shriveled with cold, who had been spending 3 days there. In the dog hole there were often 7, and in the tramp room, 20 men huddled together. Women, also, were placed in the dog hole, because they refused to go to church, and one was shut 4 days into the tramp room, with God knows what sort of company, and that while she was ill and receiving medicine. Another woman was placed in the insane department for punishment, though she was perfectly sane. In the workhouse at Bacton, in Suffolk, in January, 1844, a similar investigation revealed the fact that a feeble-minded woman was employed as nurse, and took care of the patients accordingly. While sufferers, who were often restless at night, or tried to get up, were tied fast with cords passed over the covering and under the bedstead, to save the nurses the trouble of sitting up at night. One patient was found dead, bound in this way. In this St. Panera's workhouse in London, where the cheap shirts already mentioned are mated, an epileptic died of suffocation during an attack in bed, no one coming to his relief. In the same house, 4 to 6, sometimes 8 children, slept in one bed. In Shoreditch workhouse a man was placed, together with a fever patient violently ill, in a bed teeming with vermin. In Bethnal Green workhouse, London, a woman in the 6th month of pregnancy was shut up in the reception room with her 2-year-old child, from February 28 to March 19, without being admitted into the workhouse itself, and without a trace of a bed or the means of satisfying the most natural wants. Her husband, who was brought into the workhouse, begged to have his wife released from this imprisonment, whereupon he received 24 hours imprisonment with bread and water, as the penalty of his insolence. In the workhouse at Slough, near Windsor, a man lay dying in September, 1844. His wife journeyed to him, arriving at midnight, and hastening to the workhouse, was refused admission. She was not permitted to see her husband until the next morning, 3, and then only in the presence of a female warder, who forced herself upon the wife at every succeeding visit, sending her away at the end of half an hour. In the workhouse at Middleton, in Lancashire, 12, and at times 18, paupers, of both sexes, slept in one room. This institution is not embraced by the new Poor Law, but is administered under an old special act, Gilbert's Act 194. The inspector had instituted a brewery in the house for his own benefit. In Stockport, July 31, 1844, a man, 72 years old, was brought before the Justice of the Peace for refusing to break stones, and insisting that, by reason of his age and a stiff knee, he was unfit for this work. In vain did he offer to undertake any work adapted to his physical strength. He was sentenced to 2 weeks upon the treadmill. In the workhouse at Basford, an inspecting official found that the sheets had not been changed in 13 weeks, shirts in 4 weeks, stockings in 2 to 10 months, so that of 45 boys but 3 had stockings, and all their shirts were in tatters. The bed swarmed with vermin, and the tableware was washed in the slop pails. In the West of London workhouse, a porter who had infected 4 girls with syphilis was not discharged, and another who had concealed a deaf and dumb girl 4 days and nights in his bed was also retained. As in life, so in death. The poor are dumped into the earth like infected cattle. The pauper burial ground of St. Bride's, London, is a bare morass, in use as a cemetery since the time of Charles I.L., and filled with heaps of bones. Every Wednesday the paupers are thrown into a ditch 14 feet deep. A curate rattles through the litany at the top of his speed. The ditch is loosely covered in, to be reopened the next Wednesday, and filled with corpses as long as one more can be forced in. The putrefaction thus engendered contaminates the whole neighborhood. In Manchester, the pauper burial ground lies opposite to the Old Town, along the Irk. This, too, is a rough, desolate place. About 2 years ago a railroad was carried through it. If it had been a respectable cemetery, how the bourgeoisie and the clergy would have shrieked over the desecration. But it was a pauper burial ground, the resting place of the outcast and superfluous, so no one concerned himself about the matter. It was not even thought worthwhile to convey the partially decayed bodies to the other side of the cemetery. They were heaped up just as it happened, and piles were driven into newly made graves, so that the water oozed out of the swampy ground, pregnant with putrefying matter, and filled the neighborhood with the most revolting and injurious gases. The disgusting brutality which accompanied this work I cannot describe in further detail. Can anyone wonder that the poor decline to accept public relief under these conditions? That they starve rather than enter these bastilles? I have the reports of 5 cases in which persons actually starving, when the guardians refused them outdoor relief, went back to their miserable homes and died of starvation rather than enter these hells. Thus far have the Poor Law Commissioners attained their object. At the same time, however, the workhouses have intensified, more than any other measure of the party in power, the hatred of the working class against the property holders, who very generally admire the new poor law. From Newcastle to Dover, there is but one voice among the workers, the voice of hatred against the new law. The bourgeoisie has formulated so clearly in this law its conception of its duties towards the proletariat, that it has been appreciated even by the dullest. So frankly, so boldly has the conception never yet been formulated, that the non-possessing class exists solely for the purpose of being exploited, and of starving when the property holders can no longer make use of it. Hence it is that this new poor law has contributed so greatly to accelerate the labor movement, and especially to spread Chartism, and, as it is carried out most extensively in the country, it facilitates the development of the proletarian movement which is arising in the agricultural districts. Let me add that a similar law in force in Ireland since 1838, affords a similar refuge for 80,000 paupers. Here, too, it 578 Friedrich Engels has made itself disliked, and would have been intensely hated if it had attained anything like the same importance as in England. But what difference does the ill treatment of 80,000 proletarians make in a country in which there are 2.5 millions of them? In Scotland there are, with local exceptions, no poor laws. I hope that after this picture of the new poor law and its results, no word which I have said of the English bourgeoisie will be thought too stern. In this public measure, in which it acts in corpore as the ruling power, it formulates its real intentions, reveals the animus of those smaller transactions with the proletariat, of which the blame apparently attaches to individuals. And that this measure did not originate with any one section of the bourgeoisie, but enjoys the approval of the whole class, is proved by the parliamentary debates of 1844. The Liberal Party had enacted the new poor law, the Conservative Party, with its Prime Minister Peel at the head, defends it, and only alters some pettifogging trifles in the Poor Law Amendment Bill of 1844. A Liberal majority carried the bill, a Conservative majority approved it, and the noble lords gave their consent each time. Thus is the expulsion of the proletariat from state and society outspoken, thus is it publicly proclaimed that proletarians are not human beings, and do not deserve to be treated as such. Let us leave it to the proletarians of the British Empire to reconquer their human rights. Such is the state of the British working class as I have come to know it in the course of 21 months, through the medium of my own eyes, and through official and other trustworthy reports. And when I call this condition, as I have frequently enough done in the foregoing pages, an utterly unbearable one, I am not alone in so doing. As early as 1833, Gaskell declared that he despaired of a peaceful issue, and that a revolution can hardly fail to follow. In 1838, Carlyle explained Chartism and the revolutionary activity of the working men as arising out of the misery in which they live, and only wondered that they have sat so quietly 8 long years at the Barmecide feast, 195 at which they have been regaled by the liberal bourgeoisie with empty promises. And in 1844 he declared that the work of organizing labor must be begun at once if Europe, at any rate if England, is to continue inhabitable much longer. 3. And the Times, the first journal of Europe, said in June, 1844. War to the mansion, peace to the cottage is a watchword of terror which may yet ring through the land. Let the wealthy beware. Meanwhile, let us review once more the chances of the English bourgeoisie. 15. In the worst case, foreign manufacture, especially that of America, may succeed in withstanding English competition, even after the repeal of the Corn Laws, inevitable in the course of a few years. German manufacture is now making great efforts, and that of America has developed with giant strides. America, with its inexhaustible resources, with its unmeasured coal and iron fields, with its unexampled wealth of water power and its navigable rivers, but especially with its energetic, active population, in comparison with which the English are phlegmatic dawdlers. America has in less than 10 years created a manufacture which already competes with England in the coarser cotton goods. 3. Has excluded the English from the markets of North and South America, and holds its own in China, side by side with England. B. If any country is adapted to holding a monopoly of manufacture, it is America. Should English manufacture be thus vanquished, and in the course of the next 20 years, if the present conditions remain unchanged, this is inevitable, the majority of the proletariat must become forever superfluous, and has no other choice than to starve or to rebel. Does the English bourgeoisie reflect upon this contingency? On the contrary, its favorite economist, McCulloch, teaches from his student's desk, that a country so young as America, which is not even properly populated, cannot carry on manufacture successfully or dream of competing with an old manufacturing country like England. It were madness in the Americans to make the attempt, for they could only lose by it. Better far for them to stick to their agriculture, and when they have brought their whole territory under the plough, a time may perhaps come for carrying on manufacture with a profit. So says the wise economist, and the whole bourgeoisie worships him, while the Americans take possession of one market after another, while a daring American speculator recently even sent a shipment of American cotton goods to England, where they were sold for re-exportation. But assuming that England retained the monopoly of manufactures, that its factories perpetually multiply, what must be the result? The commercial crises would continue, and grow more violent, more terrible, with the extension of industry and the multiplication of the proletariat. The proletariat would increase in geometrical proportion, in consequence of the progressive ruin of the lower middle class and the giant strides with which capital is concentrating itself in the hands of the few, and the proletariat would soon embrace the whole nation, with the exception of a few millionaires. But in this development there comes a stage at which the proletariat perceives how easily the existing paucarat may be overthrown, and then follows a revolution. Neither of these supposed conditions may, however, be expected to arise. The commercial crises, the mightiest levers for all independent development of the proletariat, will probably shorten the process, acting in concert with foreign competition and the deepening ruin of the lower middle class. I think the people will not endure more than one more crisis. The next one, in 1846 or 1847, will probably bring with it the repeal of the Corn Laws * and the enactment of the Charter. What revolutionary movements the Charter may give rise to remains to be seen. But, by the time of the next following crisis, which, according to the analogy of its predecessors, must break out in 1852 or 1853, unless delayed perhaps by the repeal of the Corn Laws or hastened by other influences, such as foreign competition, by the time this crisis arrives, the English people will have had enough of being plundered by the capitalists and left to starve when the capitalists no longer require their services. If, up to that time, the English bourgeoisie does not pause to reflect, and to all appearance it certainly will not do so, a revolution will follow with which none hitherto known can be compared. The proletarians, driven to despair, will seize the torch which Stevens has preached to them. The vengeance of the people will come down with the wrath of which the rage of 1793 gives no true idea. The war of the poor against the rich will be the bloodiest ever waged. Even the union of a part of the bourgeoisie with the proletariat, even a general reform of the bourgeoisie, would not help matters. Besides, the change of heart of the bourgeoisie could only go as far as a lukewarm just milieu. The more determined, uniting with the workers, would only form a new Gironde, and succumb in the course of the mighty development. The prejudices of a whole class cannot be laid aside like an old coat, least of all, those of the stable, narrow, selfish English bourgeoisie. These are all inferences which may be drawn with the greatest certainty, conclusions, the premises for which are undeniable facts, partly of historical development, partly facts inherent in human nature. Prophecy is nowhere so easy as in England, where all the component elements of society are clearly defined and sharply separated. The revolution must come. It is already too late to bring about a peaceful solution, but it can be made more gently than that prophesied in the foregoing pages. This depends, however, more upon the development of the proletariat than upon that of the bourgeoisie. In proportion, as the proletariat absorbs socialistic and communistic elements, will the revolution diminish in bloodshed, revenge, and savagery. Communism stands, in principle, above the breach between bourgeoisie and proletariat, recognizes only its historic significance for the present, but not its justification for the future, wishes, indeed, to bridge over this chasm, to do away with all class antagonisms. Hence it recognizes as justified, so long as the struggle exists, the exasperation of the proletariat towards its oppressors as a necessity, as the most important lever for a labor movement just beginning, but it goes beyond this exasperation, because communism is a question of humanity and not of the workers alone. Besides, it does not occur to any communist to wish to revenge himself upon individuals, or to believe that, in general, the single bourgeois can act otherwise, under existing circumstances, than he does act. English socialism, i.e., communism, rests directly upon the irresponsibility of the individual. Thus the more the English workers absorb communistic ideas, the more superfluous becomes their present bitterness, which, should it continue so violent as at present, could accomplish nothing, and the more their action against the bourgeoisie will lose its savage cruelty. If, indeed, it were possible to make the whole proletariat communistic before the war breaks out, the end would be very peaceful, but that is no longer possible. The time has gone by. Meanwhile, I think that before the outbreak of open, declared war of the poor against the rich, there will be enough intelligent comprehension of the social question among the proletariat, to enable the communistic party, with the help of events, to conquer the brutal element of the revolution and prevent a ninth thermidor. In any case, the experience of the French will not have been undergone in vain, and most of the Chartist leaders are, moreover, already communists. And as communism stands above the strife between bourgeoisie and proletariat, it will be easier for the better elements of the bourgeoisie, which are, however, deplorably few, and can look for recruits only among the rising generation, to unite with it than with purely proletarian Chartism. If these conclusions have not been sufficiently established in the course of the present work, there may be other opportunities for demonstrating that they are necessary consequences of the historical development of England. But this I maintain, the war of the poor against the rich now carried on in detail and indirectly will become direct and universal. It is too late for a peaceful solution. The classes are divided more and more sharply, the spirit of resistance penetrates the workers, the bitterness intensifies, the guerrilla skirmishes become concentrated in more important battles, and soon a slight impulse will suffice to set the avalanche in motion. Then, indeed, will the war cry resound through the land. War to the mansion, peace to the cottage. But then it will be too late for the rich to beware. Friedrich Engels. Postscript to the condition of the working class in England M. An English turnout 3. In my book on the above subject I was unable to give factual proof of individual points. In order not to make the book too thick and indigestible, I had to consider my statements sufficiently proven when I had confirmed them by quotations from official documents, impartial writers, or the writings of the parties whose interests I was attacking. This sufficed to guard me against contradiction in those cases where I was unable to speak from personal observation when describing particular living conditions. But it was not sufficient to produce in the reader the incontestable certainty which can only be given by striking, irrefutable facts, and which, especially in an age in which we are obliged by the infinite wisdom of the fathers to be sceptical, can never be generated by mere reasoning, no matter how good the authorities. Above all when it is a question of important consequences, of facts coalescing into principles, when it is not the condition of separate, small sections of the people that has to be described, but the position of whole classes in relation to each other, then facts are absolutely essential. For the reasons just mentioned, I was unable to provide these in all cases in my book. I will now make good this unavoidable deficiency and, from time to time, will present facts as I find them in the sources available to me. In order, at the same time, to demonstrate that my account is still correct today, I will only use facts which have taken place since I left England last year, and have become known to me only since my book was published. Readers of my book will remember that I was chiefly concerned to describe the position of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in relation to each other and the necessity of struggle between these two classes, and that I attached a special importance to proving how completely justified the proletariat was in waging this struggle, and to rebutting the English bourgeoisie's fine phrases by means of their ugly deeds. From the first page to the last, I was writing a bill of indictment against the English bourgeoisie. I will now provide a few more choice pieces of evidence. However, since I have already displayed enough passion over these English bourgeois, it is not my intention to work myself up over them once again, and, so far as I can, I will keep my temper. The first good citizen and worthy paterfamilias we are going to meet is an old friend, or rather there are two of them. By 1843 Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey had already had Lord knows how many conflicts with their workers, who, refusing to be dissuaded even by the best of arguments from their demand that they should receive increased wages for increased work, stopped work. Pauling and Henfrey, who are important building contractors and employ many brickmakers, carpenters, and so on, took on other workers. This led to a conflict and in the end to a bloody battle with guns and cudgels in Pauling and Henfrey's brickyard, which resulted in the transportation of half a dozen workers to Van Diemen's Land, 198, all of which is dealt with at length in my book. But Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey have to try something on with their workers every year, otherwise they are not happy, so they began baiting them again in October 1844. This time it was the carpenters whose well-being the philanthropic building contractors were anxious to promote. From time immemorial the custom had prevailed among the carpenters of Manchester and the surrounding area of not striking a light from Candlemassie to November 17, i.e., of working from 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening during the long days, and of starting as soon as it was light and finishing as soon as it began to get dark during the short days. Then from November 17 onwards the lights were lit and work carried on for the full time. Pauling and Henfrey, who had long had enough of this barbaric custom, decided to put an end to this relic of the Dark Ages with the help of gas lighting, and when one evening before 6 o'clock the carpenters could not see any longer and put away their tools and went for their coats, the foreman lit the gas, and said that they had to work till 6 o'clock. The carpenters, whom this did not suit, called a general meeting of the workers in their trade. Mr. Pauling, much astonished, asked his workers if they were dissatisfied about something since they had called a meeting. Some of the workers said that it was not they who were directly responsible for calling the meeting, but the committee of the craft union, to which Mr. Pauling replied that he didn't care a fig for the craft union, but he would like to put a proposition to them. If they would agree to the lights being lit, he would be prepared in return to give them 3 hours off on Saturdays, and generous fellow also to allow them to work an extra quarter of an hour every day, for which they would get extra pay. They on their part should work half an hour longer when all other workshops began to put on their lights. The workers considered this proposal and calculated that as a result Messrs. Pauling and Henry would gain a whole working hour every day during the short days, that each worker would have to work altogether 92 hours, i.e., 9 days extra without getting a farthing in return, and that taking into account all the workers employed by the firm, the above-named gentleman would save £400, $2,100, in wages during the winter months. So the workers held their meeting and explained to their fellow workers that if one firm succeeded in putting this through, all the other firms would follow suit and, as a result, there would be a general indirect reduction in wages which would rob the carpenters in the district of about £4,000 a year. It was decided that on the following Monday all the carpenters employed by Pauling and Henry should hand in their 3 months' notice, and if their employers did not change their minds, should stop work when this notice expired. The union on its part promised to support them by a general levy in the event of a stoppage of work. On Monday, October 14th, the workers went and gave in their notice, whereupon they were told that they could leave right away, which of course they did. The same evening another meeting of all the building workers took place, at which all categories of building workers pledged their support to the strikers. On the Wednesday and Thursday following, all the carpenters in the vicinity employed by Pauling and Henry also stopped work, and the strike was thus in full swing. The building employers, left so suddenly high and dry, immediately sent people out in all directions, even as far as Scotland, to recruit workers, since in the whole vicinity there was not a soul willing to work for them. In a few days 13 men did arrive from Staffordshire. But as soon as the strikers found an opportunity of talking to them and explaining the dispute and the reasons why they had stopped work, several of the new arrivals refused to continue working. But the masters had an effective way of dealing with this. They had the recalcitrants, along with those who led them astray, brought before Daniel Maud, Esquire, Justice of the Peace. But before we follow them there, we must first put the virtues of Daniel Maud, Esq., in their proper light. Daniel Maud, Esq., is the stipendiary magistrate 3 or paid Justice of the Peace in Manchester. The English magistrates are usually rich bourgeois or landowners, occasionally also clergymen, who are appointed by the ministry. But since these dogberries understand nothing about the law, they make the most flagrant blunders, bring the bourgeoisie into ridicule and do it harm, since, even when faced with a worker, they are frequently reduced to a state of confusion if he is defended by a skillful lawyer, and either neglect some legal form when sentencing him, which results in a successful appeal, or let themselves be misled into acquitting him. Besides, the rich manufacturers in the big towns and industrial areas have no time to spare for passing days of boredom in a court of law, and prefer to install a replicante. As a result, in these towns, on the initiative of the towns themselves, paid magistrates are usually appointed, men versed in law, who are able to take advantage of all the twists and subtle distinctions of English law, and when necessary to supplement and improve it for the benefit of the bourgeoisie. Their efforts in this respect are illustrated by the following example. Daniel Maud, Esq., is one of those liberal justices of the peace who were appointed in large numbers under the Whig government. Among his heroic exploits, inside and outside the arena of the Manchester Borough Court, we will mention two. When in 1842 the manufacturers succeeded in forcing the workers of South Lancashire into an insurrection, which broke out in Stalybridge and Ashton at the beginning of August, some 10,000 workers, with Richard Pilling, the Chartist, at their head, marched on August 9 from there to Manchester. When they reached the outskirts of the town, they were met by Daniel Maud, Esq., with the whole estimable police force, a detachment of cavalry and a company of riflemen. But this was all only for the sake of appearances, since it was in the interest of the manufacturers and liberals that the insurrection should spread and force the repeal of the Corn Laws. In this Daniel Maud, Esq., was in complete agreement with his worthy colleagues, and he began to come to terms with the workers and allowed them to enter the town on their promise to keep the peace and follow a prescribed route. He knew very well that the insurgents would not do this, nor did he in the least wish them to. He could have nipped the whole contrived insurrection in the bud with a little energy, but, had he done so, he would not have been acting in the interest of his anti-Corn Law friends but in the interest of Sir Robert Peel. So he withdrew the soldiers and allowed the workers to enter the town, where they immediately brought all the factories to a standstill. But as soon as the insurrection proved to be definitely directed against the liberal bourgeoisie and completely ignored the hellish Corn Laws, Daniel Maud, Esq., once more assumed his judicial office and had workers arrested by the dozen and marched off to prison without mercy for a breach of the peace, so that he first caused the breaches and then punished them. Another characteristic feature in the career of this Manchester Solomon is revealed by the following. Since the Anti-Corn Law League was several times beaten up in public in Manchester, it holds private meetings, admission to which is by ticket only, but the decisions and petitions of which are presented to the public as those of public meetings, and as manifestations of Manchester public opinion. In order to put a stop to this fraudulent boasting by the liberal manufacturers, 3 or 4 Chartists, among them my good friend James Leach, secured tickets for themselves and went to one of these meetings. When Mr. Cobden rose to speak, James Leach asked the chairman whether this was a public meeting. Instead of answering, the chairman called the police and had Leach arrested without more ado. A second Chartist asked the question again, then a third, and a fourth. All were set upon one after the other by the Bluebottles, police, who stood massed at the door, and packed off to the town hall. They appeared the next morning before Daniel Maud, Esq., who was already fully informed about everything. They were charged with having caused a disturbance at a meeting, were hardly allowed to say a word, and then had to listen to a solemn speech by Daniel Maud, Esq., who told them that he knew them, that they were political vagabonds who did nothing but cause uproar at meetings and disturb decent, law-abiding citizens, and a stop must be put to this kind of thing. Therefore, and Daniel Maud, Esq., knew very well that he could not impose any real punishment on them, therefore, he would sentence them to pay the costs this time. It was before this same Daniel Maud, Esq., whose bourgeois virtues we have just described, that the recalcitrant workers from Pauling and Henfrey's were hauled. But they had brought a lawyer with them as a precaution. First to be heard was the worker newly arrived from Staffordshire, who had refused to continue working at a place where others had stopped work in self-defence. Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey had a written contract signed by the workers from Staffordshire, and this was submitted to the magistrate. The defending lawyer interjected that this agreement had been signed on a Sunday and was therefore invalid. With much dignity Daniel Maud, Esq., admitted that business transactions concluded on a Sunday were not valid, but said that he could not believe that Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey regarded this as a business transaction. So without spending very much time asking the worker whether he regarded the document as a business transaction, he told the poor devil that he must either continue working or amuse himself on the treadmill for 3 months. O Solomon of Manchester. After this case had been dealt with, Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey brought forward the second accused. His name was Salmon, and he was one of the firm's old workers who had stopped work. He was accused of having intimidated the new workers into taking part in the strike. The witness, one of these latter, stated that Salmon had taken him by the arm and spoken to him. Daniel Maud, Esq., asked whether the accused had perhaps used threats or beaten him. No, said the witness. Daniel Maud, Esq., delighted at having found an opportunity to demonstrate his impartiality after having just fulfilled his duty to the bourgeoisie, declared that there was nothing in the case incriminating the accused. He had every right to take a walk on the public highway and to talk to other people as long as he did not indulge in intimidating words or actions. He was therefore acquitting him. But Messrs. Pauling and Henry had at least had the satisfaction, by paying the costs of the case, of having the said Salmon sent to the lockup for a night, and that was something after all. Nor did Salmon's happiness last long. For after having been discharged on Thursday, October 31st, he was up again before Daniel Maud, Esq, on Tuesday, November 5th, charged with having assaulted Messrs. Pauling and Henry in the street. On that same Thursday on which Salmon had been acquitted, a number of Scotsmen arrived in Manchester, decoyed by false statements that the disputes were over and that Pauling and Henry could not find enough workers in their district to cope with their extensive contracts. On the Friday, a number of Scottish joiners who had been working for some time in Manchester, came to explain the cause of the stoppage to their countrymen. A large number of their fellow workers, some 400, gathered around the inn where the Scots were quartered. But these Scotsmen were kept there like prisoners with a foreman on guard at the door. After some time, Messrs. Pauling and Henry arrived in order to escort in person their new workers to their place of work. When the group came out, those gathered outside called to the Scots not to take work against the Manchester rules of the trade and not to disgrace their fellow countrymen. Two of the Scots did in fact lag behind a little, and Mr. Pauling himself ran back to drag them forward. The crowd remained quiet, only prevented the group from moving too quickly, and called to the Scots not to interfere in other people's business, to go back home, etc. Mr. Henry finally lost his temper. He saw several of his old workers in the crowd, among them Salmon *, and in order to put an end to the affair, he gripped the latter by the arm. Mr. Pauling seized him by the other arm and both shouted for the police with all their might. The police inspector came up and asked what charge was being made against the man, at which both partners were greatly embarrassed. But they said, "We know the man." "Oh," said the inspector, "that's enough then, we can let him go for the time being." Messrs. Pauling & Henry, needing to bring some kind of charge against Salmon, considered the matter for several days until finally, on the advice of their lawyer, they lodged the above charge. After all the witnesses against Salmon had been heard, W. P. Roberts, the miners' attorney general, the terror of all magistrates, suddenly rose up on behalf of the accused and asked whether he should still call his witnesses, since nothing had been brought against Salmon. Daniel Maud, Esq, let him question his witnesses, who testified that Salmon had behaved calmly until Mr. Henry took hold of him. When the proceedings for and against had been concluded, Daniel Maud, Esq, said that he would pass sentence on Saturday. Clearly, the presence of Attorney General Roberts led him to think twice before he spoke once. On Saturday, Messrs. Pauling and Henry brought an additional criminal charge of conspiracy and intimidation against three of their old workers, Salmon, Scott, and Mellor. By this they hoped to deliver a mortal blow to the craft union and, in order to be secure against the dreaded Roberts, they called in a distinguished barrister from London, Mr. Monk. As his first witness, Mr. Monk produced Gibson, one of the newly engaged Scotsmen, who had also acted as witness against Salmon the previous Tuesday. He declared that on Friday, November 1st, as he and his companions came out of the inn, they were surrounded by a crowd of people who pushed and pulled them, and that the three accused were among the crowd. Roberts now began to cross-question this witness, confronted him with another worker, and asked whether he, Gibson, had not told this worker the previous night that he had not known he was under oath when he was giving his evidence the previous Tuesday, and that he had not really understood what he was supposed to do and say in court. Gibson replied that he did not know the man. He had been with two men the previous evening but could not say whether this man was one of them as it had been dark. It was possible that he said something of the sort since the form of oath in Scotland was different from that in England, he couldn't quite remember. Mr. Monk then rose and declared that Mr. Roberts had no right to put questions like that, to which Mr. Roberts replied that objections of that kind were quite in place when one was representing a bad cause, but that he had the right to ask what he wanted, not only where the witness was born but also where he had stayed every day since that time, and what he had had to eat every day. Daniel Maud, Esq, confirmed that Mr. Roberts had this right but gave him the fatherly advice to keep to the point as much as possible. Then, after Mr. Roberts had obtained from the witness a statement that he only really began working for Pauling and Henry on the day after the incident on which the charge was based, that is, on November 2nd, he dismissed him. Then Mr. Henry himself appeared as a witness and repeated what Gibson had said about the incident. At this, Mr. Roberts asked him, "Are you not looking for an unfair advantage over your competitors?" Mr. Monk again objected to this question. "Very well," said Mr. Roberts, "I will put it more clearly. Mr. Henry, do you know that the working hours of the carpenters in Manchester are fixed by certain rules?" Mr. Henry, "I have nothing to do with those rules, I have the right to make my own rules." Mr. Roberts, "Quite so. On oath, Mr. Henry, do you not demand longer working hours from your workers than other building contractors and master carpenters?" Mr. Henry, "Yes." Mr. Roberts, "How many hours, approximately?" Mr. Henry did not know exactly and took out his notebook in order to calculate. "Daniel Maud, ESQ, you need not spend a long time working it out, just tell us roughly how many." Mr. Henry, "Well, about an hour in the mornings and an hour in the evenings for 6 weeks before the time when the lights are usually turned on, and the same for 6 weeks after the day when it is usual to stop putting on the lights." Daniel Maud, ESQ, "So every one of your workers has to work an extra 72 hours before the lights are turned on and 72 hours after, that is, 144 hours in 12 weeks? Mr. Henry, "Yes." This statement was received with signs of great indignation by the public. Mr. Monk looked angrily at Mr. Henry and Mr. Henry looked at his barrister in confusion and Mr. Pauling tugged at Mr. Henry's coattails but it was too late. Daniel Maud, ESQ, who obviously saw that he would have to play at being impartial again that day, had heard the admission and made it public. After 2 unimportant witnesses had been heard, Mr. Monk said that his evidence against the accused was now concluded. Daniel Maud, ESQ, then said that the plaintiff had not made out any case for a criminal investigation against the accused, not having shown that the threatened Scots had been taken on by Pauling and Henry before November 1st, since there was no proof of a hire contract or employment of the men concerned before November 2nd, while charge had been lodged on November 1st. Thus on this date the men were not yet employed by Pauling and Henry and the accused had every right to try and deter them by every legal means from going to work for Pauling and Henry. In reply to this, Mr. Monk said that the defendants had been engaged from the moment they left Scotland and boarded the steamer. Daniel Maud, ESQ, remarked that it had indeed been stated that such hire contract had been made out but this document had not been produced. Mr. Monk replied that the document was in Scotland and he asked Mr. Maud to adjourn the case until it could be laid before the court. Mr. Roberts intervened here to say, this was something new to him. Evidence for the plaintiff had been declared concluded and now the plaintiff was demanding that the case be adjourned in order to introduce new evidence. He insisted that the case proceed. Daniel Maud, ESQ, decided that both pleas were superfluous since no substantiated charge was before the court upon which the accused were dismissed. Meanwhile the workers had likewise not been inactive. Week after week they held meetings in the Carpenters' Hall or the Socialist Hall, called for aid from the different craft unions, which was given in plenty, never ceased to make known everywhere the behavior of Pauling and Henry and finally sent delegates in all directions in order to inform their fellow craftsmen in all the areas where Pauling and Henry were recruiting workers, of the reasons for this recruitment and to prevent them taking work with this firm. Only a few weeks after the strike began there were 7 delegates on their way and posters on the street corners in all the big towns in the country warned unemployed carpenters about Pauling and Henry. On November 9 some of the delegates who had returned reported on their mission. One of these, named Johnson, who had been in Scotland, described how Pauling and Henry's representative had recruited 30 workers in Edinburgh but as soon as they heard from him the real facts of the case they decided they would sooner starve than go to Manchester in such circumstances. A second delegate had been in Liverpool keeping watch on the arriving steamers, but not a single man had arrived, and so he found that he had nothing to do. A third man had been in Cheshire, but wherever he went he found he had nothing more to do, for the Northern Star, the workers' paper, had broadcast the real state of affairs far and wide and had put an end to any desire people had of going to Manchester. Indeed, in one town, Macclesfield, the carpenters had already taken a collection in support of the strikers and promised to contribute a further shilling per man should the necessity arise. In other places he was able to stimulate the local craftsmen to initiate such contributions. In order to provide Messrs. Pauling and Henfrey with another opportunity of coming to an agreement with the workers, all the craftsmen employed in the building trade gathered at the Carpenters' Hall on Monday, November 18, elected a deputation to present an address to these gentlemen and marched in procession with flags and emblems to the premises of Pauling and Henfrey. First came the deputation, followed by the strike committee, then the carpenters, the brick molders and kiln workers, the day laborers, bricklayers, sawyers, glaziers, plasterers, painters, a band, stonemasons, cabinet makers. They passed the hotel where their Attorney General, Roberts, was staying and greeted him with loud hurrahs as they marched by. Arrived at the premises, the deputation fell out while the crowd marched on to Stevenson Square where they were to hold a public meeting. The deputation was received by the police, who demanded their names and addresses before allowing them to proceed any further. When they had entered the office, the partners Sharps 8C Pauling told them that they would accept no written address from a crowd of workers brought together merely for the purpose of intimidation. The deputation denied that this was their aim, since the procession had not even stopped, but had at once gone on its way. While this procession of 5,000 workers continued its march, the deputation was finally received and taken into a room in which were present the chief constable, an officer, and 3 newspaper reporters. Mr. Sharps, a partner in Pauling 8C Henfrey, usurped the chairman's seat, remarking that the deputation should be careful what it said, as everything would be duly recorded and, in certain circumstances, would be used against them in court. They now began to ask the deputation what they were complaining about, etc., and said that they wanted to give the men work according to the rules customary in Manchester. The deputation asked if the men picked up in Staffordshire and Scotland were working according to the regulations for craftsmen prevailing in Manchester. No, was the answer, we have a special arrangement with these men. Then your people are to be given work again, and on the usual conditions. Oh, we are not going to negotiate with any deputation, but just let the men come and they will find out on what conditions we are willing to give them work. Mr. Sharps added that all firms with which he was connected had always treated their workers well and paid them the highest wages. The deputation replied that if, as they had heard, he was associated with the firm of Pauling 8C Henfrey, this firm had fiercely opposed the best interests of the workers. A brickmaker, a member of the deputation, was asked what the members of his craft had to complain about. Oh, nothing just now, but we've had enough. Oh, you've had enough, have you? Answered Mr. Pauling with a sneer, and then took the opportunity of delivering them a long lecture about craft unions, strikes, etc., and the misery to which they brought the workers, whereupon one of the deputation remarked they were not by any means disposed to allow their rights to be taken away from them bit by bit, and, for example, to work 144 hours a year for nothing, as was now being demanded. Mr. Sharps remarked that they ought also to take into account the loss incurred by those taking part in the procession because they were not working that day, as well as the cost of the strike, the loss of wages suffered by the strikers, etc. One of the deputation said, "That's nobody's business but ours, and we won't ask you to contribute a farthing from your pocket." With that the deputation left and reported to the assembled workers in the Carpenters' Hall, where it was revealed that not only had all those in the area working for Pauling and Henfrey, those who were not carpenters and were therefore not on strike, come to take part in the procession, but that many of the newly imported Scotsmen had also struck that very morning. A painter also declared that Pauling 8C Henfrey had made the same unjust demands on the painters as they had on the joiners, but that they too intended to resist. In order to simplify the whole business and shorten the struggle, it was decided that all building workers employed by Pauling and Henry should stop work. This they did. The painters stopped work on the following Saturday and the glaziers on the Monday, and on the new theatre for which Pauling H.C. Henry had received the contract only 2 bricklayers and 4 day labourers were working after a few days instead of 200 men. Some of the new arrivals also stopped work. Pauling H.C. Henry foamed with rage. When 3 more of the new arrivals stopped work, they were hauled before Daniel Maud, Esq., on Friday, November 22. The previous reverses had had no effect. A worker called Red was the first to be dealt with, charged with breach of contract. A contract which the accused had signed in Derby was laid before the court. Roberts, who was again defending, stated at once that there was not the slightest connection between the contract and the charge, they were 2 quite different things. Daniel Maud, Esq., saw the point right away once the formidable Roberts had made it, but it took him a long, harassing time to make it clear to the counsel for the other side. Finally, the latter asked permission to alter the charge, and after a while he came back with one that was much worse than the first. 596 Friedrich Engels. When he saw that this would not do either, he asked for a further adjournment of the case, and Daniel Maud, Esq., gave him until Friday, November 29, that is, a whole week, to consider the matter. I have not been able to find out whether or not he succeeded, because the one issue of the paper which must have contained a report of the verdict is missing from my files. Meanwhile, Roberts went over to the offensive and had several of the recruited workers and one of Pauling and Henry's foremen brought before the court for forcing their way into the house of one of the strikers and assaulting his wife. In 2 other cases some of the workers on strike had been attacked. To his great regret, Daniel Maud, Esq., had to find all the accused guilty, but he dealt with them as leniently as he possibly could and only bound them over to keep the peace themselves in future. Finally, at the end of December, Messrs. Pauling and Henry succeeded in getting sentence against 2 of their opponents, likewise on charges of assault against one of their workers. But this time the court was not so lenient. Without more ado, it sentenced them to a month's imprisonment and bound them over to keep the peace after their release. From here on news about the strike becomes meager. It was still in full swing on January 18. I have found no later reports. 200 It has probably come to an end like most others. In the course of time Pauling and Henry will have secured a sufficient number of workers from distant parts and from a few turncoats from the workers' side, after a longer or shorter strike and its accompanying misery, for which the strikers will have been consoled by the consciousness that they have nothing to reproach themselves with and that they have helped to maintain the level of wages of their fellow workers. The majority of them will have found jobs elsewhere. And as for the points in dispute, Messrs. Pauling and Henry will have learnt that they cannot impose their will so rigorously, since for them also the strike involved considerable loss, and the other employers, after such a fierce struggle, will not think of changing the old rules of the craftsmen carpenters so soon. Brussels. Written in the summer, printed according to the journal, and autumn 1845, first published in Das Westfälische Dampfboot Bielefeld, 1846. In 2 signed, F. Engels. Karl Marx. Phuket, on Suicide 201. French criticism of society has, at least, in part the great merit of having shown up the contradictions and unnaturalness of modern life not only in the relationships of particular classes, but in all circles and forms of modern intercourse. And it has done that in accounts evincing the warmth of life itself, broadness of view, refined subtlety, and bold originality of spirit, which one will seek in vain in any other nation. Compare the critical writings of Owen and Fourier, for example, so far as they concern the relationships of life, to gain an idea of the superiority of the French. It is by no means only to the French socialist writers proper that one must look for the critical presentation of social conditions, but to writers in every sphere of literature, and in particular of novels and memoirs. In a few excerpts on suicide from the Memoirs, Tiers des Archives de la Police, etc. Par Jacques Pouquet. I shall give an example of this French criticism. It may at the same time show what grounds there are for the idea of the philanthropic bourgeois that it is only a question of providing a little bread and a little education for the proletarians, and that only the worker is stunted by the present state of society, but otherwise the existing world is the best of all possible worlds. With Jacques Pouquet, as with many of the older, now almost extinct, French professional men, who have lived through the numerous upheavals since 1789, the numerous disappointments, enthusiasms, constitutions, rulers, defeats and victories, criticism of the existing property, family, and other private relations, in a word of private life, appears as the necessary outcome of their political experiences. 598 Karl Marx. Jacques Pouquet, born 1760, proceeded from belles lettres to medicine, from medicine to law, from law to administration and the police. Before the outbreak of the French Revolution he was working with Abbé Morellet on a Dictionnaire du Commerce, of which, however, only the prospectus was published, and at that time he was occupied mainly with political economy and administration. Pouquet was an adherent of the French Revolution for only a very short time. He very soon turned to the Royalist party, for a time held the editorship of the Gazette de France and later even took over the notorious Royalist Mercure from Mallet du Pan. Nevertheless, he wound his way very cleverly through the Revolution, sometimes persecuted, sometimes occupied in the Department of Administration and the police. The Geographie Commerçante, 5-volume in folio, which he published in 1800, attracted the attention of Bonaparte, the first consul, and he was appointed a member of the Conseil de Commerce et d'Arts. Later he occupied a higher position in the administration under the ministry of François de Neufchâteau. In 1814 the Restoration appointed him censor. During the 100 days 202 he retired. At the restoration of the Bourbons he was given the post of Keeper of Archives in the Paris Police Prefecture, which he held until 1827. Pouquet was not without influence, both directly and as a writer, on the speakers in the Constituent Assembly, the Convention, the Tribunate, 203 and the Chambers of Deputies under the Restoration. The best known of his many, mostly economic, works apart from the Geography of Commerce already referred to, is his Statistics of France 3, 1807. Pouquet wrote his memoirs, the materials for which he gathered partly from the Paris Police Archives, partly from his long practical experience in police and administration, as an old man, and had them published only after his death, so that in no circumstances can he be counted among the hasty socialists and communists, who are known to lack so completely the marvelous thoroughness and comprehensive knowledge of the general run of our writers, officials, and professional citizens. Let us listen to our archive keeper of the Paris Police Prefecture on suicidal. The annual number of suicides, which is, as it were, normal and recurrent among us, must be regarded as a symptom of the faulty organization of our society, for at times when industry is at a standstill and in crisis, in periods of dear food and hard winters, this symptom is always more conspicuous and assumes an epidemic character. Prostitution and theft then increase in the same proportion. Although poverty is the greatest source of suicide, we find it in all classes, among the idle rich as well as among artists and politicians. The variety of the causes which give rise to it seems to mock the monotonous and callous condemnation of the moralists. Consumptive diseases, towards which science is at present indifferent and ineffectual, abused friendship, deceived love, frustrated ambition, family suffering, repressed rivalry, dissatisfaction with a monotonous life, suppressed enthusiasm, are indubitably the causes of suicide in more generously endowed natures, and the love of life itself, this energetic driving force of personality, very often leads to putting an end to a detestable existence. Madame de Staël, whose greatest merit is to have expressed commonplaces in brilliant style, has attempted to show that suicide is an act contrary to nature, and that it cannot be regarded as a deed of courage. She claims in particular that to fight despair is more worthy than to succumb to it. Such arguments little affect souls which are overwhelmed by misfortune. If they are religious, they look forward to a better world. If, on the contrary, they do not believe in anything, they seek the calm of nothing. Philosophical tirades have no value in their eyes and are a poor refuge from suffering. It is above all in bad taste to maintain that an act so frequently committed is contrary to nature. Suicide is in no way contrary to nature, since we witness it daily. What is against nature does not happen. On the contrary, it is in the nature of our society to produce many suicides, while Tartars do not kill themselves. Hence all societies do not have the same products. That is what we must tell ourselves, so as to work for the reform of our society and make it rise to a higher stage. As for courage, if it is considered courageous to defy death in broad daylight on the battlefield, under the domination of every form of excitement, there is nothing to prove lack of courage in one who administers death to himself in dark solitude. Such a debatable question is not disposed of by insulting the dead. Everything that has been said against suicide goes round and round in the same circle of ideas. People cite against it the decrees of Providence, but the existence of suicide is itself an open protest against her indecipherable decrees. They talk to us of our duties to this society without explaining or implementing our own claims on society, and finally they exalt the 1,000 times greater merit of overcoming pain rather than succumbing to it, a merit as sad as the prospects it opens up. In short, they make of suicide an act of cowardice, a crime against the law, society, and honor. Why is it that in spite of so many anathemas people kill themselves? Because the blood of men in despair does not run through their veins in the same way as that of the cold beings who take the time to coin all those fruitless phrases. Man seems to be a mystery to man, he can only be blamed, he is not known. When we see how light-mindedly the institutions under whose domination Europe lives dispose of the blood and life of the nations, how civilized justice surrounds itself lavishly with prisons, chastisements, and instruments of death so as to sanction its insecure decisions, when we see the numerical immensity of the classes which on all sides are left in misery, and the social pariahs who are battered by brutal contempt, meant to be preventive, perhaps to save the trouble of lifting them out of their squalor, when we see all this, we fail to understand what entitles us to command the individual to respect in himself an existence which our customs, our prejudices, our laws and our morals generally trample underfoot. It was thought that it would be possible to prevent suicide by degrading punishments and by branding the memory of the culprit with infamy. What can one say of the unworthiness of such branding of people who are no longer there to plead their case? The unfortunates, by the way, are little worried by that, and if suicide accuses anybody, it accuses above all the people who are left behind, because there is not one in this multitude who deserves that anyone should stay alive for him. Have the childish and cruel means devised been victorious against the whisperings of despair? What does he who wants to flee the world care about the insults which the world promises to his corpse? He only sees in them yet another act of cowardice on the part of the living. What kind of society is it, indeed, where one finds the profoundest solitude in the midst of millions, where one can be overwhelmed by an irrepressible desire to kill oneself without anybody being aware of it? This society is no society, it is, as Rousseau says, a desert inhabited by wild animals. In the positions which I held in the police administration, suicides were part of my responsibility. I wished to learn whether among the causes motivating them there were any whose effect could be obviated. I undertook extensive work on the subject. I found that any attempts short of a total reform of the present order of society would be in vain. Among the causes of despair which induce nervous, very excitable persons, passionate beings with deep feelings, to seek death, I discovered as the predominant factor the maltreatment, the injustices, the secret punishments, which hard parents and superiors inflict on persons dependent on them. The revolution has not overthrown all tyrannies. The evils of which the arbitrary authorities were accused persist in the family, where they cause crises analogous to those of revolutions. The relations between interests and temperaments, the true relations among individuals, have first to be created among ourselves from the very foundations, and suicide is only one of the 1,001 symptoms of the universal social struggle which is forever spurring on to fresh deeds, and from which so many fighters withdraw because they are tired of being counted among the victims, or because they rebel against the thought of occupying a place of honor among the hangmen. If you want a few examples, I will cull them from authentic protocols. In the month of July 1816, the daughter of a tailor became engaged to a butcher, a young man of good morals, thrifty and hard-working, very devoted to his beautiful bride, who in turn was very fond of him. The young girl was a seamstress, she enjoyed the respect of all who knew her, and the bridegroom's parents loved her dearly. These good people missed no opportunity to hasten the day when they would have her as their daughter-in-law. They gave parties at which she was the queen and idol. The time of the marriage approached, all arrangements between the two families had been made and the contracts concluded. On the eve of the day fixed for the visit to the registrar, the young daughter and her parents were to have supper with the family of the bridegroom. An insignificant incident unexpectedly prevented this. Orders which had to be met for rich customers kept the tailor and his wife at home. They sent their apologies, but the butcher's mother came herself to fetch her daughter-in-law, who was given permission to go with her. Despite the absence of two of the principal guests, the meal was one of the gayest. Many family jokes were told, which the prospect of a marriage makes permissible. They drank, they sang, they spoke about the future. The joys of a good marriage were eagerly discussed. They were still at table very late at night. By an easily explained indulgence the parents of the young man closed their eyes to. This conclusion from the arguments of the author of the memoirs is formulated by Marx himself. Instead of this sentence Pouquet says, without engaging in any theoretical investigation, I shall try to adduce facts. Ed. The silent understanding of the engaged couple. Their hands sought each other, love and intimacy went to their heads. Besides, the marriage was considered as accomplished, and these young people had been visiting each other for quite a long time without giving cause for the slightest reproach. The emotion of the bridegroom's parents, the advanced hour, the mutual longing desire, loosed by the indulgence of their mentors, the unrestrained gaiety which always prevails at such meals, all this combined with the opportunity which offered itself smilingly, and the wine which was effervescing in the head, everything favored an outcome which may be imagined. The lovers met again in the dark, when the lights had gone out. Everyone pretended not to notice, to suspect nothing. Their happiness had only friends here, no enviers. The young daughter only returned to her parents the next morning. A proof of how little guilty she believed herself to be lies in the fact that she returned alone. She slipped into her room and prepared her toilette, but no sooner did her parents notice her, than with fury they heaped the most shameful names and abuses on their daughter. The neighborhood witnessed it, the scandal had no bounds. Imagine the shock which this child suffered from her modesty and the outrageous violation of her secret. In vain did the bewildered girl put it to her parents that they themselves were bringing her into disrepute, that she admitted her wrong, her folly, her disobedience, but that everything could be put right again. Her arguments and her grief failed to disarm the tailor couple. The most cowardly, unresisting people become implacable as soon as they can exercise their absolute parental authority. The abuse of this authority is, as it were, a crude compensation for all the submissiveness and dependence to which they abase themselves willy-nilly in bourgeois society. Busybodies of both sexes came running to the scene and joined in the clamour. The feeling of shame caused by this abominable scene brought the child to the decision to take her own life. She hurried downstairs, through the crowd of the abusive and swearing neighbors, her eyes clouded with madness. She rushed to the Seine and threw herself into the river. Boatmen brought her out of the water, dead, still in her wedding finery. Needless to say, those who at first had shouted against the daughter at once turned against her parents. This catastrophe frightened their empty souls. A few days later the parents came to the police to claim a golden chain which the child had worn round her neck, a present from the future father-in-law, a silver watch and various other small pieces of jewelry, all of which had been deposited with the police. I did not fail to reproach these people energetically for their stupidity and barbarity. To say to these mad people that they would have to render account to God would have made very little impression on them in view of their egoistic prejudices and the peculiar kind of religiosity which prevails in the lower mercantile classes. Greed had brought them to me, not the desire to possess 2 or 3 keepsakes. I thought I could punish them through their greed. They were claiming their daughters' jewels. I refused these to them. I kept the certificates which they needed to reclaim these effects from the office where they had been deposited according to custom. So long as I held this post, their claims were in vain, and I found pleasure in defying their insults. In the same year there appeared in my office a young Creole of attractive appearance from one of the richest families of Martinique. He objected most emphatically to the handing over of the corpse of a young woman, his sister-in-law, to the claimant, his own brother and her husband. She had drowned herself. This kind of suicide is the commonest. Her body had been found not far from the Grève d'Argenteuil by the officials employed to recover corpses. From one of the well-known instincts of modesty which prevail in women even in the blindest despair, the drowned woman had wound the seam of her skirt carefully round her feet. This modest precaution proved her suicide beyond doubt. As soon as she had been found she was taken to the morgue. Her beauty, her youth, her rich apparel gave rise to 1,000 speculations as to the cause of this catastrophe. The despair of her husband, who was the first to identify her, was boundless. He did not fathom this calamity, at least so I was told. I myself had not seen him before. I put it to the Creole that the claims of the husband had precedence over all others. He was already having a magnificent marble tombstone erected for his unfortunate wife. After he has killed her, the monster, shouted the Creole, rushing to and fro in his rage. From the excitement and despair of this young man, from his urgent pleading to grant his request, from his tears, I believed I could conclude that he was in love with her, and I told him so. He admitted his love, but with the most ardent assurances that his sister-in-law had never known of it. He swore to that. He wanted to bring to light the barbarities of his brother, even if it meant putting himself in the dock, only to save the reputation of his sister-in-law, whose suicide public opinion would, as usual, attribute to an intrigue. He begged me for my support. What I could gather from his fragmentary, passionate declarations was this: Monsieur de M., his brother, rich and a connoisseur of the arts, a friend of luxury and high society, had married this young woman about a year earlier, apparently from mutual inclination. They were the most beautiful couple you could see. After the marriage a blood defect, perhaps hereditary, in the constitution of the young husband had broken out suddenly and violently. Formerly so proud of his handsome appearance and his elegant figure, an excellence, a matchless perfection of form, this man suddenly fell a prey to an unknown scourge against whose devastation science was powerless. From head to foot he was most horribly disfigured. He had lost all his hair, his spine had grown crooked. Day by day emaciation and wrinkles changed him most strikingly, at least for others, for his self-love tried to deny the obvious. Yet all this did not make him take to his bed. An iron strength seemed to triumph over the attacks of the scourge. He vigorously survived his own ruination. His body became a wreck, and his soul remained buoyant. He continued to give banquets, to preside over hunting parties and to lead the rich and magnificent way of life which seemed to be the law of his character and his nature. But the insults, the jibes, the taunts of schoolboys and street urchins when he exercised his horse in the promenades, the rude and mocking laughter, solicitous warnings of friends about the countless occasions on which he exposed himself to ridicule by insisting on gallant manners towards ladies, eventually dispelled his illusion and made him cautious about himself. As soon as he admitted to himself his ugliness and deformity, as soon as he was conscious of it, his character became embittered, he became dejected. He seemed less keen on taking his wife to parties, to balls, to concerts. He fled to his country residence, he put an end to all invitations, avoided people under 1,000 pretexts, and the compliments his friends paid to his wife, which he had tolerated as long as his pride gave him the certainty of his superiority, made him jealous, suspicious, and violent. He detected in all who insisted on visiting him the firm resolve to conquer the heart of his wife, who was his last pride and his last consolation. At this time the Creole arrived, from Martinique with business whose success seemed to be favored by the restoration of the Bourbons to the French throne. His sister-in-law received him with cordiality, and in the shipwreck of innumerable connections which she had contracted the newcomer preserved the advantage which his title of brother quite naturally gave him with Monsieur de M. The Creole foresaw the loneliness which would surround the household both as a result of the direct quarrels which his brother had with several of his friends and through 1,000 indirect incidents which drove away and discouraged visitors. Without being clearly aware of the motives of love which made him jealous too, the Creole approved these measures of isolation and encouraged them by his own advice. Monsieur de M. finished up by withdrawing entirely into a beautiful house in Passy, which in a short time became a desert. Jealousy feeds on the smallest things. When it does not know whereon to fasten, it turns against itself and becomes inventive. Everything serves to sustain it. Perhaps the young woman longed for the pleasures of her age. Walls obstructed the view of neighboring residences, the shutters were closed from morning to night. The unfortunate wife was sentenced to the most intolerable slavery, and this slavery was only enforced by Monsieur de M., on the basis of the Code Civil and the right of property, on the basis of social conditions which render love independent of the free sentiments of the lovers and allow the jealous husband to surround his wife with locks as the miser does his coffers, for she is only a part of his inventory. At night Monsieur de M. prowled round the house armed, making his rounds with dogs. He imagined he saw tracks in the sand and was misled into strange suspicions on the occasion of a ladder having been moved by a gardener. The gardener himself, a drunkard of almost 60, was placed as guard at the gate. The spirit of exclusion knows no bounds to its extravagances, it goes on to the absurd. The brother, innocent accomplice in all this, at last understood that he was assisting in making the misfortune of the young woman who, day by day kept under guard, insulted, bereft of everything which can divert a rich and happy imagination, became as gloomy and melancholy as she had been free and gay. She cried and concealed her tears, but their traces were visible. The Creole was plagued by his conscience. Determined to declare himself openly to his sister-in-law and to make amends for his mistake, which had surely originated in his furtive feeling of love, he crept one morning into a small wooded pleasure garden where the prisoner went from time to time to get fresh air and look after her flowers. We must take it that availing herself of this very limited freedom she knew that she remained under the eyes of her jealous husband, for on seeing her brother-in-law, who for the first time had come face to face with her unexpectedly, the young woman displayed the greatest dismay. She wrung her hands. "Go away, in heaven's name," she cried to him in fright, "go away." And indeed, scarcely had he time to hide in a greenhouse, when Monsieur de M. suddenly appeared. The Creole heard cries, he tried to listen, the beating of his heart prevented him from understanding the least word of an explanation to which his concealment, should the husband discover it, could give a deplorable outcome. This event spurred on the brother-in-law, he saw the need henceforth to be the protector of a victim. He resolved to abandon all restraint of his love. Love can sacrifice everything but its right to protect, for this last sacrifice would be that of a coward. He continued to visit his brother, ready to speak to him openly, to reveal himself to him, to tell him everything. Monsieur de M. had as yet no suspicion of him, but his brother's insistence aroused it. Without being entirely clear on the causes of this interest, Monsieur de M. mistrusted them, anticipating where it might lead. The Creole soon saw that his brother was not always absent, as he afterwards maintained, when people rang in vain at the gate of the house in Passy. A locksmith's apprentice made him keys after the models of those which his master had made for Monsieur de M. After an interval of 10 days, the Creole, embittered by fear and tormented by the maddest imaginings, climbed the walls at night, smashed a railing in front of the main yard, reached the roof by a ladder and slid down the drainpipe to below the window of a storeroom. Violent cries caused him to creep unnoticed as far as a glass door. What he saw rent his heart. The light of a lamp shone in an alcove. Behind the bed curtains, hair disheveled and face purple with fury, Monsieur de M., crouching half-naked near his wife on the bed which she dared not leave though half and half wresting herself from him, was heaping on her the most biting reproaches and seemed like a tiger ready to tear her to pieces. Yes, he said to her, I am ugly, I am a monster and, I know it only too well, I inspire fear in you. You wish to be freed of me so that the sight of me may no longer be a burden to you. You are longing for the moment which will make you free. And don't tell me the opposite, I guess your thoughts in your fright and your resistance. You blush at the unworthy laughter which I arouse, you inwardly rebel against me. You no doubt count the minutes, one by one, which must elapse until I no longer beleaguer you with my weaknesses and my presence. Stop. I am seized with horrible desires, the frenzied wish to make you like myself, to disfigure you, so that you can no longer hope to console yourself with lovers for the misfortune of having known me. I shall break all the mirrors in this house so that they shall not reproach me with the contrast, so that they cease to nurture your pride. Perhaps I should take you out into the world, or let you go there, to see how everybody encourages you to hate me. No, no, you shall not leave this house until you have killed me. Kill me, anticipate what I am tempted to do every day. And the savage rolled on the bed with loud cries, gnashing his teeth, foaming at the mouth, with 1,000 symptoms of madness, and striking himself in his fury, near this unfortunate woman who wasted on him the tenderest caresses and the most pathetic entreaties. At last she calmed him. No doubt, pity had replaced love, but that was not enough for this man who had become so terrible to look at, whose passion had retained so much energy. A long spell of depression was the sequel to this scene, which petrified the Creole. He shuddered and did not know to whom to turn to save the unfortunate woman from this deadly martyrdom. This scene was apparently repeated every day, since for the convulsions which followed Madame de M. had recourse to bottles of medicine prepared for the purpose of restoring a little calm to her torturer. The Creole was the only representative of the family of Monsieur de M. in Paris at the time. It is in such cases above all that one wants to curse the slowness of judicial procedure and the callousness of the laws which nothing can divert from their nicely arranged routine, particularly when it is a question only of a woman, a being whom the legislator surrounds with the least guarantees. A warrant for an arrest, some drastic measure, would alone have prevented the disaster which the witness of this madness foresaw too well. He decided, however, to risk everything, to take all consequences upon himself, since his wealth enabled him to make enormous sacrifices and not to fear responsibility for any risk involved. Already several doctors among his friends, determined like himself, were preparing to obtain entrance into Monsieur de M.'s house so as to diagnose these fits of madness and to separate the two spouses by direct force, when the occurrence of the suicide justified the belated preparations and put an end to the problem. Certainly, for anybody who does not limit the entire spirit of words to their letter, this suicide was a treacherous murder committed by the husband, but it was also the outcome of an extraordinary fit of jealousy. The jealous man needs a slave, the jealous man can love, but the love he feels is only a luxurious counterpart for jealousy. The jealous man is above all a private property owner. I prevented the Creole from making a useless and dangerous scandal, dangerous above all to the memory of his loved one, for the idle public would have accused the victim of an adulterous connection with her husband's brother. I witnessed the funeral. Nobody but the brother and myself knew the truth. Around me I heard discreditable murmurings about this suicide and I despised them. One blushes for public opinion when one sees it close at hand with its cowardly embitterment and its dirty insinuations. Opinion is too much divided by people's isolation, too ignorant, too corrupt, because each is a stranger to himself and all are strangers to one another. Incidentally, few weeks passed without bringing me more revelations of the same kind. In the same year I registered love liaisons caused by the parents' refusal to give their consent, and which ended with a double pistol shot. I also recorded suicides of men of the world reduced to impotence in the flowering of their age, whom the abuse of enjoyment had thrown into insuperable melancholy. Many people, after long and useless torture by harmful prescriptions, end their days dominated by the belief that medicine is incapable of freeing them from their ills. One could make a remarkable collection of quotations from famous authors and of poems written by despairing people preparing for their death with a certain ostentation. During the marvelously cold-blooded moment which follows the decision to die, a kind of infectious enthusiasm is exhaled from these souls and flows onto paper, even among classes which are bereft of all education. While they compose themselves for the sacrifice, whose depth they are pondering, all their strength is concentrated so as to gush out in a warm and characteristic expression. Some of these poems, which are buried in the archives, are masterpieces. A ponderous bourgeois, who puts his soul into his business and his God into commerce, may find all this very romantic and by his scornful laughter deny suffering which he does not understand. His disdain does not surprise us. What else can one expect of 3%ers, who do not even suspect that daily, hourly, piece by piece, they are murdering themselves, their human nature? But what shall one say of the good people who pass for devout and educated, and who echo such filth? Without doubt it is of great importance that the poor devils should endure life, if only in the interests of the privileged classes of this world, which a general suicide of the trash would ruin. But is there no other means of making the existence of this class bearable than insults, sneers, and fine words? Besides, there must exist a certain greatness of soul in these wretches who, determined as they are to die, destroy themselves and do not take the way of suicide by the detour of the scaffold. It is true that, the more our commercial this sentence was taken by Marx from the description of another case of suicide given by Pouquet below, CFT 4, p. 159, ed. The last sentence is taken by Marx from the description of another case of suicide given by Pouquet below, CFT 4, p. 167. Marx gave a free rendering and added the concluding words, because each is a stranger to himself and all are strangers to one another. Ed. Epoch 3 progresses, the rarer these noble suicides of misery become. Conscious hostility takes their place, and the miserable one inconsiderately runs the risk of theft and murder. It is easier to receive the death penalty than to get work. In rummaging through the police archives I have come across only one single case of cowardice in the list of suicides. That was a young American, Wilfred Ramsey, who killed himself in order to escape a duel. The classification of the various causes of suicide would be the classification of the very dejects of our society. One killed himself because he was robbed of an invention by intriguers, on which occasion the inventor, thrown into the direst poverty as a consequence of the lengthy scientific investigations to which he had to devote himself, was not even in a position to buy himself a patent. Another killed himself to avoid the enormous costs and the degrading legal prosecution consequent on monetary embarrassments which, by the way, are so common that men entrusted with the conduct of the general interest are not in the least concerned about them. Another again killed himself because he could not find work, after he had groaned for a long time under the insults and the stinginess of those in our midst who are the arbitrary distributors of work. One day a doctor consulted me about a death of which he accused himself of having been the cause. One evening, returning to Belleville, where he lived, he was stopped by a veiled woman in the dark, in a narrow street from which his house stood off aside. She begged him in a tremulous voice to listen to her. At some distance a person whose features he could not distinguish was walking up and down. She was being watched by a man. "Sir," she told the doctor, "I am pregnant, and when this is discovered I shall be disgraced. My family, public opinion, people of honor will not pardon me. The woman whose confidence I have betrayed would lose her reason, and without doubt would divorce her husband. I am not defending my case. I am the center of a scandal which only my death could prevent from becoming public. I wanted to kill myself, people want me to live. I have been told that you have compassion, and this convinced me that you will not want to be an accomplice in the murder of a child, even if this child is not yet in the world. You see, it is a question of an abortion. I shall not debase myself by pleading extenuation for something I regard as the most reprehensible crime. In presenting myself to you I have merely yielded to the pleadings of others, for I shall know how to die. I shall summon death myself, and I need nobody for that. One can pretend to find pleasure in watering the garden, one can put on wooden clogs for it, one can choose a slippery plough where one fetches water every day, one can arrange to disappear in the depth of the well, and people will say that it was an accident. I have foreseen everything. Sir, I wish it could be the morning after, I would like to go with all my heat. Everything has been prepared so that it will happen just like that. I have *id to say this to you, and I have done so. You have to decide whether one meteor shall occur or two. Because of my cowardice I had to swear that I would without reservation abide by your decision. Decide. This choice, the doctor continued, horrified me. The voice of this woman had a pure and harmonious sound, her hand, which I held in mine, was fine and delicate, her frank and determined despair bespoke an excellent spirit. But the point at issue was one that really made me shudder, although in 1,000 cases, in difficult deliveries, for example, when the surgeon's choice lies between saving. Marx omits the description of the case given by Pouquet in his memoirs, t. 4, pages 143 to 68, the text that follows is taken by Marx from the concluding part of the chapter, p. 169 etseq ed. The mother or the child, either politics or humaneness decides at will, without scruple. Flee abroad, I said. Impossible, she replied, it is not to be contemplated. Take the proper precautions. I can't, I sleep in the same alcove as the woman whose friendship I have betrayed. She is your relative. I must not tell you any more. I would have given my heart's blood, the doctor continued, to save this woman from suicide or crime, or that she might escape this conflict without needing me. I charged myself with barbarism because I shrank from complicity in a murder. The struggle was terrible. Then a demon whispered to me that one does not kill oneself merely because one wishes to die, that compromised people can be forced to renounce their vices if their power to do evil is taken from them. I guessed luxury from the embroideries with which her fingers played, and the resources of wealth from the elegant diction of her speech. We believe that we owe less compassion to the rich. My self-esteem revolted against the thought of being tempted with gold, although up till then this matter had not been touched on, which was one more sign of delicacy and proof that my character was respected. My reply was a refusal. The lady went quickly away. The noise of a cabriolet convinced me that I would be unable to remedy what I had done. A fortnight later the newspapers gave me the solution of the mystery. The young niece of a Paris banker, 18 years old at the most, the beloved ward of her aunt, who since the death of her mother had not let the girl out of her sight, had slipped and fallen into a brook on the estate of her guardians at Villemomble and had drowned. Her guardian was inconsolate. In his capacity of uncle the cowardly seducer could give way to his grief before the world. One perceives that for want of something better, suicide is the extreme resort against the evils of private life. Among the causes of suicide I have very often found dismissal from office, refusal of work, or a sudden reduction in salary, as a consequence of which families can no longer procure the means of subsistence, the more so since most of them live from hand to mouth. At the time when the guards in the royal palace were being reduced, a good man was dismissed like the rest without more ado. His age and his lack of influence made it impossible for him to have himself transferred back into the army. Industry was closed to him by his lack of knowledge. He tried to enter the civil service. Competitors, numerous here as everywhere, stood in his way. He fell into gloomy distress and killed himself. In his pocket were found a letter and information about his circumstances. His wife was a poor seamstress. Their 2 daughters, 16 and 18 years old, worked with her. Tarnaud, our suicide, said in the papers he left behind that, since he could no longer be of use to his family and was compelled to be a burden on his wife and children, he considered it his duty to take his life so as to relieve them of this additional burden. He recommended his children to the Duchess of Angoulême. He hoped that in her goodness this princess would have compassion on so much misery. I made a report to Police Prefect Engels, and when the necessary formalities were completed the Duchess had 600 francs sent to the unfortunate Tarnaud family. Sad aid indeed, after such a loss. But how could one family three help all the unfortunate, since when everything is taken into account, the whole of France in its present state could not feed them? The charity of the rich would not suffice even if our whole nation were religious, which is far from the case. Suicide solves the worst of the difficulty, the scaffold the rest. Sources of income and real wealth can be expected only a Phuket writes the royal family. Ed 612 Karl Marx. From a recasting of our general system of agriculture and industry. It is easy to proclaim constitutions on paper, the right of every citizen to education, to work, and above all to a minimum of the means of subsistence. But it is not enough to write these generous wishes on paper, the proper task is to fructify these liberal ideas with material and intelligent social institutions. The ancient world, paganism, has thrown up magnificent creations on the earth. Will modern liberty lag behind her rival? Who will weld together these two splendid elements of might? Thus far Phuket. In conclusion we shall give one of his tables on the annual suicides in Paris. From another of the tables given by Phuket we learn that from 1817 to 1824, inclusive, 2,808 suicides occurred in Paris. Actually, of course, the figure was larger. In particular, as regards drowned persons whose bodies are exhibited in the morgue it is known in only very rare cases whether they were suicides or not. The Germans are gradually beginning to spoil the communist movement too. Here also being as always the last and most inactive, they believe they can conceal their somnolence by contempt for their predecessors and empty philosophical boasting. Communism has hardly come into existence in Germany before it is being seized on by a whole host of speculative minds who imagine they have performed miracles by translating into the language of Hegelian logic propositions that long ago became commonplaces in France and England and now offering this new wisdom to the world as something unprecedented, as true German theory, in order to be able to throw mud to their heart's content at the bad practice and ridiculous social systems of the narrow-minded French and English. This always ready German theory, which has had the boundless good fortune to get a whiff of Hegel's philosophy of history and to become embodied in the scheme of the eternal categories by some dried-up Berlin professor, and which then perhaps leafed through Feuerbach, a few German communist writings and Herr Stein's book on French socialism. 3. This German theory of the very worst sort has already, without the slightest difficulty, reconstrued French socialism and communism according to Herr Stein, has allotted it a subordinate position, has overcome it, and elevated it to the higher stage of development of the always ready German theory. 205. It has never occurred to it, of course, to acquaint itself to any extent with a Lorenz von Stein, Der Sozialismus und die Kommunismus des heutigen Frankreichs. Ein Beitrag zur Zeitgeschichte ed. 21 to 762. 614 Friedrich Engels. The things to be elevated themselves, to take a look at Fourier, Saint-Simon, Owen and the French communists. Herr Stein's meager extracts are quite sufficient to bring about this brilliant victory of German theory over the wretched efforts of foreigners. In contrast to this comical arrogance of German theory, which is incapable of dying, it is absolutely necessary to show the Germans what a lot they owe to foreigners since they became concerned with social questions. Among all the pompous phrases now loudly proclaimed in German literature as the basic principles of true, pure, German, theoretical communism and socialism, there has so far not been a single idea which has grown on German soil. What the French or the English said as long as 10, 20, and even 40 years ago and said very well, very clearly, in very fine language the Germans have now at last during the past year become acquainted with in bits and have Hegelianized, or at best belatedly rediscovered it and published it in a much worse, more abstract form as a completely new discovery. I make no exception here of my own writings. What is peculiar to the Germans is only the bad, abstract, unintelligible, and clumsy form in which they have expressed these ideas. And as befits genuine theoreticians, from what the French have produced they still know almost nothing at all of the English they have so far found worthy of their attention, apart from the most general principles, only what is worst and most theoretical, the schematic plans of future society, the social systems. The best aspect, the criticism of existing society, the real basis, the main task of any investigation of social questions, they have calmly pushed aside. Not to mention the fact that these wise theoreticians are accustomed also to speak contemptuously of, or to ignore altogether, the only German who has really achieved something, namely, Weitling. I want to put before these wise gentlemen a short chapter from Fourier, which they could take as an example. It is true that Fourier did not start out from the Hegelian theory and for this reason unfortunately could not attain knowledge of absolute truth, not even of absolute socialism. It is true that owing to this shortcoming Fourier unfortunately allowed himself to be led astray and to substitute the method of series for the absolute method and thereby arrived at such speculative constructions as the conversion of the sea into lemonade, the courants boreal and austral * the antilion, and the conjunction of the planets. 206 But, if it has to be, I shall prefer to believe with the cheerful Fourier in Northern and Southern Coronas ed. A fragment of Fourier's On Trade 615. All these stories rather than in the realm of the absolute spirit, where there is no lemonade at all, in the identity of being and nothing and the conjunction of the eternal categories. French nonsense is at least cheerful, whereas German nonsense is gloomy and profound. And then, Fourier has criticized existing social relations so sharply, with such wit and humor that one readily forgives him for his cosmological fantasies, which are also based on a brilliant world outlook. The fragment which I am reproducing here was found among Fourier's works after his death and was printed in the first number of the periodical Phalange * published by the Fourierists from the beginning of 1845. I am omitting what relates to Fourier's positive system and what otherwise is of no interest, and in general am making such free use of the text as is absolutely necessary with the foreign socialists in order to make the things they wrote with definite aims in view readable to a public which is alien to these aims. This fragment is by no means the most brilliant of Fourier's writings, nor is it the best of what he wrote about trade, and yet no German socialist or communist, with the exception of Weitling, has so far written anything remotely comparable to this rough sketch. To save the German public the trouble of reading the Phalange itself, I should mention that this periodical is a purely monetary speculation on the part of the Fourierists, and Fourier's manuscripts published in it are of very unequal value. Messieurs the Fourierists who publish this review are Germanized, pompous theoreticians who have replaced the humor with which their teacher unmasked the world of the bourgeoisie by a wholly, thoroughgoing theoretical, learned seriousness, for which they are deservedly ridiculed in France and prized in Germany. The description of the imaginary triumphs of Fourierism which they present in the first issue of the Phalange could send a professor of the absolute method into raptures. I begin my reproductions with a passage which has already been reprinted in the Theorie des Quatre Movements. This is the case with considerable sections of the present fragment of which, however, I shall give only what is most essential. * La Phalange. Revue de la Science Sociale, XIVE Le Série in 8 degrees, Paris, Auxiliary Bureaus de la Phalange, 1845. Publication de Manuscrits de Fourier. Section Abachi de Trois Unites Externes, pages 1 to 42 of the January and February issue. Note by Engels. 21 * 616 Friedrich Engels. J207. We now touch on civilization's most sensitive spot. It is an unpleasant task to raise one's voice against the folly of the day, against chimeras that are downright epidemical. To speak against the absurdities of trade today means to expose oneself to anathemas just as much as if one had spoken against the tyranny of the popes and the barons in the 12th century. If it were a matter of choosing between two dangerous roles, I think it would be less dangerous to offend a sovereign with bitter truths than to offend the mercantile spirit which now rules as a despot over civilization and even over sovereigns. And yet a superficial analysis will prove that our commercial systems debase and disorganize civilization, and that in trade as in all other things we are going astray more and more under the guidance of the inexact sciences. The controversy on trade is hardly half a century old and has already produced thousands of volumes, and yet its originators have not seen that the trade mechanism is organized in such a way that it is a slap in the face for all common sense. It has subordinated the whole of society to one class of parasitical and unproductive people, the merchants. All the essential classes of society, the proprietor *, the farmer, the manufacturer, and even the government, find themselves dominated by an inessential, accessory class, the merchant, who should be their subordinate, their employed agent, removable and accountable, and who, nevertheless, directs and obstructs at will all the mainsprings of circulation. In respect of errors other than those of trade, public opinion and the learned bodies are, indeed, more tractable. It is pretty well agreed that the philosophical systems are dangerous illusions, that experience belies our boasting of perfection, that our theories of freedom do not square with civilization, that our virtues are social comedies and our legislations labyrinths. There are even jokes about a fashionable controversy, ideology. But tongue-wagging about commerce, with its theories of imports and exports, counterbalance, balance, and guarantee, has become the Ark of the Covenant before which everything bows down. This, then, is the illusion which we have to dispel. First of all we must show that our trade systems, which are now gaped at with stupid veneration, are the antipodes of truth, of justice, and therefore also of unity. It is difficult to make clear to a century that precisely that operation which it considers to be the masterpiece of all wisdom is nothing but the seal of ignorance stamped on its entire policy. Let us but look at the already known results: maritime monopoly, fiscal monopoly, growing national debts, bankruptcies in unbroken succession resulting from paper money, increasing villainy in all business relations. Already now we can stigmatize the mechanism of free trade, i.e., of free lying. That veritable industrial anarchy, that monstrous power in society. How is it that the most lying class in the social body is most protected by the apostles of truth? 1. How does it happen that today learned men who preach contempt of vile wealth praise only the class which pursues wealth per fas et nefas, the class of stock exchange gamblers and corner men? Formerly the philosophers were unanimous in censuring certain corporations which defended with flexibility of conscience the proposition that there is a difference between taking and stealing. How then have the same philosophers now become the apologists of a class which *? It must not be forgotten that Fourier was not a communist. Note by Engels. Engels italics here and below ed. By legal or illegal means ed. A fragment of Fourier's On Trade 617. Affirms, with still greater immorality, that haggling is not lying, that to dupe the buyer is not the same as robbing him, that stock jobbing and cornering are by no means plundering the productive class, in brief, that one must work only for money, not for fame, for that is the refrain which the merchants sing in chorus: we don't pursue business pour l'oglewarle *. Is it then to be wondered at that the modern sciences went astray when they espoused the cause of those who openly profess such principles? Trade takes various forms according to the various social stages, for as it is the pivot of all social life, it exists as soon as there is any social condition in general. A people becomes social, forms a society, from the moment when it begins to carry out exchange. For this reason trade exists already among the savages, where it takes the form of direct barter. Under patriarchy it becomes indirect commerce. In barbarism the basis of the commercial method is formed by the monopolies, the fixing of maximums and prices and forcible government requisitions, and in civilization by individual competition or lying and bewildering struggle. 3. There is no need for us to dwell on direct barter among the savages who have no knowledge of money. One man is lucky at the hunt and exchanges a piece of game for arrows made by another, who has not been hunting and needs eatables. This method is not even trade, it is barter. The second method, indirect commerce, is primitive trade. It is carried on through a go-between, who becomes the owner of something which he did not produce and does not intend to consume. This method, although it is bad and leaves room for arbitrariness, is nevertheless highly advantageous in the following three cases. 1. In young countries, where only agriculture exists without industry, this is the state in which all colonies find themselves at the beginning. 2. In harsh lands, as in Siberia and the African deserts, a merchant who defies heat and cold to carry objects of necessity to distant parts is a very useful man. 3. In oppressed and constricted lands, where the Bedouin plunder caravans, exact ransom from merchants and often murder them, every kind of protection is due to him who braves these dangers in order to bring supplies to a distant land. When such a merchant becomes rich, he certainly deserves it. In these three cases the merchants are neither stock exchange gamblers nor corner men, they do not hawk, one speculator to another, the objects intended for consumption. On their arrival they offer them openly to the consumer in a bazaar or public market. They are the accelerators of industrial movement. They want to earn. Nothing is more reasonable in the civilized world, he who has sown deserves to harvest. But it is very rare that the merchants content themselves with this function of theirs. Singly or in alliance they scheme to obstruct the circulation of commodities in order to make prices immediately soar. Trade becomes pernicious from the moment the go-betweens, due to their excessive number, become parasites on the social body and are ready to conceal goods, to let them rise in price under the pretext of an artificially produced scarcity, in brief, to rob simultaneously the producer and the consumer through speculation tricks instead of serving both as simple, open go-betweens. We still see this openness at our small markets in villages and towns. The man who buys 100 calves or This expression exists in literally the same form also among German merchants. Note by Engels. In this paragraph Engels gives in his own words the content of Fourier's table, de l'échelle de méthodes commerciales appliquées auxiliary diverses periods ed. The words in brackets were added by Engels ed. 618 Friedrich Engels. Sheep is a useful intermediary for 20 peasants, who would otherwise lose whole working days to bring them to market in town. When, on arriving at the market, he publicly offers his animals for sale, he thereby renders a service also to the consumers, but when by means of heaven knows what tricks he agrees with other friends of trade to hide 3/4 of the sheep, to tell the butchers that sheep are scarce, that he can only supply a few friends, to sell them half as dear again under this pretext, to alarm the buyers, and then to bring the hidden sheep out one after the other, to sell them at inflated prices. In the atmosphere of alarm previously created and thus to extort a high ransom from the consumers, then this is no longer simple commerce, open offering of commodities free from any intrigue, it is compound commerce, whose endlessly changing tricks give birth to the 36 typical vices of our trade system and are tantamount to a legal monopoly. When one lays hands on the total product by ruse in order to make it dearer, that is robbing more by means of intrigues than the monopoly does by armed force. I shall not dwell any longer on the method of the barbarians. It comprises fixing of maximums, forcible requisitions, and monopolies, which are still quite customary also in the civilized state. As I have already said elsewhere, the various methods of individual periods overlap. One must not wonder, therefore, that civilization borrows individual features from both higher and lower stages. Our civilized trade mechanism is thus an amalgamation of the characters of all periods, with those of the civilized stage, however, predominating, and these are much more despicable still than those of barbarism, because our trade is nothing but organized and legitimized robbery under the mask of legality. As a result, the racketeers and intermediaries can unite to cause artificial dearth of any foodstuffs and thus plunder both producers and consumers to heap up in a hurry scandalous fortunes of 50 millions, whose owners nevertheless complain that there is no protection of trade, that the merchants cannot subsist, that nothing is done, and that the state is being ruined if the merchant is reduced to the inability to make more than 50 millions. Meanwhile we are taught by Enoch science that these people should be granted complete freedom. Let the merchants do their job, we are told. Without this freedom the corner man, who even so has earned only 50 million, would perhaps not even have made a single million, and his respectable family would have to manage on 50,000 francs revenue due, talem avertite casum. Contempt of commerce, a contempt inborn in all peoples, was prevalent in all nations considered to be honorable except for a few coastal clans of hucksters who derived benefit from commercial extortions and villainies. Athens, Tyre, and Carthage, which profited by commerce, could not mock at it. Everybody refrains from mocking at the ways in which he has enriched himself, and the financier least of all will mock at the art of adding ciphers to bills, or allowing the enemy to take away the ledgers and putting the cash in safety while reporting it also as having been taken by the enemy. In reality, with ancient as well as with modern peoples, commerce has always been an object of mockery on the part of all honorable classes. How can one have? A quotes by Engels here and below ed. Charles Fourier, Théorie de l'unité universelle, T2 prolegomene. Ed. See the word new was added by Engels ed. Ye gods, ward off such an occurrence. A paraphrase from Virgil's poem Aeneid, Book 3. ed. A fragment of Fourier's On Trade 619. Any esteem for an out-and-out rascally profession or a class of people who lie with every word they say and by means of this magic art earn millions, while the honest landowner who cultivates his piece of land with great effort and exertion, using the best of his experience, barely achieves an insignificant increase in its yield? Meanwhile, for a century a new science called economics has been exalting hucksters, stock jobbers, cornermen, usurers, bankrupts, monopolizers and commercial parasites to the peak of honors. The governments, daily deeper and deeper in debt, always intent on finding means of borrowing money, have found themselves forced to conceal their contempt and to spare this class of mercantile bloodsuckers which keeps the money coffers locked to civilization and pumps out all the treasures of agricultural and industrial diligence under the pretext of serving it. It is not denied that trade ensures transportation, victualling, and distribution, but it does so like a servant who performs service actually worth 1,000 francs annually and on the other hand robs his master of 10,000 francs, or 10 times as much as he produces. As a young spendthrift secretly despises the Jew to whom he goes every week to get himself fleeced, but still always greets him very politely, so also the modern governments have, with obvious contempt, concluded an armistice with trade, which is doing all the better for the fact that it knows how to have itself lumped together with the very manufacturers whom it plunders. The economists, who have found in this merchant's hodgepodge a nursery of new dogmas, a mine of systems, have overthrown morality with all its high-sounding talk of truth in order to enthrone their favorites, the stock jobbers and bankrupts. Thereupon all the scholars rivaled in self-abasement. In the beginning science admitted those friends of trade as its equals. Voltaire dedicated a tragedy to an English merchant. 3. Today these stock jobbers would have a good laugh if a scholar presumed to dedicate a tragedy to them. Stock jobbing has discarded the mask, it no longer needs the incense of the scholars, it wants secret and soon legal participation in government, and indeed we have seen the Aachen Congress unable to decide anything until 2 bankers arrived. Despite the fact that the economic systems have exalted the golden calf of trade, they have been unable to put an end to the natural contempt which the nations feel towards it. It remains despised by the nobility, the clergy, the propertied classes, the officials, the lawyers, the scholars, despised by artists, soldiers, and every class worthy of respect. In vain has trade heaped sophism on sophism to prove to them that the stock-jobbing bloodsucker should be respected. A natural disdain for this class of upstarts still prevails. Everybody yields to the upswing of a dogma favored by fortune, but everybody continues in secret to despise the mercantile hydra, which takes no notice of this and pursues the course of its conquests. How is it that our century has made public the crimes of so many classes, even those of the feed rates, who only existed for a month in 1815, whence comes it that it has never occurred to this century, which has spared neither kings nor popes in its collections on crimes, to make public the crimes of the merchants? Yet writers are unanimous in complaining that they suffer from a lack of material. To show them how fruitful this material is, I shall make a methodical analysis of only a single one of the 36 crimes of civilized trade. These 36 reprehensible features of our trade under the domination of individual competition and of bewildering and lying struggle are the following. A Voltaire, Zaire, a tragedy dedicated to E. Faulkner, an admirer and friend of the author. Ed. 620 Friedrich Engels. Synoptical table of the features of civilized trade * pivotal points, intermediate ownership and the dismemberment of agriculture. The two-sidedness of trade. Arbitrary determination of value. Freedom of fraudulence. Insolidarity, lack of mutual liability. Theft, removal of capital. Decrease in wages. Artificial obstruction of supply sources. Oppressive surpluses. Perverse interferences. Destructive policy. Torpidness or general lack of credit, recoil, repercussion. Fictitious money. Financial confusion. Epidemical crime. Obscurantism. Parasitism. Cornering, accaparement. Stock jobbing. Usury. Unfruitful work. Industrial lotteries, speculation on risk. Indirect corporative monopoly. Fiscal monopoly, state administration enforced by falsification. The exotic, or colonial monopoly. Maritime monopoly. Feudal, caste monopoly. Baseless provocation. Loss. Falsification. Ruin of health. Bankruptcy. Smuggling. Piracy. Fixing of maximums and requisitions. Speculative slavery. Universal egoism. Of these 36 features we shall consider in detail only one, bankruptcy. Before that I shall say a few words about some others. 2. Falseness of the economic principles on circulation, proved by 3 features of the table, NOS 7, 8 and 12, artificial obstruction of supply sources, oppressive surpluses, and fictitious money. Our century, which has been so prolific of theories about the movement of industry, still cannot distinguish circulation from obstruction. It confuses circulation interrupted in places with that which is uninterrupted, simple circulation with. In his work Fourier gives this table in the introductory section ed. The words lack of mutual liability were added by Engels ed. A fragment of Fourier's On Trade 621. Compound. However, let us leave these dull distinctions. The facts may speak and serve us as a basis for principles which are directly opposed to those of economics. Both governments and peoples agree that forgers, both of money and of public securities, should be punished with death. Those who counterfeit coins and banknotes are indeed condemned to death. A very wise precautionary measure. But why does trade enjoy the right to forge money when this practice brings other people to the gallows? Every bill of exchange made out by a merchant bears the seed of counterfeit, for it is extremely uncertain whether it will ever be paid. Everyone who steers a course towards bankruptcy floods circulation with his bills of exchange without intending ever to pay them. In this way he in fact makes and spreads counterfeit money. Will it be objected that everyone else enjoys the same privilege, that a property owner, like a merchant, can put bills of exchange into circulation? That is not true. A property owner cannot do that. A right is illusory when it cannot be exercised. Witness the constitutional right of the people to sovereignty, a pompous prerogative in spite of which the plebeian cannot even get his midday meal if he has not a sou in his pocket. And yet how far from the pretension to sovereignty is the claim to a midday meal? Many rights exist thus on paper, but not in reality, and their granting is an insult to him who cannot even ensure himself rights 100 times less important. So it is with the property owner as regards the issuing of bills of exchange. He has the right to issue them as the plebeian has the right to claim sovereignty, but to possess the right and to exercise it are two very different things. When the property owner makes out a bill of exchange he will not find anybody who will accept it without a guarantee, and he will be treated as one who forges money. He will be required to hypothecate a completely debt-free immovable property and to pay a usurious rate of interest into the bargain. His bills of exchange would be accepted at this price, and with such a security they would be money with real value, not fictitious money like those of a second-hand dealer who, by virtue of his title as a friend of trade, finds means of putting into circulation good A bills to the value of 1,000,000 when he does not possess even the 100th part of that sum, even 10,000 francs as guarantee for that million. How beautifully those governments let themselves be cheated who deprive themselves of this ability and guarantee it for the merchant. A merchant who has 10,000 francs security issues bills of exchange to the amount of 1,000,000 when he pleases, he is protected and authorized to do so, he has the right to set this mass of paper in circulation without the law being entitled to investigate how he places his capital and what securities he has. The Treasury, offering a guarantee of say 10,000,000, would have to be able, according to this ratio, to issue securities up to 1,000,000,000. But if a government tries to do so without consulting public opinion, without informing it of the move, it will see its credit ruined and its country exposed to political disturbances, and yet it is only doing the same, only availing itself of the same privilege which is enjoyed by so many schemers, who often cannot offer the 100th part of these guarantees and cannot run their business. It will be answered that these schemers know how to talk over the foolish and insinuate themselves into their confidence. It is therefore set up as a principle of commerce that the art of duping and plundering good-natured, credulous people deserves to be protected in every way, and that this protection must be limited to the merchant and not be enjoyed by the government. I do not maintain that this fine art should be allowed to both, but on the contrary that it should be denied both to rulers and to merchants. The word good has been inserted by Engels ed. 622 Friedrich Engels. From this it follows that the merchant enjoys the ability to issue fictitious money in the form of bill of exchange, 12th feature, a crime which is equivalent to forging money, for which the other categories of rascals are sent to the gallows, and that the trade system of civilized people legalizes and protects competition of fraudulence, 3rd feature. The accusation of forging money, like the other points of the accusation, will be answered as follows: there must be merchants in order to ensure circulation, and business would become impossible if these agents were placed under restraint. The state would disrupt the public credit and place the whole of its industry in jeopardy. It is true enough that a quality of trade is that it forges our fetters still tighter whenever the social body shows any signs of resistance. As soon as any administrative measure hampers the machinations of trade, trade restricts credit and paralyses circulation, while the state, which wanted to eliminate an old disorder, in the end adds new ones. This effect is called repercussion, 11th feature, in the table. This danger is used as the basis for establishing the principle: let the merchants do their job, their complete freedom is the guarantee of circulation. An exceedingly false principle, for it is precisely this complete freedom which gives rise to all the tricks that are so obstructive to circulation, stock jobbing, cornering, bankruptcy, and so on, the consequences of which are the 2 features. 7. Artificial obstruction of supply sources. 8. Oppressive surpluses. Let us see what influence these 2 features have on circulation. Trade does not content itself with delivering commodities from the producer to the consumer. 3. It schemes by means of cornering and stock jobbing speculation to produce an artificial dearth of those food articles which are not exactly plentiful. In 1807 a stock jobbing maneuver suddenly raised the price of sugar to 5 francs in the month of May, and the same sugar dropped to 2 francs in July, although not the slightest new supplies had arrived. But the stock jobbing had been countered by means of false information, and thus the sugar had been brought down to its value. The scheming and artificially aroused fears that there would be no supply had been disposed of. These schemes and artificial fears play their tricks every day with some food article and make it scarce without a real scarcity existing. In 1812, when the harvest was assured and the cornermen were disappointed in their hopes, enormous quantities of grain and flour were suddenly seen coming from their warehouses. So there had been no shortage at all and absolutely no danger of famine, if only these foodstuffs had been distributed rationally. But trade has the peculiarity that even before there is a danger, with an eye to its possibility, it diverts supplies, stops circulation, arouses panicky fears, produces artificial food shortage. The same effect is produced in times of surplus, when trade obstructs supplies out of affected fear of profusion. In the former case it operates positively, by buying up foodstuffs in anticipation, in the latter case negatively, by not buying and thus causing prices to drop so low that the peasant does not even get his production costs refunded. Hence arises the eighth feature, oppressive surpluses. Trade will retort that it does not need to buy when it foresees no profit, and that it will not be so insane as to overload itself with grain which offers no probability at all of a surcharge, while it, trade, can invest its capital far more usefully in such commodities as hold out profit for it because of their scarcity, which can easily be increased by cornering. Here Fourier refers to the third method, le trafic au négoce indirect inter mediaire, quoted in his table, de l'échelle de méthodes commerciales appliquées auxiliary diverses periods ed. A fragment of Fourier's On Trade 623. There you have convenient and pleasant principles in a social system in which people talk about nothing but mutual guarantees. Trade is therefore exempted whenever it pleases from serving the social body. It acts like an army which would be authorized to refuse to fight whenever danger were present, and to do service only in its own interest, without any consideration for the state interest. Such is our mercantile policy, so one-sidedly does it determine all obligations. In 1820 the price of grain dropped below 3 francs in various provinces in which a price of 4 francs hardly covered the costs. This would not have occurred had French trade bought in advance 6 months' food supplies for 30 million persons, as it would have had to do under a system of mutuality adapting itself to the interests of both parties. 3. This reserve stock, withdrawn from circulation and locked up in granaries, would have kept up the price of the rest, and the peasant would not have suffered from the depreciation and the impossibility to market his products. But our trade system works exactly in the opposite direction. It aggravates the pressure of surplus and the evils of famine and thus has a destructive effect on both sides. I have chosen the eighth feature, oppressive surplus, to show that the existing mode of trade has both negative and positive defects, and that it often sins by non-intervention, by omitting a service which it could easily render. For when in a time of famine the sum of 500 million is required to buy up the corn, it is immediately available, but if this sum is needed for precautionary measures to increase stocks in times of surplus, not even $500 can be scraped together. There is neither mutuality nor guarantee in the contract concluded between the social body and the commercial body. The latter serves only its own interest, not that of society, and hence the abundant capital which it uses is a robbery perpetrated against industry as a whole. In the table I have listed this robbery as the fifth feature, removal of capital. Thus, on both sides of trade there is not the slightest sense of obligation towards the social body, which surrenders itself, bound hand and foot, to the minotaur, to whom it guarantees despotic power over capitals and foodstuffs. Yes, indeed, despotic power. After so many declamations against despotism we still have not discovered the real one, which is no other than i.e. despotism of trade, that real satrap of the civilized world. To sum up, it follows from this that the civilized mechanism guarantees the merchants complete impunity for the crime of forging money, for which other classes are punished with death, and that this impunity is based on the pretense of help which they allegedly render to circulation but in reality refuse positively by artificial obstruction of supply sources and negatively by oppressive profusion. To this falsity in the results must be added the lack of any principles. The economists admit that their science has absolutely no fixed principles, and it is indeed the height of unprincipledness to grant complete freedom to a class of so exceedingly depraved agents as the merchants. The consequence of all this is that the commercial movement proceeds by fits and starts, in spasms, surprises and excesses of all descriptions, as can be seen every day in the present trade mechanism, which can achieve only a periodically interrupted circulation, without regular graduation, without balance and guarantees. This summarizes the ideas contained in the 2 preceding paragraphs of Fourier's work, which Engels omitted ed. B. The last sentence is given by Engels abridged ed. C. Fourier has acus.ed. Engels gives the text of this paragraph in a somewhat abridged form ed. 624 Friedrich Engels. An amusing result of this disorder is that people have the courage to reproach the government with financial abuses which they never dare to reproach trade with. Witness the two bankruptcies, that of Law's banknotes and that of the assignats. 211. These were gradual bankruptcies, they were seen approaching from afar, with a timely partial sacrifice they could have been guarded against. Despite these extenuating circumstances, the public gave no quarter. It rightly declared Law's notes and the assignats to be forgery, armed plunder. Why then does the same public good-naturedly tolerate the issue of counterfeit money by the merchants when it does not allow it for governments, even when these are cautious enough to prepare for the bankruptcy by a slow depreciation which affords the holders of the papers the possibility to evade it? This possibility does not exist for the holders of the securities issued by trade. Bankruptcy strikes them like a thunderclap. Many a man goes to sleep tonight in possession of 300,000 francs and wakes up tomorrow with no more than 100,000 as a result of a bankruptcy. The National Convention copied this maneuver in the operation of the Consolidated Third. People did not tire of reproaching it with this as a fully established robbery. And yet every merchant is allowed the right to commit still more vexatious robberies and to steal by bankruptcy 2/3 of what he received, whereas the convention withheld 2/3 of sums it had never received. How outrageous the crimes of trade become when compared with other, and even the biggest, political infamies. 3. The following details will demonstrate that modern politics, by handing over trade to completely free merchants exempt from any kind of obligation, has set the wolf among the fold and provoked robberies of all kinds. Let us now go on to bankruptcy to describe it in somewhat greater detail. Hierarchy of bankruptcy. When a crime becomes very frequent, one gets accustomed to it and witnesses it with indifference. In Italy or Spain, people remain quite cool at the sight of a hired assassin stabbing his designated victim and taking refuge in a church, where he enjoys immunity. In Italy one sees fathers mutilate and murder their children to improve their voice, while the servants of the God of Peace encourage them to perpetrate these brutalities so as to obtain good singers for their choirs. Such abominations would arouse the indignation of all other civilized nations if they occurred amongst them, but on the other hand they have other outrageous customs which would make the Italians' blood boil. If the customs and opinions within civilization differ so much from nation to nation, how much more must they differ from one social epoch to another? How hateful would the vices which are tolerated in civilization seem in less imperfect social stages? One can hardly believe that countries which call themselves well-ordered can tolerate for a moment such abominations as bankruptcy. Bankruptcy is the most ingenious and shameless villainy that has ever existed. It guarantees every merchant the ability to rob the public of a sum proportionate to his fortune or his credit, so that a rich man can say, "I set up as a tradesman in 1808, on such and such a day in the year 1810 I will steal so and so many millions, whoever they may belong to." Fourier has such as the infamies of the convention, which Engels omits ed. The last sentence is given by Engels abridged ed. A fragment of Fourier's On Trade 625. Let us leave aside a present development, the new French Code 24 and its intention to punish bankruptcy. There is no unanimity in respect of the success of this intention, and means of evading the new laws are already being suggested. Therefore we shall first let practice decide and meanwhile base our arguments on already known facts, consider the disorders which result from the philosophical system and the principle, leave the merchants complete freedom, without demanding any guarantee of the cleverness, the honesty, or the solvency of each individual. From these arises, alongside other abuses, bankruptcy, a still more heinous robbery than highway robbery. However, people have become accustomed to it and put up with it so well that they even recognize honest bankruptcies, those in which the speculator steals only half. Let us go on to a detailed description of this kind of heroism, which was little known in antiquity. Since then it has experienced a brilliant upswing. It presents analysts with a series of developments which testify to our progress towards perfectibility. Hierarchy of bankruptcy. Feature 31. The crime of trade. A free series in 3 orders, 9 genera, and 36 species. 215. Right or ascending wing. Light hues. I. The innocent. 1. Child bankruptcy. 2. Daredevil bankruptcy. 3. Stealthy bankruptcy. 4. Posthumous bankruptcy. 2. The Honorable. 5. Goose bankruptcy. 6. Ecstatic bankruptcy. 7. Unprincipled bankruptcy. 3. The Seductive. 8. Amiability bankruptcy. 9. Bankruptcy de bon ton. 10. Amorous bankruptcy. 11. Bankruptcy by favor. 12. Sentimental bankruptcy. Center of the series. Grandiose hues. For the tacticians. 13. Fat bankruptcy. 14. Cosmopolitan bankruptcy. 15. Hopeful bankruptcy. 16. Transcendent bankruptcy. 17. Graded bankruptcy. V. The manner of rares. 18. Running fire bankruptcy. 19. Close column bankruptcy. 20. Marching in file bankruptcy. 21. Skirmisher bankruptcy. 626 Friedrich Engels. 6. The agitators. 22. Bankruptcy in grand style. 23. Large-scale bankruptcy. 24. Attila bankruptcy. Left or descending wing. Dirty hues. 7. The cunning sneakers. 25. Compensation bankruptcy. 26. Bankruptcy out of rank. 27. Crescendo bankruptcy. 28. Godly bankruptcy. 8. The bungless. 29. Fool's bankruptcy. 30. Invalids bankruptcy. 31. Crushing bankruptcy. 32. Swinish bankruptcy. 9. The false brothers. 33. Villains bankruptcy. 34. Gallows bird bankruptcy. 35. Fugitive bankruptcy. 36. Bankruptcy for fun. 4. Ascending wing of bankrupts. In a very depraved, very grasping century, one would be a general laughingstock if one declaimed in a schoolmaster's tone against the accredited vices, against bankruptcy. It is much more sensible to chime in the dominant tone and to see the funny side of social crimes. So I shall try to prove that bankruptcy is an even much more laughable villainy than it is believed to be by its promoters and protectors, who see nothing but well-behaved trifles in its mercantile plunder. Everything is relative, in vice as in virtue. Even robbers have their standards of justice and honor. It is therefore no wonder that among themselves bankrupts adrenit principles and degrees in rascality. I have sought to use these as a basis for my division. I have divided them according to the custom in 3 corps, the first of which contains the light, graceful hues, the second the imposing, lofty characters, and the third the rather inconspicuous, trivial genera. The right wing will open the march past the innocent. Child bankruptcy is that of the greenhorn who is making his debut in the career, and inconsiderately, without any preparatory tactics, indulges in the mad prank of going bankrupt. The notary easily puts the affair in order. He presents it as a folly of youth and says, "Youth counts on your indulgence, messieurs the creditors." The annoying business is wound up to the merriment of the public. 4. A fragment of Fourier's on Trade 627. These greenhorn bankruptcies are always interlarded with amusing incidents, duped usurers, mystified skinflints, 3 etc. The bankrupt of this genus can risk masses of shabby affairs, appropriation of goods, scandalous jones, thefts from relatives, friends, neighbors. Everything is washed away by the argument of a relative who says to the irate creditors, "What can you expect? He is a child without any knowledge of business. One must close one's eyes where young people are concerned, he will improve with time." These child bankrupts have a strong support on their side, namely mockery. One likes to mock in trade, one is inclined to mock at those who are duped rather than to censure the villains, and when a bankrupt has the laughers on his side, he is sure to see the majority of his creditors capitulate immediately and to win his composition by assault. 2. Daredevil bankruptcy, that of certain beginners who play double or quits, people who gallop off at full speed, speculate and manage their affairs like mad, make ducks and drakes with huge sums of money and play the grand gentleman to achieve by storm a temporary credit which they manage to secure by some secret sacrifice. When these daredevils once get going, they heap blunder on blunder and usually end up in flight. The affair will be excused as botch work and easily arranged, for it provides material for mockery like the preceding one. These daredevils are extremely common in France and are here honored with the title of speculators. They are very sure of their game if they hasten the discovery so that they can turn their somersault at the very moment when they are believed to have hardly got going, when everybody is ready to grant them credit for a first deal and thinks, he will certainly not come a cropper in the very first year. 3. Stealthy bankruptcy, the type carried out underhand, is one in which the embarrassed debtor proposes a small arrangement, a rebate of 25% or coverage in goods to be overassessed by 25%. The mediator remarks to the creditors that this is very advantageous for them, for if they press the debtor and oblige him to go bankrupt they will lose at least 50%. This kind of relative calculation is very much insisted upon in trade. One often comes across villains who, after they have robbed you of 30%, try to prove that you are making an enormous profit because they are not fleecing you of 50%. Others maintain that they have to bear heavy losses because they are earning no more than 40% on you and actually should be earning 60%. This apparently ridiculous way of reckoning is recognized everywhere in commerce. It has its greatest triumph in underhand bankruptcy. People insist that this small rebate of 25% is a clear net profit compared with the 50% that bankruptcy would cost. Shaken by the force of this argument, the creditors agree to the small arrangement. He who was to receive 4,000 francs gets 3,000, and that is by no means called bankruptcy. 4. Posthumous bankruptcy, which is adjudicated after the hero's death. It becomes a plea in defense of the deceased who hoped to set his business in order again and would certainly have been a credit to it if he had but lived. After that his excellent qualities are praised and his poor orphans sincerely pitied. Surely the creditors will not wish to worry a tearful widow. If she is beautiful that would be altogether barbaric. Meanwhile, the widow, with the help of a few persons of trust, has managed some sizable defalcations before the ceiling. The deficiencies will be charged to the deceased, who did not have time to put his affairs in order and who will not come back to disprove this little fib. If there was a deficit of 25%, it will easily be increased to 50%. It does not cost any more once one has made a beginning. Besides, how stupid it would be to go bankrupt with a 25%. Here Fourier has harpagons instead of skinflints. Ed. 628 Friedrich Engels. Deficit when people with one of 50% are still considered honest, especially when the fault lies with a highly respectable deceased person, whose memory it would be abominable to discredit. The honorable. The four species mentioned are those of fictitious innocence. We now let those of real innocence pass in review. It would be unfair to brand bankrupts en masse because 9/10 of them are scoundrels. I shall adduce 3 truly excusable classes. We shall have but too many guilty ones to accuse, so let us first seek some honest people among this confraternity, which has become so numerous since the Revolution 3 that in some towns one no longer asks who has, but who has not gone bankrupt. 5. Goose bankruptcy is that of an unfortunate one who does not peculate a mite, hands everything over to the creditors and throws himself on their mercy without any deception. The other bankrupts mock at him and declare him to be a simpleton for not at least feathering his nest, and in fact such a loyal man is unworthy of our century of perfectibility. 6. Ecstatic bankruptcy is the work of a man who is desperate, considers himself disinured and sometimes shoots himself or jumps into the water. It means one is well behind the times if one wishes to be an honest man in the 19th century, and moreover in trade. All the same, it is a pleasure for me to have to say that one still comes across such people in trade, but they are few and far between. Rari nots ingurgite vasto. 0. Everybody foretells them their fate, So well known is the fact that out of 10 villains that plunge into trade 9 make their fortune, whereas out of 10 honest people 9 are ruined. 7. Unprincipled bankruptcy is that of a booby who lets justice intervene and pronounce sentence branding him and stripping him naked instead of doing as so many clever people do, who manage to emerge from this predicament with honor and profit. These 3 honest knights are so little worthy of the exalted confraternity that I pass over them quickly. We now come to a sort which is more capable of earning the applause of experts. The seductive. Why should one not let oneself be seduced by bankrupts as one is by so many other wicked classes? We shall now inspect a clique which possesses every kind of charm and is made to conquer all hearts. 8. Amiability. Bankruptcy, economical bankruptcy, is that of a little man as sweet as honey who desires nothing but the good of his creditors, would be desperate if he had to put them out of pocket, and presses them to negotiate for 50% in order to avoid the intervention of justice which would devour the lot. He has the creditors notified that he wants to treat them as friends whose interests are dear to him. Full of gratitude for the friendly services they have rendered him, he trembles at the thought of having to cause them lawsuit costs. These smooth words and other guiles seduce some while others yield for fear of justice swallowing up the lot. Here Fourier has La Regeneration. He associated with the French Revolution a rebirth of the trade system which goes with civilization. Ed. Fourier has Jocker Jace the Simpleton in the popular French theatre and in Molière's comedies Gonarelle. Ed. Rare swimmers in a vast gulf, Virgil, Aeneid. Ed. A fragment of Fourier's On Trade 629. 9. Bankruptcy de bon ton is that of people who are very much liked in refined society and maintain their household on an excellent footing till the last moment. As they are comme il faut in all respects, they have abundant protection, and when they are not at more than 60% or in deficit they easily get a composition, especially when the lady and the daughters of the house can be used as pleaders and avail themselves of the decision of a Sanchez who allows them to wear a very transparent scarf when they go soliciting in important matters. 10. Amorous bankruptcy is that of pretty ladies. It is not decent to complain about it, the fair sex is entitled to consideration. A pretty woman has a business, goes bankrupt, 3 robs you of $1,000, if you pester her it only goes to show that you have no savoir vivre. She is right when she has no patience with the intractable. I heard one such lady say about a creditor, "What a man!" They even say he is still grumbling. I advise him, indeed, to complain about his 50 louis. I should have chalked him up for twice as much. He had had certain intimacies with the lady, she had the right to treat him as ungrateful. 11. Bankruptcy by favor, in the case of which it is obvious that the creditors derive profit. And how does that happen? When the bankrupt steals only a little, 40% and provides security, a very substantial caution, for the rest. This is considered so fortunate that the notary congratulates the assembled creditors, congratulates them on an excellent piece of business, a real favor. To lose only 4,000 francs out of 10,000 and to get 6,000 paid back is a real advantage. Somebody not accustomed to commerce would be unable to appreciate this favor. He would want to have all of his 10,000 and would think he had been robbed of 4,000. What bad manners! To claim that a man robs you when he deducts 40% or discount and otherwise treats you in a friendly way. 12. Sentimental bankruptcy occurs with certain people who deliver speeches to break your heart and pour out such floods of feeling and virtue over the creditor that he would be a barbarian if he did not instantly surrender, did not esteem himself happy to oblige such fine people who tenderly love all those whose money they cause to disappear. People of this kind pay with excellent excuses and very flattering eulogies. They catch the creditor by his feelings, converse with him only about his and their virtues. You feel so much improved when the conversation is over, you discover in yourself a multitude of virtues which amply outweigh the sum abstracted. You have a few thousand francs less but all the more virtues. It is a clear profit for beautiful souls. One of those actors said to me one day, "I was so sorry for the gentlemen, they are very fine, very respectable people," and the good young man, as proof of his respect, robbed them at once in the first deal with a bill of exchange which he gave them as a present and a token of welcome. He had drawn the sum in order to come into contact with them, and a month later he went bankrupt. What a joy for these gentlemen to have received his respect as a security for 10,000 francs. I have kept my word, I had promised a seductive company. There is nothing but friendship, favor, bon ton, and tender feelings in all bankruptcies of this truly amiable series. But if it is calculated to win hearts, others will command wonder, give rise to brilliant upswings, transcendent characters, and represent the heroes of their genus. The words has a business, goes bankrupt were added by Engels ed. Fourier has acus. Ed. Fourier has historians literally actors in ancient Rome, later it came to mean buffoons or comedians, figuratively charlatans ed. Fourier has of 10,000 francs. Ed. 630 Friedrich Engels. V. Center grandiose hues. We now come to the magnificent manifestations of the spirit of commerce, to the extensive operations which demonstrate the century's immense progress towards rebirth and perfectibility. Bankruptcy will here unfold its mastery and operate according to far-reaching plans, the exposition of which will prove the wisdom of the principle, let the merchants do their job, leave them complete freedom for their lofty conceptions of deceit and plunder. The tacticians. 13. Fat bankruptcy is that of speculators of high standing who possess the genius of trade. Banker Durante has 2 million and wishes to achieve as soon as possible by some means a fortune of 4 to 5 million. By virtue of his known capital he receives credit amounting to 8 million in bills of exchange, goods, etc., so he has a fund of 10 million to play with. He plunges into grand speculation and deals in goods and state securities. At the end of the year he may have lost his 2 million instead of doubling them. You consider him as ruined? Not at all, he will have the 4 million just as if he had transacted good business, for he still has the 8 million that he has received, and by means of an honest bankruptcy he arranges to pay half of this over several years. So it happens that after losing his own 2 million he finds himself in possession of 4 million that he has abstracted from the public. What a wonderful thing, this free trade! Do you now grasp why one hears it said every day of a merchant, he is doing very well since his bankruptcy? A further opportunity for the bankrupt, Durante, after a peculation of 4 million, retains intact his honor and public respect, not as a lucky villain, but as an unlucky merchant. Let us explain this. Durante obtained control over public opinion while he was pondering his bankruptcy, his fates in town, his country parties secured him warm supporters, the gilded youth is for him, the belles sympathize with his misfortune. Misfortune today is a synonym for bankruptcy, there is praise for his noble character, which deserves a better lot. It almost seems, according to what his defenders say, that the bankrupt has come off worse than those whose fortune he has destroyed. It is all blamed on political events, the unfavorable conditions and other verbiage current among notaries who are adepts at holding off attacks by irate creditors. After the first storm Durante brings in a few middlemen, a few opportunely distributed wads of money, and soon public opinion is so well hedged in that anybody who dares to speak against Durante is declared to be a cannibal. And besides, those whom he robbed of the biggest sums are 100 or 200 miles away, in Hamburg or in Amsterdam. They will cool down in time, they do not matter much, their distant yapping does not affect opinion in Paris. Moreover, Durante only causes them to lose half of their money, and custom has it that he who steals only half is more unfortunate than guilty, so that in the public mind Durante stands clean from the start. After a month public attention is diverted by other bankruptcies which create a bigger sensation and in which between 2/3 and 3/4 went west. New splendor for Durante, who took only half, and then it is an old forgotten story. Durante's house begins gradually to open to the public again, his cook recovers his old sway over hearts and minds, and unheeded are the cries of Fourier has loosed. Ed. A fragment of Fourier's On Trade 631. Some black-galled creditors who have no sympathy for misfortune and have no regard for the consideration due to good society. Thus in less than 6 months ends the operation by which Durante and those of his kind rob the public of millions, ruin families whose fortunes they hold in their hands, hurl honest merchants into bankruptcy which assimilates them to villains. Bankruptcy is the only social crime which spreads epidemically and plunges the honest man into the same disgrace as the rascal. The more honest merchant who has suffered from the bankruptcies of 20 knaves is himself forced in the end to cease his payments. Hence it comes that the villainous bankrupts, i.e., 9/10 of the tribe, claim to be honest people who have been unfortunate and shout in chorus, "We are to be pitied more than blamed." If you listen to them, they are all little saints, like galley slaves, who all claim to have done nothing wrong. To this the supporters of free commerce will retort with talk of repressive laws, of tribunals, yes, indeed. Tribunals for people who steal several million at one go. Incidentally, the saying that petty thieves are hanged while the big ones go scot-free is false as regards trade, for even the smallest bankruptcy evades justice under the protection of the merchants. 14. Cosmopolitan bankruptcy. This is an alliance of the commercial mind with the philosophical. A bankrupt is a true cosmopolite if after exploiting one kingdom he goes through a series of bankruptcies in several others. This is a safe speculation. On arrival one is unknown, if necessary one changes one's name, as Jews do, and receives credit at once on the strength of the capital amassed as a result of an earlier bankruptcy. It is a delightful idea of modern politics to hand over the general administration of the industrial product to people who are not tied by any solid link, any big landed estate to their native country and who, as cosmopolites, can reckon on half a dozen successive bankruptcies in Paris, London, Hamburg, Trieste, Naples, and Cadiz. I shall depict this bankruptcy under the heading of running fire, which has a cosmopolite as the pivotal point of its manoeuvre. 15. Hopeful bankruptcy. This dates really from after the Revolution and is hardly half a century old. Young people formerly did not make their debut in commerce so early, they were never chiefs before their 30th year. Now at the age of 18 they run a house and at 20 they can have their first bankruptcy, which justifies great hopes for the future. There are some who before they are 30 have already been bankrupt 3 times and more than once got through $100 belonging to their sleeping partner. When one sees them one says, he is very young to have such fame, but we are living in the age of young people. 16. Transcendent bankruptcy requires a far-reaching plan, an immense upswing, an office with 30 to 40 clerks, numerous ships, colossal interests in all countries, then a sudden crash, a terrible somersault the counterblasts of which echo in the 4 corners of the world, and a chaos of liquidations on the fat of which businessmen can thrive for 10 years. It is an operation in which the mercantile genius is unfolded in all its brilliance. It must entail a loss of at least 3/4, for in this mighty picture everything must be laid out magnificently. 17. Graded bankruptcy is that of a speculator who, by wisely directing his operation, can achieve a career of 7 or 8 successive bankruptcies. In this case he must adopt a different course than the one who aims at only 1 or 2. The principles are: 1. In the first bankruptcy to plunder only with measure, 50% is sufficient, one must not make the people wild from the start, and the second bankruptcy would be too difficult if one discredited oneself at the first trial stroke through too great covetousness. 2. In the second bankruptcy to plunder only very little, not more than 30% in order to prove that the bankrupt has learned something, that he already operates more skillfully and cautiously, and that he will become an accomplished merchant, a worthy friend of trade, when he has recovered from this second blow. 3. In the third to plunder abundantly, at least 80% claiming that it is no ordinary deficit, but one caused by extraordinary mischance, to see it through by pleading some critical circumstances, to draw attention to one's good behavior in the second bankruptcy in order to prove that the blame lies entirely with events. 4. In the fourth to plunder only 50% in order to prove that one is a cautious man and knows how to remain within the appropriate bounds when not swept away by circumstances. 5. in the fifth one can go as far as 60% or because the public is accustomed to it, 10% or more. Oregon less spoils no speculation of this kind when public opinion has become accustomed to it, for it is known that whoever has had 4 bankruptcies will also have a 5th and a 6th. I have seen one bankrupt who was laughed at after his 4th bankruptcy because he wore a clerical hat as a sign of piety and good morals. He did not let himself be put off and prepared the 5th. The 6th and 7th are ad libitum, one has them only as age draws on and when one thinks of resting on one's laurels. Nothing is easier than to excuse a 6th bankruptcy, one is too old to change, nobody is surprised any longer. For the rest, it is argued that the government refuses to protect trade and is the cause of these little setbacks of honest businessmen. Let no one be surprised if I give here a few principles to be used in bankruptcy. It is a quite new art which, like economics, from which it sprang, has as yet no fixed principles, nor even a methodical nomenclature. For instance, titles have been given only to the first 4 stages in graded bankruptcy. The man who has had his first bankruptcy is simply a knight, at the second he receives the title of prince, at the third the title of king, at the 4th emperor. For the 5th, 6th, and 7th grade there are not yet any names among the members of the trade. A true friend of trade must rise to the full octave. In order to be a harmonious bankrupt one must have had 7 honest bankruptcies with average losses of 50% or and then a reinforced, a complete bankruptcy, as the pivotal point in the series. It is then allowed to plunder to the extent of at least 80% or as an indemnity for the moderation shown in the others. The 50% of earlier bankruptcies is only the honest tariff, a quite small slice, giving nobody the right to censure, because it is the accepted rate for bankruptcies, a fixed price, exactly like the price of tartlets or coach fares. The manœuvres in this item we deal with the mass evolutions which require cooperation of different bankrupts for the good of trade and the triumph of lofty truth. These collective maneuvers will show us 4 sorts of evolution artists. 18. Running fire bankruptcy. This is generally caused by counterblasts, through a concatenation of bankruptcies, one caused by another. I shall describe one of the medium sort, the bourgeois kind, because they are most understandable for the A fragment of Fourier's on Trade 633. Bulk of readers. We shall take one of the cosmopolitan artists, whose definition I have postponed, as the pivotal point of the running fire maneuver. Judas Iscariot arrives in France with 100,000 francs 3 capital, which he earned in his first bankruptcy. He establishes himself as a merchant in a town where he has 6 respected and accredited houses as rivals. In order to take away their clientele and their good reputation, Iscariot immediately begins to sell his wares at cost price, a sure way of attracting the multitude. Soon his rivals clamor in a most pitiful way about him, he laughs at their complaints and continues all the more to sell off everything at cost price. Thereupon the people shout so that it is a pleasure to hear them, "Long live competition, long live the Jews, long live philosophy and fraternity." All commodities have become cheaper since Iscariot's arrival, and the public say to his rivals, "You, gentlemen, are the real Jews, you want to earn too much." Iscariot alone is an honest man, he is content with a moderate profit, because he runs no brilliant household as you do. Vain are all the representations made by the old houses that Iscariot is a villain in disguise who sooner or later will come to grief. The public accuse them of jealousy and calumny and crowd more and more to the Jew. The calculation that this thief makes is as follows: by selling at cost price he loses only the interest on his capital, let it come to 10,000 francs annually, but ensures a good outlet for himself, makes a name for himself in the maritime towns as a good consumer, and by prompt payment gets big credit. This trick is pursued for 2 years, after which Iscariot has earned nothing, though he has sold enormous quantities. His maneuver remains undetected, because Jews have only Jewish office staff, people who are the secret enemies of all nations and will never betray a villainy thought up by their own people. When all is ripe for development, Iscariot puts in his whole credit, places giant orders in all maritime towns, buys goods on credit for the sum of 5 to 600,000 francs. He sends his wares abroad and sells his whole stock dirt cheap. When he has exchanged everything for money, the good Iscariot vanishes with his briefcase and returns to Germany, where he has dispatched the goods he bought on credit, sells them quickly, and is 4 times as rich when he leaves France as he was on his arrival. He has 400,000 francs, and he goes to London or Leghorn to get a third bankruptcy underway. Now the veil suddenly falls and people come to their senses in the town where he struck his blow. People realize how dangerous it is to permit Jews to trade, those vagabonds who are not tied to anything. But this bankruptcy of Iscariot is only the first act of the farce. Let us follow the running fire. The Jew has 6 rivals, we shall call them A, B, C, D, E, F. A had been in straits for a long time. He held out without capital, only by virtue of his good reputation, but through the arrival of the Jew he is robbed of all his clients. He could pursue the race only for a year, and, not mature for these new philosophical systems which protect vagabonds, he finds himself compelled to bow down before Iscariot's tactics and to declare himself bankrupt. B endured the blow longer. He already saw the Jew's villainy from afar and waited for the storm to pass in order to win back his clientele which the rascal Iscariot had taken away. But meanwhile he is involved in a bankruptcy abroad, that is enough to accelerate his fall. He thought he could hold out for 2 years, but he is obliged to go bankrupt after only 15 months. C was associated with a foreign house which is ruined by another Iscariot, for they are to be found in all towns. C is brought down by the fall of his associate. Here and elsewhere Fourier has levers. Ed. 634 Friedrich Engels. Arid after making sacrifices for 18 months to hold out against the competition from the Jewish blackguard, he finds himself forced to go bankrupt. D seems more honest than he is in reality. He still has the means to hold out, although he has been suffering from the Jews' competition for 20 months. But embittered by the losses which the latter has caused him, he lets himself be carried away by the vice of which he sees so many examples. He realizes that 3 of his confraternity have opened up the march and that he will pass as a 4th in the alliance, pretexting real or fictitious misfortunes. Thus D, wearied by 20 months of struggle against Iscariot, sees that there is nothing cleverer for him than to go bankrupt. Pound had advanced considerable sums to his 4 successively bankrupt colleagues. He thought they were all solvent, and they were indeed, until Iscariot's maneuvers spoilt their business for them. Pound finds himself stripped by the bankruptcies of these 4 houses. Besides, he himself has no more clients, the entire public crowd to Iscariot, who sells off goods at cost price. Pound sees his funds annihilated, his credit destroyed, he is pressed, and as he can no more meet his commitments, he puts an end to it by going bankrupt. F has sufficient means, but as a result of the 5 previous bankruptcies, which warrant the conclusion that his will soon follow, he has lost his credit in all the maritime towns. Moreover, some of the bankrupts, having achieved a composition, are now selling at very low prices to be able to afford their payments when the first terms expire. In order to accelerate their sales, they lose 1/10 of the value and yet earn 4/10, because they settled at 50%. This entirely crushes F, and there is nothing left for him but to go bankrupt like his rivals. So the establishment of one vagabond or one Jew is sufficient to disorganize the whole merchant body of a large town and to draw the most honest people into crime, for every bankruptcy is more or less a crime, no matter how much it is extenuated by excellent pretexts such as those with which I have tinted these 6 bankruptcies, and there is hardly ever a word of truth in any of them. The truth of the matter is that everybody of it seizes the opportunity to commit a theft if it remains unpunished. Occasionally running fire takes the form of ricochet fire, which is effective at a distance and involves a dozen houses in different countries simultaneously. They have common interests, and the fall of the main house causes all the subsidiary houses concerned to crash, like a row of tin soldiers when the man at the end of the row is pushed. This is a serious combination, worthy of figuring among the great maneuvers, and in any case this ricocheting at a distance will have to form a special genus in a more accurate classification. 19. Close column bankruptcy requires favorable circumstances which serve as excuses, and prompt masses of merchants to risk the fateful leap. In this case they find support one in the other and are saved because of their number, like a regiment in close column formation forces a way for itself with bayonets. Thus, when a favorable opportunity presents itself, bankrupts must close their ranks and post up a column of bankruptcies every day at the stock exchange. They must have them succeeding one another so quickly that public opinion is confused and compositions become easy to achieve in consideration of the difficult circumstances. These bankruptcies are seen occurring periodically in London. Paris too made a very beautiful attempt in close column in 1800, and it ended very happily for many friends of trade. 20. Marching in file bankruptcy is a series of bankruptcies which are linked. A Fourier has come on file de Capucins de Carte. Ed. A fragment of Fourier's on trade 635. Together, but break out at suitable intervals of 2 to 3 months. Contrary to the close columns, which follow one another day after day, marching in file bankruptcies require mutual agreement so that one goes bankrupt when one's turn comes, at the very instant when the predecessor has squared his composition. For instance, A has achieved his composition 3 months after bankruptcy and B must instantaneously declare himself insolvent because the mediators now find the public well disposed and can say, it is the same story as in the case of A, one was bound to lead to the other, the same composition must be made. Just the same for C, who will go bankrupt 3 months later, then D, E, F, and G, if they maintain their cooperation properly and succeed in keeping to the interval, they achieve the same composition for all. Marching in file is a very safe maneuver when it is cleverly directed, but it does not fit all circumstances, and only the genius of the prospective bankrupt can determine in which cases it is applicable. 21. Skirmisher bankruptcy involves at the start those starving wretches who initiate a great movement and here and there cause small bankruptcies in their retail trade. From this one concludes that business will be difficult and the campaign a fierce one. And indeed soon after that the heavy artillery is heard, bankruptcies involving millions break out and hold public attention for a long time. Then the movement ends with the rearguard skirmishers, the retailer bankrupts, the grocers in small towns, who bring the session to an end with their plunges. The agitators what? Is there not yet enough vexation, and can you show us something still worse than the litany already described? I have only named the most honest. We are approaching the descending, despicable wing and can place here the bankrupts who operate according to far-reaching plans but disregard moral methods and compromise the lofty corporation. 22. Bankruptcy in grand style affects all classes of society down to the smallest people, domestics and others, who deposit their modest savings with a hypocrite. Soon bankruptcy plunders landowners, the smaller middle class and the good-natured people in their hundreds. An entire town becomes involved. In general, this type of bankruptcy affects particularly the non-trading classes of society and does significant harm to the corporation by arousing in the people and the petty bourgeoisie reflections which are hardly flattering for the respectable confraternity of the merchants. 23. Large-scale bankruptcy is that of some obscure upstart who, without funds or backing, succeeds in breaking into big business and pulls off just as enormous a bankruptcy as the high and mighty bankers. It is generally wondered how this camp follower could manage to strike up such acquaintances and to organize such a fat bankruptcy. This individual is the opposite of the preceding one. He takes a different road to attain the same goal, namely to excite public opinion against the tricks of the merchants and the preposterous laws which leave the scum complete freedom. 24. Attila bankruptcy raises the fame of the bankrupts to the clouds and lays a country waste as if a whole army of vandals had swept across it. One can cite in this genus a brilliant bankruptcy pulled off in 1810 in Orleans by an amateur named T. He went bankrupt with a deficit of 16 million so excellently distributed over Orleans that the whole unfortunate town was laid low by it. All classes of citizens suffered from the devastation. Fugitives went as far as Lyons and spread the tidings, Orleans is destroyed, we are all ruined, T is plunging everything into the abyss. 636 Friedrich Engels. According to detailed reports, he had carried out his scheme so well that he had hoodwinked and plundered all classes, from rich capitalists to poor domestics who had saved a few $3 in their whole life and deposited them with the mercantile dealer and let themselves be robbed by him under the protection of the fine principle, let the merchants do their job, they know best what is in their interest. What robberies! What multiformity of crime in a single branch of commercial heroism! A single one, for let it be noted that bankruptcy is only the 31st feature of this lying trade for which science demands complete freedom under the pretext that the merchants know best what is in their interest. They know that indeed all too well, but they know only too little what is in the interest of the state and of industry, and so we are mystified by science and its theories on the absolute freedom of merchants. 6. Descending wing dirty hues. From the description of great feats of heroism we go on to more modest trophies. Not everything is great in bankruptcy like the three categories of the center. Still, in the left wing too we shall bring together a remarkable collection, bankrupts in softened shades, people whose more burgherly virtues and failings will do good to the eye after the vivid brilliance of so many heroic deeds. We shall still find cohorts capable of cheering the reader, especially the last, that of the false brothers, who bring ill fame on the core of bankrupts. Let us begin with a more serious hue. The cunning sneakers. 25. Compensation. Bankruptcy is declared to obtain compensation for some accident. For instance, a speculator loses a lawsuit today which costs him 100,000 francs. So tomorrow he declares himself bankrupt, and this brings him 200,000. Thus he wins the sum in litigation instead of losing it. This capacity of trade to compensate itself for the disfavor of circumstances is one of its finest qualities. It can find its interest in every mishap on land and sea. See, if a shipowner experiences a shipwreck, he rehabilitates himself the next day by a good bankruptcy, and this type of bankruptcy is accepted without any contradiction because the notary says, it is not his fault, events forced him to it, he is more to be pitied than blamed. To this a landowner whose deposit thus goes west will answer, I cannot get compensation when hail or a flood ruin my crops, I have nobody to fall back on. A fine argument. Should not landowners know that under the present order of things they are a dependent class, dependent on the unproductive people called merchants who dig their claws into every product of industry to get themselves paid at the expense of the masses, like a volunteer corps which, for lack of an enemy to plunder, strips its own friends and the good people? Such is the merchant, a veritable Cossack of industry whose motto is, I do not work pour l'Angloire, I must have something to rake in. Every merchant wants to rake in, and if somebody. Fourier has acus.ed. The last two sentences as given by Engels differ somewhat from the original ed. The words on land and sea were added by Engels ed. Fourier has Cossackes industrials.ed. A fragment of Fourier's on trade 637. Hopes to rake anything in from him by a lawsuit or otherwise, the merchant has his resources at hand and rakes in from others by means of a compensation bankruptcy. 26. Bankruptcy out of rank is that of a wise man who has foreseen everything and put something aside with which he can face the storm and tame the intractable. If he wants to earn 200,000 francs by bankruptcy, he puts 300,000 aside, placing a third of it in useful handouts, presents, etc. He knows how to quieten the most loud-mouthed, how to paralyze justice, a wad here, a wad there, and his case is briskly carried through. His bankruptcy brings him in the end a good number of friends, who get their piece of the cake and say that he is a man comme il faut who knows business inside out. 27. Crescendo. Bankruptcy plays a farce in several acts which increase in interest as they develop. To start with, the affair is presented as a slight embarrassment, a case of shortage of disposable capital with a discount of 30% are necessary to prevent a crash. The creditors become worried and negotiate on the quiet, for they have been given to understand that things could take a bad turn and that the man in question must be supported. Meanwhile, in 3 months he is tottering again. Again the creditors are visited and made to fear his ruin. It is admitted that things are worse than was thought and that 50% must be agreed to. Some of the creditors are vexed, the matter becomes entangled and bankruptcy is declared, and indeed on such terms that 80 to 90% is lost instead of 50%, and the rest can be paid up only after some years. But the composition is still easy to bring about because the creditors, who have been skillfully handled and have successively become accustomed to a loss of 30, then 50, then 70%, are weary of war, they sign and give the cursed business up as altogether lost, although it was said at the beginning that only 30% was going to be lost. This method is not the worst and can be recommended to speculators who stick to principles. 28. Godly bankruptcy is that of a holy man who belongs to all the confraternities and holds the cordon of the canopy at processions. He easily finds credit and depositors and can prepare a far-reaching bankruptcy underhand. I have seen some bankruptcies of this type when the loss was 90%. The advantage in such a case is that the bankrupt finds enough people who excuse him. He is a very pious man. If he has had no luck in business, it is because he sets no store by the goods of this world. This piety is held up in order to hasten the composition, by which the pious apostle retains a good part of the goods of this world, together with the prospects of those of the other. The bunglers. In every profession one finds ignoramuses who work without any principles and can produce only a bad job with the best material. So among bankrupts too there are dunces who can do nothing else but change gold into copper and ruin themselves in a very stupid manner where others would do splendid business. I want to adduce and deal briefly with 4 genera, for this really honest category has nothing entertaining. I only let them march past for the sake of completeness of our analysis. 29. Fug bankruptcy is that of those befooled people who, enticed by fashionable catchwords, venture into trade without knowing its tricks and naturally scorch their wings like moths in the candle light. Since 1789 there have been many big property owners who had no need whatever to get involved in this turmoil. They have been seen to lose a rich heritage and end up in bankruptcy, by which they parted with their fortune and their honor. It must be noted incidentally that only the honest 638 Friedrich Engels man loses his honor in bankruptcy, whereas the rascal, who knows the great principles of trade, can manage his bankruptcies in such a way that he acquires wealth and honor. But the great gentlemen who found themselves in this wasp's nest of trade wanted to negotiate honestly. They were surrounded by intriguers, played with like a ball and forced to end up with the bankruptcy of their illusions. Many small landowners have made the same mistake. Swept along by the mercantile race, they have abandoned their field, sold their small plot of land to set up a shop in town and meet their inevitable ruin. 30. Invalid's bankruptcy is that of an incorrigible who wants to die with arms in hand. One sees many who ought to retire and who, weakened by age, can do nothing but bungle, are ignorant of the latest achievements, and in their old age lose a slowly amassed fortune and obstinately hold out until repeated blunders make bankruptcy inevitable. How is one to describe a man of 80 who is a bachelor and has a fortune of 2 million, indeed sufficient for a single and aged man, and still obstinately continues huckstering at an age when he should retire and weep over his sins? When such a man gets himself ruined and loses his brilliant fortune in his 80th year, he is truly a mercantile fanatic. Such a man was the invalid bankrupt who is the prototype of this paragraph, for I have a prototype to show for all these species * so that I shall not be accused of exaggerating. Incidentally, many of these aged fanatics are to be found in every town. Because they insist on continuing their trade, they deserve to be shamefully ruined, for today, when everything is raised to its quintessence, the need, in trade as in war, is for young people educated in modern tactics, and if bankruptcy is regarded as a harmless game for young people, it is indeed shameful for wealthy old men who should have thought of retiring 20 years ago. 31. Crushing bankruptcy is that of enraged competitors who consciously rush towards ruin and indeed ruin themselves to dispute a small share of profit from a rival. One sees a great number of these who work at a loss in the hope that their rival will be ruined before they are, and that they themselves will remain masters of the battlefield. This disorder is prevalent particularly in the carrying trade and in the cloth markets such as Beaucaire, and it leads to the crushed being forced to go bankrupt. 32. Swinish bankruptcy is that of a greenhorn who, instead of operating according to the principles, ruins himself, his wife and children, and moreover exposes himself to the talons of justice and the contempt of the friends of trade, who respect only fat bankrupts who conform to the principles. In the jargon of commercial knaves they say of a bankrupt who thus ruins himself, his wife and children, that is indeed really swinish. If he had had a fat bankruptcy, they would have called him a smart young man, a clever brain. The false brothers. I give the name of false brothers to those who expose the honorable clan of the bankrupts to the contempt of the public. Some of them provoke indignation, others laughter. I do not include in this class the transcendents, who steal by the million. These are always respectable and never compromise the clan. A great thief has never been contemptible in civilization, whereas the small ones are the people to be hanged, and when they excite public opinion against villains and small bankruptcies they are unworthy of admission to the corporation and deserve to be styled as false brothers. Asterisk. The names of these prototypes are given by Fourier in the original note by Engels. A fragment of Fourier's On Trade 639. 33. Villains' bankruptcy is that of small-scale blackguards who commit such obnoxious petty thefts in their bankruptcy that the neighborhood says they ought to be hanged. That would not be the case with thefts of $100,000, but thefts of $100 suggest the idea of the gallows. Incidentally, these ideas are not dangerous for the knave, because the confraternity of the bankrupts never allows its colleagues to be molested, otherwise justice would soon feel authorized to pass on from the petty thieves to the big ones, which would be very awkward for those who act according to great principles and have found a place in good society after an honest bankruptcy. 34. Gallows bird bankruptcy is that by which besides dirty tricks, the man concerned commits also learned acts of perfidy, for instance, robs himself to provide an occasion for sentimental tactics. Scapin, a petty crook, indulges in a Scaramouche bankruptcy involving only 40,000 francs, he steals 30,000 francs, which constitutes the profit on the operation, and then offers the creditors the remainder, amounting to 10,000 francs. When he is asked about the deficit of 30,000 francs, he says that he does not know bookkeeping like big merchants, and that he has been unlucky. Perhaps you believe Scapin will be punished because he is a petty thief who steals only 30,000 francs, but do not the creditors know that if justice intervenes it will eat up the remaining 10,000 francs just for breakfast? And even when these 10,000 francs have disappeared, nothing will be settled. If they want to have Scapin hanged, it will cost them perhaps an additional 10,000 francs, and it is still not known whether they will succeed. It is therefore better in any case to accept the moderate sum of 10,000 francs than to lose it and still have to pay just as much over and above. Through his notary Scapin puts forward this argument, so that the bankrupt himself threatens his creditors with justice. And why should Scapin's creditors be furious with him? Some of them think of following his noble example, the others are already ahead of him in their career. So, as wolf does not eat wolf, Scapin soon finds a number of signatories who declare themselves satisfied with his proposals, others sign for fear that justice may intervene, others again are intractable and speak of sacrificing all to have a blackguard sent to the galleys. Then Scapin sends them his wife and children, who implore his mercy with well-practiced wailings, and so in a few days Scapin and his notary receive the majority of signatures. Thereupon the obstreperous, who are no longer needed, are made fun of. Their rage is laughed at. Scapin answers them with ingratiating words and profound bows, and immediately after the happy issue of the first bankruptcy, he starts to think of a new one. 35. Fugitive bankruptcy is customary among small tenants in large towns. As the date of payment approaches they bolt and bring their wretched movables to safety under cover of the night. It is very much in vogue among the silk weavers in Lyons. It is also resorted to by all elegant individuals of both sexes who order the very best things at restaurants, the tailors and the shoemakers, and are very accommodating as far as the price goes because they intend to pay with fine words and to bolt as soon as their creditors begin to get unpleasant. This kind of bankruptcy is droll and shows the corporation in a bad light. When one scoffs at a man who has cheated 20 petty shopkeepers, one easily becomes accustomed to scoffing at a man comme il faut whose bankruptcy ruins 20 families. These freedoms of criticism must be suppressed in order not to imperil the respect due to the honorable bankrupts among the friends of trade. Here Fourier has acus and further on levers, which Engels translates as francs.ed. Fourier has La Corporation de Banqueroutiers.ed. 640 Friedrich Engels. 36. Bankruptcy for fun is that of a small retailer who goes bankrupt according to the very best form, just like the high and mighty bankers, and does not give his creditors more than 5%. Among others, a Lyons actor, distinguished for his comical roles and therefore very much loved by the public, went bankrupt in this way. In all due form he offered his creditors the sum of 3%. Some of them were vexed and wanted to send the bailiff to him, but he mystified justice as he mystified it on the stage in the Avocat Patelin, and all the public were on his side. His bankruptcy was a highly amusing comedy, which afforded many a priceless scene. The creditors could swear, the public only laughed at them as they did at Guillaume in the Avocat Patelin. I have now gone rapidly through all these definitions. However, my list is so incomplete that it can be considered as a mere outline to which everybody can supply the missing features. 3. There are masses of remarkable ones. Only a few days ago the Paris papers reported a brilliant bankruptcy, that of a certain Y, who established a pompously publicized agency with no more than 10,000 francs. I believe it was an office for the regeneration of trade or some other pompous title, by means of which he obtained $1 million from a few jackanapes, whom he paid as usual with a good bankruptcy. In a word, the number of bankruptcy genera which I have collected here can easily be doubled. 7. Conclusion B. When one reflects that bankruptcy is only a single one of the 36 features of trade, one finds difficulty in explaining why this so fearful mine of crimes, this mechanism of trade, has not yet been analyzed, and that in this century, which is so uncompromising towards the crimes of all classes in society and has made public the crimes of kings and popes. When one reads this collection of merchants' filth, one cannot help wondering how it comes that a century which calls itself the friend of lofty truth has been able in all seriousness to grow enthusiastic over this lying trade, arguing that after all one cannot do without trade, as if for that reason one must accept fraud and theft such as those which we have listed in one single crime of trade, namely bankruptcy. However, let us finish what we have to say about this. The saying that justice sends only petty thieves to the gallows is proved false in trade. The bankrupt, even the smallest, evades prosecution, protected by the merchants themselves. We saw that under the last category, false brothers, which is that of miniature bankrupts. It would be vain to quote the punishment of a few fraudulent bankrupts, 99 manage to get away with it, and if the 100th fails he must be a stupid devil and not know how to pursue his intrigue. For the operation is so simple nowadays that the old precautionary measures have long ago been forgotten. Formerly a bankrupt used to flee to Trient, Liege or Carouge, but since the rebirth of 1789 this custom has been abandoned. Everybody now goes bankrupt en famille. The matter is quietly prepared, and when it explodes, one goes for a month to the country, to the intimacy of one's relatives and friends. At the beginning and the end of this paragraph Fourier's text is somewhat paraphrased by Engels ed. Fourier has conclusion on bankruptcy.ed. A fragment of Fourier's on trade 641. The notary meanwhile puts everything in order. After a few weeks one reappears, and the public is so accustomed to this kind of story that it regards it as a pleasant joke. It is called being confined and one says quite dispassionately, so and so is back, he has just had his confinement. I have noted that bankruptcy is the only social crime which becomes epidemical and forcibly carries the honest man along the road of the scoundrel. If to bankruptcy we add stock jobbing and so many other infamies, we shall find that I was right when I affirmed that civilized people had never committed so many political follies as since they plunged into trade. Never have the philosophers, who dream of nothing but counterbalance and guarantees, thought of providing the social body with the guarantee which governments, judiciously enough, demand of their fiscal agents. A prince assures himself of the rectitude of his treasurer by means of a cash security and the prospect of inevitable punishment if he were to dare risk or squander the public moneys deposited with him. Why does it not happen that the collectors of public moneys appropriate the revenues from taxes and write letters of lamentation to the government saying, the misfortunes of the times, the critical circumstances, the deplorable accidents, etc., in a word, I have gone bankrupt, insolvent, or whatever you call it. Your treasury should contain 10 million, I offer you half of that sum, 5 million, payable in 5 years. Allow yourself to be moved by the misfortune of a lamentable treasurer, maintain me in your confidence and the administration of your treasury, without which I am not even able to pay you the half which I now offer you, but if you leave me my position and my income, I shall endeavor to discharge my obligations towards you honorably, that is, to treat you to a second bankruptcy as soon as the treasury is full again. Such in brief is the content of all bankrupts' letters. If treasurers do not follow this example, it is because they know that no philosophical theory can save them from the punishment which the bankrupt evades under the protection of the principle, leave the merchants complete retum without demanding any guarantee against their machinations. *******. So writes Fourier. The continuation of this article in the second issue of the Phalange contains 3 chapters on stock exchange operations, speculative purchase, accaparement, and parasitism, the greater part of which, however, has already been reprinted in the Cotter movements. 222. Partly for this reason, partly because the fragment given above is fully adequate for my purpose, I break it off here. Let the learned German Herren, who so zealously sail the stormy sea of bottomless 3 theories, and above all fish for the principle of socialism, follow the example of the Camus Marchand * Fourier. Fourier was no philosopher, he had a great hatred of philosophy and savagely ridiculed it in his writings, and in this connection said a multitude of things which are German. The German word grundlos can mean both bottomless and without. Foundation.ed. B. Salesman ed. 642. Friedrich Engels. Philosophers of socialism would do well to take to heart. True, they will object that Fourier, too, was abstract, that by means of his series he speculatively constructed God and the world in defiance of Hegel, but that will not save them. Fourier's eccentricities, which are, after all, products of genius, are no excuse for the boring so-called systematic expositions of arid German theory. Fourier speculatively constructs the future, after correctly understanding the past and the present. German theory first of all arranges past history according to its liking and then prescribes to the future, too, what direction it should take. Compare, for example, Fourier's epochs of social development, savagery, patriarchate, barbarism, civilization, and his characterization of them with Hegel's absolute idea, which laboriously makes its way through the labyrinth of history and despite the 4 world empires 223 at the end, but still grunting and groaning, achieves the semblance of a trichotomy, not to speak of the post-Hegelian speculative constructions. For, although Hegel's speculative construction still made some sense, even if it is turned upside down, that of the post-Hegelian system manufacturers no longer makes any sense at all. It is truly high time that the Germans at last stopped making such a fuss about their thoroughness. With a few meager data they are capable not only of concocting any kind of theory, but also of linking it with world history. On the basis of the first fact that happens to reach them at third hand, concerning which they do not even know at all whether it occurred in such and such a way or some other, they will prove to you that it must have occurred in this particular way and no other. Has anyone in Germany written on social questions without also saying something about Fourier by which German thoroughness has most thoroughly exposed itself to ridicule? Among them is a Herr Kaiser, 3 who immediately used L. Stein's excellent work B for a world historic speculative construction, the only pity about which is that all the facts it is based on are false. German theory has already at least 20 times allotted Fourier his place in the development of the absolute idea, each time a different place, and each time German theory relied for the facts on Herr Stein or other dubious sources. For this very reason, too, German absolute socialism is such terribly poor stuff. A little humanitarianism, as the thing is called nowadays, a little realization of this humanitarianism, or, rather, monstrosity, a very little about property from Proudhon at third or fourth. A.H.W. Kaiser, Die Persönlichkeit des Eigentums ed. L. Stein, Der Sozialismus und die Kommunismus des heutigen Frankreichs ed. A fragment of Fourier's On Trade 643. And a little moaning about the proletariat, and a little about the organization of labor and wretched associations for raising the lower classes of the people. 224 Together with boundless ignorance of political economy and the real character of society that is the sum total of all this socialism, which moreover loses its last drop of blood, the last trace of energy and strength through its nonpartisanship in matters of theory, its absolute tranquility of thought. And with this tedious stuff they want to revolutionize Germany, set the proletariat in motion, and make the masses think and act. If our German half or fully communist university lecturers had only taken the trouble to have a look at Fourier's main writings, which after all are as easy for them to obtain as any German book, what a treasure trove of material for speculative construction and other uses they would have found in them. What a mass of new ideas, still new for Germany even today, would have offered itself to them there. Up to now these good people find nothing to reproach present-day society with except the condition of the proletariat, and even about that they are not capable of saying very much. Of course, the condition of the proletariat is the main point, but does that exhaust the criticism of present-day society? Fourier, who, except in his later works, hardly touches on this point at all, provides the proof that even without it existing society can be seen to be thoroughly reprehensible, and that by criticism of the bourgeoisie alone, namely of the bourgeoisie in its inner relationships, apart from its attitude to the proletariat, one can arrive at the necessity of a social reconstruction. For this aspect of criticism, Fourier up to now remains unique. Fourier inexorably exposes the hypocrisy of respectable society, the contradiction between its theory and its practice, the dullness of its entire mode of life. He ridicules its philosophy, its striving for perfection, de la perfectibilite perfectibilis and augusta veritab. He ridicules its pure morality, its uniform social institutions, and contrasts all this with its practice, le du commerce, which he criticizes in a masterly manner, its dissolute delights which are no delights, its organization of adultery in marriage, its general chaos. All these are aspects of contemporary society which have never yet been mentioned in Germany. True, there has been talk here and there about free love, about the position of woman and her emancipation, but what has been the result? A few confused. Perfecting the perfectibility which is in process of becoming perfect ed. August Truth ed. 644 Friedrich Engels. Phrases, a few blue stockings, a little hysteria and a good deal of moaning about the German family. Not even one bastard came out of it. Let the Germans first acquaint themselves with the social movement abroad, both practical and literary. The practical movement includes the whole of English and French history during the last 80 years, English industry and the French Revolution. Let them then do as much as their neighbors as regards practice and literature, and only after that will the time have come to raise such idle questions as that of the greater or lesser achievement of the various nations. But by then there will no longer be any audience for these sophistical disquisitions. Until then it would be best for the Germans above all to acquaint themselves with what has been achieved abroad. All the books about this that have so far appeared are without exception bad. Anyhow, brief summaries of that kind can at best give only a criticism of those works, not the works themselves. The latter are partly rare and unobtainable in Germany, partly too voluminous, and in part mixed with matters which are now only of historical or literary interest and no longer interest the German public of 1845. To make available those works, the valuable contents of which are even now still new for Germany, requires a selection and editorial treatment such as the French, being in such matters also much more practical than we are, carry out in respect of all material coming to them from abroad. Such editions of the epoch-making socialist literature from abroad will shortly begin to be published. A number of German communists, among them the best brains of the movement, who could just as easily produce works of their own, have joined in this undertaking, 225, which, it is to be hoped, will show the wise German theoreticians that all their wisdom is old stuff, the pros and cons of which have already been thoroughly discussed on the other side of the Rhine and the English Channel long ago. Only after they have seen what was done before them will they have an opportunity to show what they themselves can do. Brussels. Written in the latter half of 1845, printed according to the yearbook, first published in the yearbook published in English for the first Deutsches Bürgerbuch for 1846 times, signed, F. Engels. And National Trades Journal. Vol. 8. No. 409. London, Saturday, September 13.1845. V. Friedrich Engels. The Late Butchery at Leipzig, the German Working Men's Movement 226. The Massacre at Leipzig, 227, which you commented on in your last number, and of which you pound of a more detailed account some weeks ago, is continuing to occupy the attention of the German papers. This massacre, surpassed in infamy by that of Peterloo 228 only, is by far the most villainous act of scoundrelism that military despotism ever devised in this country. When the people were shouting, "Renge forever! Down with Popery!" Prince John of Saxony, who, by the by, is another of our many rhyming and book-writing princes, having published a very bad translation of the Italian poet Dante's Hell, this hellish translator tried to add military glory to his literary fame by planning a most dastardly campaign against the unarmed masses. He ordered the battalion of rifles, called in by the authorities, to divide into several detachments and to block up the passages to the hotel in which His Literary Royal Highness had taken up his quarters. The soldiers obeyed, and pressed the people by enclosing them in a narrow circle, and advancing upon them into the gateway of the hotel, and from this unavoidable entering of the people into the sacred gateway of the royal residence, brought on by the military acting under Prince John's orders, from this very circumstance the pretext was taken to fire upon the people. By this very circumstance the firing has been tried to be justified by the government papers. Nor is this all. The people were taken between the several detachments, and the plan of His Royal Highness was executed by a crossfire upon the defenceless masses. Wherever they turned they met with a repeated volley from the 22 to 762. 646 Friedrich Engels. Rifles, and had not the soldiers, more humane than Prince John, fired mostly over the heads of the people, the slaughter would have been terrible. The indignation created by this piece of scoundrelism is general. The most loyal subjects, the warmest supporters of the present order of things, share in it, and pronounce their utter disgust at such proceedings. The affair will do a great deal of good in Saxony, a part of Germany that before all others, has always evinced an inclination for talking, and where action was sadly wanted. The Saxons, with their little constitutional government, their talking houses of parliament, their liberal deputies, liberal and enlightened parsons, etc., were, in northern Germany, the representatives of moderate liberalism, of German Whiggery, and yet, with all that, greater slaves of the King of Prussia than the Prussians themselves. Whatever the Prussian government resolved, the Saxon ministry had to execute. Nay, of late, the Prussian government did not even take the trouble to apply to the Saxon ministry, but direct to the Saxon inferior authorities, as if they were not Saxon, but their own employees. Saxony is governed in Berlin, not in Dresden. And with all their talking and boasting the Saxons know very well that the leaden hand of Prussia presses hard enough upon them. To all this talking and boasting, to all this self-conceit and contentment which would make the Saxons a peculiar nation opposed to the Prussian, etc., this Leipzig massacre will put an end. The Saxons must see, now, that they are under the same military rule as all other Germans, and that, with all their constitution, liberal laws, liberal censorship, and liberal king's speeches, martial law is the only one that has any practical existence in their little country. And there is another thing to aid this Leipzig affair in spreading the spirit of rebellion in Saxony. Notwithstanding all the talking of the Saxon liberals, the great majority of the Saxon people are only beginning to talk. Saxony is a manufacturing country, and among her linen weavers, framework knitters, cotton spinners, pillowless makers, coal and metal miners, there has been, from time immemorial, an appalling amount of distress. The proletarian movement, which, from the Salchion riots, the Weavers' Battle as it is called, in June, 1844, 229 has spread all over Germany, has not left Saxony untouched. There have been movements at several places among the railway constructing workmen, and also among the calico printers some time ago, and it is more than likely, though positive evidence cannot now be given, that communism is making a Friedrich Augustus II ed. The late butchery at Leipzig 647. Its progress there as well as everywhere else, among the working people, and if the workers of Saxony enter the field, they are sure not to be satisfied with talking like their employers, the liberal bourgeois. Let me direct your attention somewhat more to the working class movement in Germany. In your paper of last week, you predict a glorious revolution, not such a one as that of 1688, 230 to this country. In this you are perfectly right. I only would beg to correct, or rather to more clearly define your expression, that it is the youth of Germany that will bring about such a change. This youth is not to be looked for among the middle classes. It is from the very heart of our working people that revolutionary action in Germany will commence. It is true, there are among our middle classes a considerable number of Republicans and even Communists, and young men too, who, if a general outbreak occurred now, would be very useful in the movement, but these men are bourgeois, profit-mongers, manufacturers by profession, and who will guarantee us that they will not be demoralized by their trade, by their social position, which forces them to live upon the toil of other people, to grow fat by being the leeches, the exploiters of the working classes. And if they remain proletarians in mind, though bourgeois in profession, their number will be infinitely small in comparison with the real number of the middle-class men, who stick to the existing order of things through interest, and care for nothing but the filling of their purses. Fortunately, we do not count on the middle classes at all. The movement of the proletarians has developed itself with such astonishing rapidity, that in another year or two we shall be able to muster a glorious array of working Democrats and Communists, for in this country democracy and communism are, as far as the working classes are concerned, quite synonymous. The Salchion weavers, in 1844, gave the signal, the Bohemian and Saxon calico printers and railway constructors, the Berlin calico printers, and, indeed, the manufacturing classes of almost all parts of Germany, responded by turnouts and partial riots, the latter of which were almost always produced by the laws prohibiting combinations. The movement is now almost general throughout the country, and goes on quietly, but steadily, whilst the middle classes spend their time with agitating for constitutions, liberty of the press, protective duties, German Catholicity, and Protestant church reform. All these middle class move. The Northern Star number 408, September 6, 1845 ed. 22 *. 648 Friedrich Engels. Ments, although not without some merit, do not touch the working classes at all, who have a movement of their own, a knife and fork movement. In my next letter more on this subject. 231. Written September 8 to 11, 1845. First published in the newspaper. The Northern Star number 409. September 13, 1845, with an editorial note. From our own correspondent. Printed according to the newspaper. Friedrich Engels. Victoria's visit the royals at loggerheads row betwixt Vic and the German bourgeoisie, the condemnation of the Paris carpenters. Your little queen has made a pretty mess of her visit to the Prussians. She treated the King III with such contempt, that he was glad to get rid of her, and showed that very plainly after her departure. The middle classes too are highly incensed at the contemptuous way she treated the daughters of the haute bourgeoisie of Cologne. The daughter of the mayor of Cologne had to present Her Majesty with a cup of tea, and Vic took not the cup, because touched by the hand of one not noble. She only took the spoon, and with it sipped the tea, at the same time turning her head aside, and treating the girl with the most marked contempt. The poor girl stood trembling awfully, not knowing whether to stand or to go away. Served her right, these purse-proud bourgeois, with all their cunning, are with their worship of kings and queens but spoons after all, and as such deserve to be treated. Your queen carried her contempt so far as to rouse what little spirit they possess to show some resistance. She had subscribed $3,500, £500, to the building fund of the Cologne Cathedral, and the insulted bourgeois of Cologne got up a meeting to discuss the propriety of returning her the money. The meeting was dispersed by the police and military. I hear, however, that they still contemplate subscribing the money amongst themselves, and sending it to England or Ireland, to relieve your starving poor. I hope they will do so. John Bull has been made to bleed pretty freely for blood-sucking German princes, and it is only fair that the German bourgeoisie should return a little of what poor John has been shamefully drained. The marked contempt with a Frederick William IV ed. 22 to the power of 762nd. 650 Friedrich Engels. Which your queen treated our precious king and his court, arose, I hear, from the fact of the limping Queen of Prussia III refusing the arm of Prince Albert, and preferring that of Archduke Frederick at Austria, as being of higher birth. It is very comical to see these princes at loggerheads amongst themselves, and the bourgeoisie at loggerheads with the princes, all the time not seeing the movement arising in the lowest depths around them, not seeing their danger until too late. You never gave in the Star the judgment of the Paris tribunal against the carpenters on strike, accused of combination. Vincent, the chief, was sentenced to 3 years, 2 others to a year, some more to 6 months, I believe, imprisonment. However, they are keeping out at least those whose masters won't give way. 2/3 of the masters have acceded to the workmen's demands, and in consequence of the above sentence, the sawyers, sciers along, and other trades connected with building, have turned out too. This affair does a tremendous deal of good. Written between September 14 and 18, printed according to the News 1845 paper published in the newspaper The Northern Star No. 410, September 20, 1845, with an editorial note. From our own correspondent. Elizabeth ed. Friedrich Engels. Young Germany in Switzerland. Conspiracy against Church and State. The Constitutional Nucateloi gives a long, apparently official, report on a vast conspiracy of atheists spread all over Switzerland. We take from it the following extracts. After the discovery made some time ago of the Communist Secret Society, in the canton of Neuchâtel, another far more dangerous association has been discovered, an association extending its nets all over the Swiss Confederacy, and purposing to overthrow, by means of atheism, the fundamental principles of morality, and to revolutionize Germany by any means, regicide not excepted. The members of this association, which is known by the name of Young Germany, or the Lehman Confederacy, are almost without exception German working men, with some of the old political refugees. In consequence of some information at the headquarters of the conspiracy, Lausanne, the chiefs of the great club of La Chose Défense were apprehended, and a commission of inquiry appointed, the results of which are the following disclosures. This secret society exists since 1838, and has at its head Messrs. Standa and Dallek, professors of the German language, W.M. Marr, editor of their paper, and Hoffmann, druggist. Dr. Fien and Dr. Roskenplatt, German refugees, the first imprisoned at Lucerne on account of his having taken part in the late Civil War, the second at Strasbourg, appear also to be connected with this society. The rules of the association contain the following articles: the society is essentially and necessarily a secret one, its end being political propaganda. Every member obliges himself to remain within the association until 40 years of age, to devote all his powers to the attainment of its aims, and not to stand in fear of any sacrifice. Every member engages himself to destroy all written documents, by which the association or its members might be traced. In Switzerland a central office is formed, corresponding with all those members that are returned to Germany, and leading the whole of the operations. None to be admitted as members who do not profess themselves atheists and revolutionists. By the incredible activity of its members among the German working men, of whom there is a floating population of about 25,000 in Switzerland, this society has succeeded in establishing its branch clubs in 26 towns in Switzerland, viz. Courage, Nyon, Rolle, Aubagne, Morges, Lausanne, Aigle, Vevey, Yverdon, Meudon, Payerne, Chaux-de-Fonds, Fleurier, Bern, Biel, Saint-Omer, Porrentruy, Bergdorf, Ch, Zug, Zurich, Winterthur, Basel, Lucerne, Fribourg, and Geneva, besides 2 clubs in France, in Strasbourg and Marseilles. Every 6 months the deputies of these clubs assemble in one of the localities, which for the next 6 months is then charged with the management of the general business. The incredible activity, and the really diabolic means brought into bearing by these propagandists for attracting the Germans, are frightful indeed. One of them, writing from Zurich to the central office, says: "We are obliged to use great caution, on account of most of the newly arriving men being frightened by the ordinances and intimidations of the German governments. They will never enter a club unless they are told that it is not a political one. Thus we are obliged to treat them very cautiously, to bring them bit by bit into the right road, and the principal thing in this respect is to show them that religion is nothing but a pile of rubbish and dung. The only thing we can do is to prepare them here for the clubs in French Switzerland, and there we send those who intend leaving Zurich." When the Morges Club wanted to get into connection with the whitesmiths of that town, none of whom was a member, they instantly wrote to the central office, to send them a whitesmith who might be clever enough to bring those workmen into the society. The clubs were all in correspondence with each other, as well as with the central office. This correspondence has been partly seized, and shows by its contents how much the whole conspiracy was pervaded by a revolutionary spirit. Every club had a committee for preparing the subjects of discussion. The debates extended over all political, social, and religious questions. Some clubs were comparatively rich, and possessed libraries, newsrooms, pianos, and they were furnished with everything which might attract the workmen. The most powerful clubs were those of Geneva, Bern, Zurich, Lausanne, and La Chaux-de-Fonds. The last named club numbered, in a very small town, 200 members, and if we consider that in this same town, besides Young Germany, there existed a very numerous communist club, we may think ourselves entitled to say, that atheists and communists in Switzerland are to be numbered by thousands. The association had a secret agitation committee, which was generally not known to the members at large, but every club contained 1 or 2 of those propagandists, whose business it was to keep up the steam, to direct the proceedings, and to develop the spirit of atheism and revolutionism. Unfortunately, they succeeded but too well in this, as is proved by the fact, that the infernal periodical of Young Germany, published by Marx, numbered above 500 subscribers among the working people only. The paper openly proclaims atheism as its principal. Germany, says this paper, wants a political, religious, and social revolution, and if religion and politics should, during the course of this revolution, end in smoke, so much the better. Socialized man will come forth purer and better from this purgatory. Thus far the report, which is altogether written in an infamous and calumniatorous style. Young Germany had existed in Switzerland since 1831, when, in consequence of the many insurrections in Germany, great numbers of young men, students, workmen, and were obliged to leave their country. After a period of considerable activity, this association collapsed towards 1837, when the general bourgeoisie government throughout Europe sued Young Germany in Switzerland 653. Seized in suppressing the spirit of political agitation. Soon afterwards, however, the communist clubs commenced to form themselves in the old home of Young Germany, on the shores of the Leman Lake, and to commence an animated debate with that merely political association. This debate ended in a settled quarrel, and decided enmity of the two parties. The main result, however, was, that Young Germany was obliged to extend its field of action, and not only to better define their political principles, as those of radical, republic, and democratic, but also to take up social questions. While the middle classes of Germany kill their time, with German Catholicity and Protestant reforms, while they run after Renge, and play the friends of Light 234, thus making it their chief business to effect some very little, almost invisible, good for nothing, but a bourgeois, reform in religious matters, the working people of our country read and digest the writings of the greatest German philosophers such as Feuerbach and see and embrace the result of their inquiries, as radical as this result may appear. The people of Germany have no religion. How else would it have been possible to convert masses of them, not only in Switzerland, but in France, England, and at home, within the short space of a year? I refer to what I said last week but one on bourgeois movements and working class movements. I think these disclosures are a full confirmation of my statement. Persecution and expulsion of communists. Germany. On the 1th instant, the authorities of the Grand Dukedom of Hesse seized at Darmstadt, at the publisher's premises, the first number of a communist magazine, the Rheinische Annals * edited by Putman. There were, however, only 55 copies found, the remainder of the edition having been previously sold. The publisher, Mr. Leske, was at the same time informed that the magazine was placed under the control of the police, he having to produce every number before it was issued, to the police, and to procure a license for issuing the same, under a penalty, in case of non-compliance, of 500 florins, £45, or, according to the merits of the case, imprisonment. This blow aimed at the communists, and at the same time at that little bit of a free press we have in Germany, will, however, prove useless. There are hundreds of means to elude this unconstitutional interference, which, no doubt, has been proceeded to at the instigation of the hated Prussian government. This same Prussian government has procured from the Saxon authorities the expulsion of several public authors from Leipzig, among whom is Mr. W. Marr, one of the heads of that young German conspiracy in Switzerland mentioned in my last. B. In his case, as well as that of Weitling last year, 235, the authorities were afraid of imprisoning and bringing to judgment the party. Although they had every legal pretense, they were satisfied with driving them away. Areneskjahrbucher zur gesellschaftlichen Reform ed. See pages 651 to 653 of this volume ed. Persecution and expulsion of communists 655. Switzerland. The democratic government of the Pays de Vaud has expelled from the canton Mr. A. Becker, a talented German communist writer, as well as Mr. S. Schmidt and Dr. Coleman, belonging to the same party, and dissolved the German Communist Club at Lausanne. The radical government of Zurich has likewise expelled Dr. Putman, editor of the above-named Rheinische Annals, and belonging, to the Communist Party. A. Written in the middle of October 1845. Published in the newspaper The Northern Star No. 415. October 25, 1845, with an editorial note. From our own correspondent. Printed according to the newspaper. A German friend informs us that the above announcement, as regards the expulsion of Mr. S. Schmidt, is premature. That, as yet, Mr. Schmidt has not been expelled from the Pays de Vaud ed. N.S. Friedrich Engels. History of the English Corn Laws 236. Telegraph für Deutschland No. 193, December 1845. Until the middle of the last century, England exported grain almost every year and very seldom needed to import this foodstuff from abroad. Since that time, however, the situation has been reversed. Under these circumstances, the price of grain, on the one hand, was necessarily low, and that of meat, on the other, was high. Much arable land was converted into cattle pasture, while at the same time industry, and with it the population, owing to the invention of important machines, experienced an unprecedented growth. Hence England was first compelled to give up exporting corn and later had to import it from abroad. The 25 Years' War against France during the Revolution, which made imports difficult, compelled England more or less to restrict itself to its own soil. The obstacles which the war put in the way of imports had the same effect as a protective tariff. Grain prices rose, ground rents likewise rose, in most cases to double the previous figure, and in some cases even fivefold. The result was that a large part of the area that had recently been converted into pasture was again used for corn. This increase in their incomes tempted the English landowners, who, incidentally, consist of a few hundred lords and some 60,000 baronets and squires not belonging to the nobility, to adopt an extravagant mode of living and a mutual emulation in luxury for which very soon even their increased rents no longer sufficed. Before long the estates were encumbered with a heavy burden of debt. When in 1814 peace removed the obstacles to import, the price of corn fell, and the tenant farmers, in view of the high rents, could no longer cover the cost of producing their corn. Only two ways out were possible, either that the landowners should reduce the rent or that a real protective tariff should be imposed instead of the nominal one. The landowners, who not only dominated the upper house and the ministry but also, prior to the Reform Bill 237, possessed fairly unrestricted power in the lower house, naturally chose the latter course, and in 1815 introduced the Corn Laws amid the furious outcry of the middle classes and the people, at that time still guided by the latter, and under the protection of bayonets. The first Corn Law of 1815 prohibited import of corn altogether as long as the price of corn in England remained under 80 shillings a quarter. At this price or over, foreign corn could be imported freely. But this law was not in accord with the interests of either the industrial or the agricultural population, and in 1822 it was somewhat modified. However, this modification never came into practical effect, for during the next few years prices always remained low and never reached the level at which the import of foreign corn was allowed. Despite all the improvements in the law and despite the investigations of several parliamentary committees, the tenant farmers were unable to cover their production costs. Finally, therefore, Huskisson and Canning invented their famous sliding scale, which their successors in the ministry embodied in the law. 238. By this scale, the import duty rose as the price of home-produced corn fell, and vice versa. By this means the English farmer was to be ensured a high and constant price for his corn, so that he could comfortably cope with his high ground rent. But this measure was of no avail either. The system became increasingly untenable. The middle classes, whose representatives were predominant in the lower house after the Reform Bill, became more and more opposed to the Corn Laws, and within a year after Sir Robert Peel's entry into the ministry he found himself compelled to lower the import tariff. Meanwhile, opposition to the Corn Laws had become organized. The industrial middle class, which had to pay its workers higher wages because of the increase in the price of corn, resolved to do its utmost to secure at any cost the abolition of these hated laws, the last survivals of the old dominance of the agricultural interests, which at the same time facilitated foreign competition against English industry. Towards the end of 1838, some of the leading Manchester manufacturers founded an anti-corn law association, which soon spread in the neighborhood and in other factory districts, adopted the name of Anti-Corn Law League, started a subscription fund, founded a journal, the Anti-Bread Tax Circular, sent paid speakers from place to place, and set in motion all the means of agitation customary in England for achieving its aim. During its first years, which coincided with a 4-year slump in business, the Anti-Corn Law League was extremely active. When, However, at the beginning of 1842, the business slump turned into a downright commercial crisis which threw the working class into the most atrocious poverty. The Anti-Corn Law League became definitely revolutionary. It took as its motto the saying of Jeremiah, "They that be slain with the sword are better than they that be slain with hunger." 3. Its journal in clear language called on the people to revolt and threatened the landowners with the pickaxe and the torch. Its itinerant agitators ranged the whole country and preached in a language no way less forceful than that of the journal. Meeting after meeting was held, petition after petition to Parliament was circulated, and when Parliament opened its session, a Congress of League representatives assembled simultaneously in the immediate neighborhood of the Houses of Parliament. When, in spite of all this, Peel failed to abolish the Corn Laws, but only modified them, the Congress declared, "The people has nothing more to expect from the government, it must rely only on itself, the wheels of the government machinery must be halted all at once and on the spot, the time for talking is over, the time has come for action." It is to be hoped that the people will no longer be willing to starve for the benefit of an aristocracy living in luxury, and if naught else avails, there is still a means by which the government can be compelled to give way. "We must," stated this Congress of leading manufacturers and municipal officials of the great factory towns, "we must throw the people onto the agricultural districts which have produced all the pauperism, but the people must not go there like a crowd of humble paupers, but as if they had to quarter themselves on a mortal enemy." This great means in the hands of the manufacturers, by which they wished in 24 hours to bring together a meeting of 500,000 persons on the Manchester racecourse and to raise an insurrection against the Corn Laws, consisted in closing down their factories. Telegraph für Deutschland No. 194, December 1845. In July, business began to improve. The manufacturers received increased orders and they noted that the crisis was coming to an end. The people was still in a highly excited state and distress was universal, but if anything was to happen, it was high time for action. And so, when an increase in wages was to be expedient owing to the improvement in business, a manufacturer in Stalybridge suddenly reduced the wages of his workers, thereby compelling them to strike in order to maintain their wages at the previous level. The workers, to whom the signal for an insurrection was thus given, brought all the factories in the town and its environs to a standstill, which was easy for them to do since the manufacturers, all members of the Anti-Corn Law League, contrary to their custom, offered no resistance at all. The workers held meetings presided over by the manufacturers themselves, who tried to draw the people's attention to the Corn Laws. On August 9, 1842, 4 days after the outbreak of the insurrection, the workers marched to Manchester, where they met with no resistance at all, and brought all the factories to a standstill. The only manufacturer who opposed them was a conservative and hostile to the League. The insurrection spread to all the factory districts. Nowhere did the urban authorities, on whom everything depends in England in such cases, as is well known, who were all members of the Anti-Corn Law League, offer any resistance. So far everything proceeded as the League wanted. But in one respect it had miscalculated. The people, whom it had driven into insurrection in order to force the abolition of the Corn Laws, did not care in the least about these laws. They demanded the wages of 1,840 and the People's Charter. 239. As soon as the League noticed this, it turned against its allies. All its members were sworn in as special constables and formed a new army for the suppression of the insurrection, at the service of the government that was hostile to them. The involuntary insurrection of the people, who were not yet at all prepared for anything of the sort, was soon suppressed. The Corn Laws remained in force, and both the middle class and the people were given a profitable lesson. The Anti-Corn Law League, in order to furnish conspicuous proof that it had not been defeated by the failure of the insurrection, started a new large-scale campaign in 1843, with the demand for contributions from its members amounting to £50,000, and it amassed more than this sum in the course of a year. It began its agitation afresh, but it soon found itself compelled to seek a new audience. It always made a great boast that it found nothing more to do in the factory districts after 1843 and could therefore turn to the agricultural districts. But there was a snag to this. After the insurrection of 1842 it could no longer hold any public meetings in the factory districts without its representatives being most ignominiously driven from the platform and literally beaten up by the angry people whom it had so shamefully betrayed. Consequently, if it wanted to propagate its doctrines, it was compelled to go to the agricultural districts. Here the League was of some real service by arousing among the tenant farmers a certain feeling of shame at their dependence hitherto on the landowners, and by making the agricultural class aware of more general interests. In 1844, encouraged by its success with previous contributions, the League opened a new subscription list of £100,000. On the following day the manufacturers in Manchester assembled and within half an hour had subscribed £12,000. By November 1844, £82,000 had been collected, of which £57,000 had already been spent. A few months later the League opened an exhibition in London, which also must have brought in enormous sums. If now one asks what has been the motive of this colossal movement, which has spread from Manchester to the whole of England and has carried with it the vast majority of the English middle class, but which we repeat has not received an atom of sympathy from the working class, it must be acknowledged that this motive is the private interest of the industrial and commercial middle class of Great Britain. For this class it is of the greatest importance to have a system which, as it believes at least, ensures it for all time a world monopoly of trade and industry by enabling it to pay just as low wages as its competitors and to exploit all the advantages that England possesses as a result of its 80 years' start in the development of modern industry. From this point of view the middle class alone, and not the people, benefits from the abolition of the Corn Laws. Secondly, the middle class demands this measure as a supplementary law to the Reform Bill. Through the Reform Bill, which introduced suffrage based on a property qualification and abolished the old electoral privileges of particular individuals and corporations, the moneyed middle class had come, in principle, to power. In reality, however, the landowning class still retained a considerable preponderance in Parliament since it sends there directly 143 members for the counties and indirectly almost all the members representing small towns, and is represented in addition by the Tory members from the towns. In 1841, this majority of the agricultural interest brought Peel and the Tories into the cabinet. The abolition of the Corn Laws would deal a fatal blow to the political power of the landowners in the lower house, and hence in fact in the whole English legislature, since it would make the tenant farmers independent of the landowners. It would proclaim capital to be the supreme power in England, but at the History of the English Corn Laws 661. Same time it would shake the English constitution to its foundations, it would rob an essential constituent of the legislative body, viz. the landed aristocracy, of all wealth and all power, and thereby exert a different and greater influence on the future of England than many other political measures. Once again, however, we find that from this aspect too the abolition of the Corn Laws offers no advantage to the people. Written in the autumn of 1845, printed according to the journal, first published in the journal published in English for the first Telegraph für Deutschland NOS 193 time and 194, December 1845. The name of the author is given in the editorial note. From the preparatory materials. Karl Marx. Hegel's Construction of the Phenomenology 240. 1. Self-consciousness instead of man. Subject-object. 2. The differences of things are unimportant, because substance is conceived as self-distinction, or because self-distinction, the distinguishing, the mental activity is regarded as the essential. Within the framework of speculation Hegel therefore makes distinctions that really grasp the vital point. 3. Abolition of estrangement is identified with abolition of objectivity, an aspect evolved by Feuerbach in particular. 4. Your abolition of the imagined object, of the object as object of consciousness, is identified with the real objective abolition, with sensuous action, practice, and real activity as distinct from thinking. Has still to be developed. Written presumably in November 1844, printed according to the manuscript first published in Marx/Engels, published in English for the first Gesamtausgabe, ABTL, BD 5, 1932 time. Karl Marx. Draft Plan. For a work on the modern state. 1. The history of the origin of the modern state or the French Revolution. The self-conceit of the political sphere to mistake itself for the ancient state. The attitude of the revolutionaries towards civil society. All elements exist in duplicate form, as civic elements and those of the state. 2. The proclamation of the rights of man and the constitution of the state. Individual freedom and public authority. Freedom, equality, and unity. Sovereignty of the people. 3. State and civil society. 4. The representative state and the charter. The constitutional representative state, the democratic representative state. 5. Division of power. Legislative and executive power. 6. Legislative power and the legislative bodies. Political clubs. 7. Executive power. Centralization and hierarchy. Centralization and political civilization. Federal system and industrialism. State administration and local government. 8. Judicial power and law. 8. Nationality and the people. 9. The political parties. Suffrage, the fight for the abolition of the state and of bourgeois society. Written presumably in November 1844. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamtausgabe, ABT 1, BD 5, 1932. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first time. Karl Marx. Plan of the Library of the Best. Foreign Socialist Writers 242. The Divine Egoist as opposed to egoistical man. The delusion regarding the ancient state prevailing during the Revolution. Concept and substance. The Revolution equals history of the origin of the modern state. Written presumably in April 1845. First published in German in Marx/Engels, Gesamtausgabe, ABT 1, BD 5, 1932. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first time. Appendices. 1. To the readers of and contributors. To the Gesellschaftsspiegel 246. The noble striving to hasten to the aid of suffering humanity, which, to the credit of the 19th century, manifests itself everywhere at the present time, has not yet in Germany a central press organ giving publicity on the one hand to the evils which must be remedied, and on the other to the proposed or already implemented measures for their redress, and casting light on their success or failure. We hereby submit to the public the first issue of such an organ, and hope that every friend of humanity will feel prompted to support the Gesellschaftsspiegel with appropriate reports. In order to discover and apply the means for the radical and permanent elimination of the various and moreover artificially concealed evils in our social life, it is necessary first of all to find out what these evils are. For this reason the Gesellschaftsspiegel will cite before its forum all the maladies of the social body. It will publish general descriptions, monographs, statistical items, and individual typical cases serving to set the social relations of all the classes in their true light and to help the associations which are being formed to eliminate the social evils. It will stand exclusively on the ground of fact, and carry only facts and arguments based directly on facts, arguments the conclusions from which are also obvious facts. The condition of the working classes will be first and foremost the object of our attention, for their condition is the most glaring of all evils in present-day civilized society. Descriptions, statistical data, individual striking facts from all parts of Germany, especially from those in which unusual distress prevails, will be welcome. Also reports on the numerical relation of the needy classes, the 672 appendices. Propertyless classes in general, to the propertied, on the growth of pauperism, and so on. We shall include in the range of our survey the spiritual, intellectual, and moral condition of the workers as well as their physical condition, and shall readily accept reports on the state of their health insofar as it is determined by the social conditions, and on the state of education and morality of the proletarians. Statistics on crime and prostitution, especially when accompanied by comparison of different periods of time, localities, or living conditions, will also be given close attention. The most fruitful fields for the purposes of the Gesellschaftsspiegel in this respect are, 1. The large towns, which cannot exist without a numerous propertyless class crowded together in a small area. Besides the usual consequences which the absence of property entails everywhere, we shall have to consider here the effect which the centralization of the population has on the physical, intellectual, and moral condition of the working classes. Descriptions, statistical, medical, and other reports along with individual facts casting light on the disreputable areas, mostly shrouded in darkness, of our towns, large and small, will be welcome. 2. The industrial and factory districts, whose existence also requires a numerous propertyless class. In this respect we wish to draw the attention of our contributors particularly to the following points: a. The nature of work in itself, individual kinds of work which owing to their character or to the unsuitable way in which they are carried out or to the excessively long working hours are injurious to health, child and woman labor in factories and its consequences, neglect of working and non-working children and wives of proletarians, breaking up of the family, supplanting of adult male labor by women and children, accidents caused by machinery, and so on. b. Dependence of the workers on their employers. In respect of this point we shall make it our duty to represent the interests of the defenseless working class against the power and especially against the unfortunately too frequent encroachments of the capitalists. We shall pitilessly hold up for public censure every single case of oppression of workers and shall be particularly grateful to our correspondents for most accurate reports on this subject giving names, places, and dates. If in factories working hours are too long or night work is resorted to, if workers are obliged to clean machines in their spare time, if factory owners are brutal or tyrannical towards their workers, lay down tyrannical working. Appendices 673. Regulations, pay wages in goods instead of money. We shall especially fight this infamous truck system 3 wherever and in whatever forms or disguises it occurs. If workers are forced to work in unhealthy premises or to live in unsatisfactory lodgings belonging to the factory owner, in a word, whenever any act of injustice is committed by the capitalists against the workers, we ask everybody who is in a position to do so to inform us on this score as soon and as exactly as possible. We want to make known to the public in the most exact and shameful details each and every violation of the laws that have been issued to protect the poor from the rich. Only in this way can the laws, which have so far existed mostly on paper, be made really effective. c. Neglect of the workers by society in general when, as a result of competition, the introduction of more efficient machinery, the employment of women and children, the fluctuations of trade and foreign competition, the workers are deprived of employment, or when due to illness, injury, or old age they are unable to work, as well as all deteriorations in the workers' living conditions due to lowering of wages. Besides the propertyless, we shall also describe the propertied class in its outer and inner conditions. We shall have to prove with facts that free competition between private businessmen without organization of labor and commerce impoverishes the middle class, concentrating property in the hands of a few and thus indirectly restoring the monopoly, that the parceling out of landed property ruins the small landowner and indirectly restores big landed property, that the competitive struggle, in which we are all being involved, undermines the foundations of society and demoralizes the whole of society by brutal self-interest. The Gesellschaftsspiegel will not confine itself to describing material misery, or spiritual and moral misery only when it goes hand in hand with the former. On the contrary, it will describe misery in all its forms, and therefore also the misery of the higher classes, and in this description it will not confine itself to statistical articles and accounts of real facts taken from life. It will open its columns to fiction in prose and in verse, but only to such as depicts life truly. Descriptions based on life will be no less welcome than descriptions taken from life. Let those to whom such a pitiless exposure of the condition of our industrial as well as agricultural and other population, a condition which has so far been for the most part hypocritically glossed. The words truck system are in English in the original ed. 674 appendices. Over or concealed those to whom so frank a presentation of our entire social condition as the one the Gesellschaftsspiegel intends to give causes too great head and heartache for them to be favorably disposed to our undertaking. Let them reflect that in the long run the courage required to look an evil in the face and the calm derived from a clear knowledge of things have a more beneficial effect on mind and heart than the cowardly idealizing sentimentality which seeks consolation from disconsolate reality in the falsehood of its ideal, which neither exists nor can exist because it is based on illusions. Such idealizing sentimentality indeed displays hypocritical sympathy for the sufferings of humanity when these eventually develop into a political scandal, as we saw all the newspapers and journals overflowing with so-called socialism in connection with the Silesian disturbances 247. But as soon as the disturbances are over, it quietly lets the poor go on starving. Finally, the Gesellschaftsspiegel will carry reports on the efforts being made to remedy the social evils and the disorders of society, that is, on the one hand, the work of the associations now being formed. 48. And on the other, the coercive measures which hold some evils in check, but only to produce others. These include the pernicious effects of the degrading sentences which place a criminal forever outside the pale of society, of intercourse with hardened criminals in ordinary prisons and of solitary confinement in Pennsylvania-type prisons, the numerous murders resulting from the laws against poaching, the state and operation of the poor laws and the sanitary police, the typical crimes, and so on. In appealing to all who are in a position to send us reports on the above-mentioned and similar points to be laid before the forum of the Gesellschaftsspiegel, in particular to priests, school teachers, doctors, and officials, for friendly cooperation in the interest of the cause, we guarantee that whenever it is desired names will be kept secret, and we shall hold our correspondents responsible only for the correctness of the facts of which they inform us. The editorial board assumes the responsibility for publication. Written at the end of January 1845, printed according to the journal published in the annual Gesellschaftsspiegel, published in English for the first BD 1845 time. Appendices 675. 2. Contract between Marx and the LESKE publishers. In Darmstadt on the publication of Kritik der Politik und Nationalökonomie 249. Between Herr Dr. Marx, at present residing in Paris, on the one hand, and the C.W. LESKE publishers in Darmstadt, on the other, the following contract has been concluded today. 1. Herr Dr. Marx gives the C.W. LESKE publishers the exclusive right to publish his work entitled Kritik der Politik und Nationalökonomie, which will comprise 2 volumes in octavo, each of more than 20 printed sheets. 2. The author, Dr. Marx, undertakes not to publish in another publishing house any work which could compete with the work named herein. 3. In return, the LESKE publishers will pay Herr Dr. Marx the sum of francs 3,000 francs, as royalties for the entire work, the first half of the sum to be paid when the complete manuscript is handed in, and the second half on completion of the printing. The publishers also undertake to deliver 12 copies free of charge to the author. 4. The publishers will begin the printing of the work as soon as the manuscript is handed in and will see to it that it appears in a suitable get-up. 5. The edition of the Kritik der Politik und Nationalökonomie is fixed at 2,000 copies. 6. This contract is valid only for the first edition of the work. Should a second edition become necessary, a new contract will be concluded. It goes without saying, however, that in the event of a second edition the LESKE publishers retain a preferential right. This contract has been drawn up in duplicate and is signed by both contracting parties. Paris, February 1, 1845. Dr. Karl Marx C. LESKE. First published in K. Marx and F. Engels, printed according to the Manu Works, 1st Russ. ed. Volume XXV, 1934 script published in English for the first time. 3. Marx to Leopold I, King of Belgium. In Brussels 250. Brussels, February 7, 1845 24, Place du Petit Sablon Sire, the undersigned, Charles Marx, Doctor of Philosophy, aged 26, from Trier, in the Kingdom of Prussia, intending to settle with his wife and child in your Majesty's domains, respectfully takes the liberty of requesting your Majesty to grant him permission to establish his residence in Belgium. He has the honor to be, with deepest respect, your Majesty's most humble and obedient servant, Dr. Charles Marx. First published in L'Europe Nouvelle, printed according to the Manu No 346, 1924 script, translated from the French, published in English for the first time. 4. Marx's undertaking not to publish anything. In Belgium on Current Politics 251. To obtain permission to reside in Belgium, I agree to pledge myself, on my word of honor, not to publish in Belgium any work on current politics. March 22, 1845. Dr. Karl Marx. First published in L'Europe Nouvelle, printed according to the Manu No 346, 1924 script, translated from the French, published in English for the first time. Marx to Chief Burgomaster Gortz. In Trier 252. Brussels, October 17, 1845. Rue de l'Alliance 5, or de la Porte du Louvat. Your Excellency, I most respectfully request you kindly to obtain for me from the esteemed Royal Government Administration in Trier a certificate for emigration to the United States of North America. My discharge papers from Royal Prussian Military Service 253 are to be found in the office of the Chief Burgomaster in Trier or of the Royal Government Administration there. Your Excellency's most obedient servant, Dr. Karl Marx. First published in the pamphlet H. Schiele, Die Umwelt der Jungen. Karl Marx, Trier, 1954. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first. Appendices 679. Marx to Chief Burgomaster Gortz. In Trier. To His Excellency Herr Gortz, Royal Prussian Landrat and Chief Burgomaster. Your Excellency, in reply to your esteemed letter of the 8th of this month, I hereby state that my request of the 17th of the previous month for release from citizenship of the Kingdom of Prussia for the purpose of emigration to the United States of North America related solely to my own person, but, if it should be necessary for granting consent, I request that the release should be extended to my family as well. Your Excellency's most obedient servant, Dr. Karl Marx. Brussels, November 10, 1845. First published in the pamphlet H. Schiele, Die Umwelt der Jungen. Karl Marx, Trier, 1954. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first.